Welcome, everybody, to more coverage from the FIDE World Cup and Women's World Cup. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me today, the friendly face of Grandmaster Ben Feingold. Ben, rest day yesterday. How are you feeling about today's round of 32 action in the World Cup and the round of 16 action in the Women's World Cup?
No, this is awesome because the cream has risen to the top, and the players are getting so strong now, winning those matches. They even got a better co-commentator with me. So that was, I mean, I couldn't believe Danny fired himself, but you put the Hess in chess, and you were just in Sochi. So I guess you didn't have a rest day if you were flying back.
Yeah, those days of travel are anything but rest days, especially with screaming kids on your flight for 10 plus hours. But no big deal either way. I'm happy to be here with you, Ben, and it's just such a fun event. I've seen your coverage. It's been awesome. And of course, following all the games very closely, the players are letting their moves do the talking for them.
Yeah, I guess there were a lot of Americans who lost on your flight, as you said, screaming kids. No, put me back there. I want to win.
Well, unfortunately, only one winner can take home this competition, and we have yet to figure out who that will be. But why don't we remind everybody of what we have going on here, what this tournament is like. It is an 8-round knockout tournament. The players are paired against each other in 2 game matches, one with each color. That's in classical time control of 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, followed by 30 after move 40, and then 30-second increment from the very first move. So that way, if you're in time trouble, every single move you make, you gain 30 seconds on your clock. You can rebuild your time so that you do not flag. But Ben, I think, besides the format, which everyone should be familiar with, there's some huge storylines from the previous round. And I mean, Ben, what did you think when you saw Anish Giri, Fabiano Caruana, and even Shakhriyar Mamedyarov eliminated?
Yeah, I was actually surprised at all 3. Obviously, we expect Fabi to get to the semis or the finals. And I figured when Mamedyarov won game 2 on demand in the slow chess, that, that wasn't going to be good for Martirosyan. But yeah, that guy really showed a lot of class, and he played really well. And I'm still surprised. And I guess as Magnus said, you just can't be surprised at anything because it's 2-game match and all the players are really good. And a lot of the players are underrated because of COVID. A lot of people haven't had their FIDE rating go up in a while because they haven't played any events. So he said some of these kids like, 2550, Sindarov is 2700 strength. So it's an amazing event because there's so many upsets. I think a lot of that is what Magnus said, players are underrated, and some of it is they're 2-game matches. So it's a little more luck than usual, but it's really exciting for the spectators. There's always a good game to look at, and there's almost always going to be an upset. And we're going to learn who the players of the future are when these teenagers are beating everybody.
That's definitely true. And I think the most surprising thing for me is that middle part of the graphic there, that Magnus Carlsen is alone above 2,800. We've known Fabiano Caruana above that rating, far above it, for so many years now, ever since he won the Sinkfield Cup in 2014, starting with 7 straight wins. He was almost 2,850 at that event, and he's been well above 2,800 for the past 7 years. And yet now, after losing to Rinat Jumabayev, he is below that threshold. Ding Liren also just a point below it. So Magnus Carlsen sits alone above 2,800. I can hardly believe the sentence that comes out of my mouth there.
Yeah, I guess it's hard when you're one of the top 3 players in the world to keep your rating, because you gotta get plus scores all the time against the best players in the world. And Magnus has been able to achieve that for over 10 years, but it's hard for the other players to keep the 2,800 ratings. I guess if I was 2,800, I would be under it, I guess, 5 seconds later, even without playing. So, I mean, it's tough to do. But it is surprising that he's the only one.
Yeah. And it just goes to show how dominant he's been in the world of chess for so many years now. And we'll see if he's able to get through his very tough opponent in this round. Of course, his previous matches were against grandmasters, very strong players, but we're getting into Radislav Wojtaszek, a former 2750 rated player, still around 2700. So the matches will continue to be difficult. But for now, Ben, I think you and I have to go on a very quick break so we can get everything in order for the start of the round. And everybody, you will not want to miss the action as it begins from the FIDE World Cup and Women's World Cup. And the games are about to begin. Here you see Magnus Carlsen, his opponent Radoslav Wojtaszek, getting ready to start. Magnus adjusting every single piece. Ben, are you one of those adjusters before the games begin, or what's your sort of habit?
Yeah, I don't necessarily adjust every piece. I probably have, but I just make sure my knights are facing the way that I like, which nobody else, I was going to say nobody else likes, but they're both doing it. They're facing this way, and most people like them to face out.
Yeah.
But they both have their knights facing sideways. That's what I do.
Interesting. I think that says a lot about a player, because knights facing forward, it's the aggressive players who want their knights to start jumping into enemy territory. And here you see the clocks are pressed, and here we have the first moves of the game.
Yeah, Magnus is adjusting the pieces and himself. He's like getting his shirt ready and his pants. He sat down at the board with a mask, then he took it off. He wanted his opponent to see who he was.
Yeah, in case you weren't familiar. Well, that has happened at events like the World Rapid and Blitz. Wasn't there a famous example of like Boris Savchenko sat and like made a move against Magnus, and he was at the wrong board?
Yeah.
So
there's a funny video of, or maybe it's a picture. I think it's a video where Kramnik's playing in an open tournament for the first time in his life, and he doesn't know who his opponent is. So he looks at the thing with the placard and goes, "Oh, okay. Like, who's my opponent?"
Oh gosh, that's very funny. In this day and age, easy to Google it, but back then, we don't have the phones just to whip out and check who your opponent might be. But we have
something weird is happening because the players are both looking away, like something's happening.
That means the opening came unexpectedly, and Magnus decides against his Catalan opening to play d5. We see bishop g2 temporarily giving up this pawn on c4, but white always has queen a4 check to this king on e8 to win back that pawn if you want to play this variation. So, of course, both players are very experienced in such a line. But I don't know, Ben, am I reading too much into that? Looking away sort of indicates to me that one of the players is surprised by the opening choice.
Right. I thought they were looking at something like there was a brouhaha in the playing hall, but probably not. But yeah, they're both looking away.
Yeah, definitely Eric Rosen being distracting, taking the photos.
He's always doing that. I told him to stop that.
Well, we can actually look across the playing hall as the opening moves are made. Many players there just settling in.
Yeah, it just looks normal. Yeah, nothing funny is happening.
No, nothing at all. Well, hopefully nothing funny does happen, that the players can just let their moves do the talking. Of course, there have been some strange events already in the World Cup, players who have unfortunately had to forfeit because of COVID-related issues. But I think we're at the point of the tournament, hopefully with all the precautions being taken, that everyone can just let the games settle their matches. And
yeah, Magnus is looking away a lot.
Yeah, I wonder.
He's like, which variation do I play?
And they both are looking away now. So something must be happening in the tournament hall. Are they frozen? No, their Magnus goes back.
No, yeah, that's funny how they both look away. Yeah. A5? What? What?
He's throwing in early A5, I guess, just to I don't know.
That's the secret illegal preparation.
That move is often useful if white goes B3, right? If white plays B3, you can go A4. But it does feel like a move that's quite committal, because sometimes you need that pawn back on A6 to cover the B5 square. So, yeah, Ben, you're caught really off guard by this. It seems like it's been played a couple dozen times. I'm looking at the opening explorer here, and B3 is the most common response to A5, which is
he was thinking, should I save this for the World Championship? Nah, I'll just play it now.
That is a difficult thing, right, for both Magnus and Jan when he's playing in events. It's like, well, what do I do? Because every player that I'm facing off against here is an extremely strong player. You can't just play whatever you want. You'll get roasted. So he plays A5, which is a legitimate line. And now it's Wojtaszek on the clock trying to figure out, do I go for B3 or the second most popular move, which is knight to C3?
Yeah, because of all these new engines and AI, everybody just pushes their side pawns now. That's A5, H5, H4. That's all they're doing. And Magnus agrees.
I do understand the move, though. It is a flexible choice. It allows you to sort of worry your opponent in the event of b3, which is the most commonly played idea, and so that you can play a4 to make your rook useful where it is. I think oftentimes people feel I need to activate my rooks. They try to move their rooks to the center, but especially in Catalan style positions, the center doesn't really open up. So I do see the merits in such a move.
Yeah, the drawback, I guess, is often Black is playing a6 and b5, so I think it makes it harder to play b5. But I guess this is his preparation, and that's what he's doing. I mean, it's not only is it not a bad move, but now his opponent is going to think forever.
That's usually good.
That's one advantage.
Unless you're playing Alexander Grishuk, your opponent thinking forever is typically
that's just normal. Yeah, right.
So if Wojtaszek goes and sits and thinks, maybe we can go to another game that I'm finding kind of interesting. Not one of the biggest names, not one of those matches in the tournament, but Etienne Bacrot taking on Pankratov. I just caught this game at the corner of my eye. And Ben, it's a French, and it's one of my favorite lines in the French, where when the bishop pins the knight on c3, it's not just attacking the knight, but the e4 pawn is undefended because the knight is pinned. And here we see Bacrot play knight to e2, which does not defend the pawn on e4, but does defend the knight on c3 with the other knight. So do you have any experience in this variation, Ben?
Yeah, I used to play the French with Black when I was a teenager. That's basically all I played. So I faced knight e2 now and then. And in this match, when I saw it on paper yesterday, I was like, Bacrot has to be the favorite. And I noticed his opponent was higher rated, but I didn't believe it. So, yeah, I mean, Bacrot was a grandmaster, and he was about 13, and he got to 2,700 relatively quickly, and he just never got his rating over 2,750 or so. He just sort of hung around the mid 2,700s, low 2,700s. And I'm a big fan of Bacrot. I think, he's better. He's better than his rating. He has a lot of experience. He's played grandmasters and super grandmasters for over 20 years. So, but yeah, I know that knight e2 seems like a move you would like, Robert.
In other words, because it's not mainline theory, it can catch your opponent off guard, which it seems to be doing in this game. And about Bacrot, he is the main second for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So he probably has quite a number of opening tricks up his sleeve. I'm just not sure what he's allowed to use, what that agreement is like between the second and the player, because you come up with all these novelties and cool opening discussions, and then you're not allowed to use them yourself because it's a risky decision by Pankratov because he's playing the French against the Frenchman. So some kind of reverse psychology. Yeah. Next time, I guess Etienne has to play the Russian defense when he gets the black pieces.
Exactly.
But here pawn takes e4 is the most popular move. It seems to win a pawn on the spot. White typically plays a3, hitting the bishop on b4. That's pinning the knight. And if the bishop moves back, you get to take on e4. But if bishop takes c3, knight takes c3, and say pawn to f5. Some people think, let me just latch on to my extra pawn. This gets very dangerous for Black because the king is still in the center. And when lines start opening up and this bishop eventually goes to c4, this pawn can go to f3 to open up more files, the king doesn't find true shelter very often in this line.
Yeah, and when I had Black when I was a teenager, I would play bishop e7 and give the pawn back. But I think some people take and play knight c6.
Yeah.
Instead of, I think maybe taking is more common now.
It is.
On c3.
Yeah, it's becoming increasingly common because you have engines that can help you in your preparation to deal with some of the ensuing threats. But Ben, you're right that bishop e7 is the most popular move, giving back the pawn in the center and saying, well, what's your knight doing on e2? You probably want your knight on f3 to get out of the way of the bishop on f1. So this is a strange variation where I think Black is quite solid, and you just need to make sure that you have all your lines in order because this is safer, and I think Pankratov will eventually go for it. But if he's willing to venture into more tactical variations, he will, as you said, take on c3 and play knight c6 first to attack the pawn on d4, and then White can play bishop to b5, for example, and it's really a complex position. And based on Pankratov's early time usage, I'm not sure if he knows the ins and outs.
Right. It seems like a good surprise opening from Etienne.
Right. And well, bishop e7 was in fact played. And so I think we're getting the more solid approach in the French. And I would acknowledge the knight being misplaced on e2. That's really the main thing. White got this a3 move thrown in because typically in bishop e7 lines, the bishop goes there directly, but it has come with the benefit of leaving this knight in front of the bishop on f1. So I think that black is totally fine thus far.
It's not an exciting new variation, but it just gets his opponent out of his pregame prep.
Exactly. And I was hoping for excitement, but we didn't quite get that. I'm looking across the games, Ben. So if you see any particularly fascinating opening stages, do let me know. I'll gladly go on over to that game. I see a sharp Sicilian in the matchup between Duda and Idani. So that's well-known theory, but
yeah, I'm not really familiar with Idani. He seems good. But all these people that I barely knew before the event, I guess I'm going to know them now.
Indeed. Puya Idani, a very strong player from Iran. It's interesting because sometimes the up-and-comers or the established GMs who just aren't quite as highly rated as the top players in the country get overlooked because Iran had Alireza Firouzja before he transferred to France, Parham Maksudlu, and then even in this tournament, there's Amin Tabatabai amongst other participants, and yet here is Idani in the round of 32 playing against super grandmaster, Polish superstar, Jan Krzysztof Duda. And Ben, as I just opened the Explorer here, based on the opening, Rook G1, there's been one game and Rook G1 has been played. So both players seem to be in their preparation based on the lack of time consumption. But these positions get wild really quickly. And which side would you rather have?
That's right. I mean, if Matt Larson's watching, I'd rather have black, but he's probably asleep now. He's on the West Coast. So now I could say that I would prefer white in this position. But yeah, Iran has a lot of really strong players. And as you know, I coached at the World Youth and Cadet for several years, and Iran was killing it. They had every section, they had some of the top players. And it's not surprising, you know, their fourth, fifth, sixth best players I'm not that familiar with, but that they're really good. This is a very sharp position where probably the theoretical knowledge of the players is ending around now. And as you said, it's a very sharp position, opposite side castling. White has the open G file, black has the open B and C files, white has the two bishops. And you could argue, if nobody gets mated, that the D and the A pawns are weak for black. So maybe in the long run, if things settle down, white's going to have some targets and black will be fighting for a draw. But it seems like there's going to be some attacking going on. So.
Yeah, that's my read of the situation as well, that both sides are going to challenge each other's kings. I'm not entirely sure how. And maybe we can quickly go through the opening just to show everybody this Sicilian defense, because this is well known at the top levels, where essentially black throws some queenside pawns, white throws the kingside pawns, an early e5 in this Najdorf here. The knight drops back to b3, and this opening, you can look it up in Game Explorers yourselves, everybody who's watching, but this is typically what happens in these lines. White castles, queenside after black kingside, and you see the pawns go. G4, B5, G5, B4. And the reason you get away with this is that after pawn takes F6, pawn takes C3, hits the queen here, and very important that this king is on C1, not on B1. Ben, I'm sure you've had students try this kind of thing when the king is not on C1, and then they just lose the game.
Yeah, Matt Larson is a big authority on this particular position. We've analyzed it a lot years ago, and you know he had a couple novelties much later. And he actually has good results with black, although he doesn't think you know black should have anything. And I think he still prefers white, but this is what he plays, and he knows a lot. So. Yeah,
you need to know a lot if you're going to play these variations. That's for sure. And just to show everybody the points, after gf6, bc3, the queen took on c3 because if pawn takes e7, pawn takes d2 is with check. You see the eval bar just
always play king b1. Exactly.
That's why the king would love to be on b1, because then you could just take the queen back and go up a piece. So in the game, we saw queen c3, knight f6, and this is known where you get the bishop pair by bringing your knight into c6, hitting the queen, hitting the bishop, and this is still familiar territory. And if I'm not mistaken, the move Rook G1 was just played. And the only game that I can see here was Rook F to C8, which is a pretty logical move. But I wouldn't be surprised if here, Idani for the first time he chooses a new move.
Yeah, a lot of times when I was working with Matt on the openings like this one, I would say something like, yeah, there's 2 games in my database with this, and there's 4 with that. And he'd always come back with, in my correspondence database, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I don't got that. So he's like, oh yeah, that opening's refuted because of this correspondence game. I'm like, what? So his opening preparation was a lot better than mine, but somehow I still got paid.
That's how you know you're doing it right.
That's right. Yeah.
And the correspondence games are important to look at, especially in this day and age, because people spend a lot of time working through various openings and positions, and you can learn a lot from those games where it may not be just a human against human. So some of the decisions may seem out of the grasp of we mere mortals, but it will be helpful, especially in the opening stage. And believe it or not, move 20 is still the opening stage for many of these top players.
All right, now Robert, trivia time for you.
Uh-oh.
What do you and Matt Larson have in common that's not chess related?
We went to the same university.
That's right. Both graduated Yale, and he's at Stanford now, but getting a graduate degree. Yeah, so Yaleys all know each other. Joel Benjamin. Yeah.
I passed your exam. That's all that's important to me.
That's right. Yeah. You know everything. I can't trick you.
I think you can and you will, but for now, I'm doing okay here.
Yeah. So do you agree that with me that you'd rather have white here, or is it too crazy?
These positions, I tend to believe Jan-Christoph Duda, but then there are some games where he goes absolutely bonkers, and I'm like, well, you're 2750. What was that game? But that's just his style. So at first glance, definitely like white. You made great points about the D6 pawn being a target, the A6 pawn also being isolated and potentially vulnerable. But then I look at how solid black's position is. So it feels like black should be able to eventually punch through a D5 move or something like that. And I look at the number of pawn islands. Black has 2 pawn islands, right? Just the A6 pawn and then D6 to H7, those 2 separate pawn islands, and white has 3. And that could mean some of white's pawns, in fact, are a bit loose. So I, generally speaking, prefer the bishop pair. I think that black's king doesn't really look like it's in too much danger. You can always push this pawn to G6 to close down the G file, whereas white's king is not in true danger, but I don't really see how white is intending to make clear-cut progress.
I think black always has to be cognizant of when pieces get traded, how that affects the resulting position when nobody's getting mated. And sometimes that's going to be good for white because of his pawn majority on the queen side and 2 bishops. And sometimes, as you said, if black gets D5 in, then black looks pretty okay.
That's really the kind of undercurrent of the position, is the pawn structure that we've highlighted here, as you're saying, the 3-on-2 that sometimes just allows white to create an easy pass pawn. If we throw the queens off the board, if we can envision that, then white's pawns just start marching up the board. It actually seems.
Yeah, Anand's always doing that in these positions. He always gets queens off and makes a lot of pass pawns on the queen side.
He's just a magician. It's like, I never understand how it happens. I'm always like, these are complicated. He's like, not too complicated. Queen's gone. Let's just win the game. But it's going to be a while before I think black even makes a move, which means very likely that Idani is out of his preparation and he's trying to figure out this position for the first time. All right. I know you're a Jeffrey Zhang fan.
Yeah, you just read my mind.
Is that exactly what you were thinking? Go Jeffrey?
Yes. Yeah. Nope.
Well, you probably are going to receive some backlash because Jeffrey Zhang, as we will go over there, he is playing against Vidit Gujrathi. So the many Vidit fans, I'm sure, in the chat right now, welcome everybody. And we had what looks to my eyes like a London system, but a London system that's been turned on its head because this is not how I normally see these games develop.
Yeah, I've never seen that position, but it looks like both sides are playing very reasonably.
Yeah, right. The initial development of the pieces, queen b6, just trying to be a bit more aggressive against the d4 and b2 pawns. And rook b1 says you're attacking nothing. But takes, queen takes c5, and bishop d3. And I feel like this is the way players go for the London these days. They don't mind this double pawn on f4 and f2 because they say that I have great control over the center of the board, even if my pawns are stacked.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like if you trade on f4, it reminds me of a lot of these Slav positions, except, white has the Slav position with what, and he's up like 2 or 3 tempi from a assuming he was playing the Slav with black, because black loses a tempo because he's black and he's moved his queen a few times, and white has a big lead in development, control of e5. It's hard to believe white has an advantage, but I mean, I'm guessing this is probably prep.
Yeah, and I would say one big thing that leaves white slightly better is the quality of the bishops. Right? This bishop on d3 is a very strong piece. The bishop on c8, not clear where that's going to go. Oftentimes you just want to trade it for the superior bishop, and if you trade it on a square like a6, then white gets an even better grasp of the central squares e5 and d4. So I agree with you, Ben. I'm not really seeing the biggest early stage advantage for white, but I think that it just becomes more difficult for black to come up with the plan, and that's what Jeffrey likely is relying on.
Yep. Yeah, this is a pretty even matchup. I'm not sure, even on paper, who's the favorite. They're pretty equal in strength, I think.
Yeah, I was just trying to come up with a name. I was just going to say somebody, then I realized I don't know how to differentiate between them. It looks like Vidit a little bit higher rated in classical chess. Of course, the pandemic has meant no over-the-board tournaments. Jeffrey is several years younger, but Vidit's still a young player himself. Yeah. And well, Vidit did just outlast Adibon in a really nerve-wracking tiebreak.
That was a great match. Yeah.
Right? And that shows that he can bout with the best of them in those quicker time controls, whereas Jeffrey, quite renowned for his rapid and blitz skills as well. I just don't know how to choose. It's a toss-up.
Yeah, this has been a tough event for a lot of people. It's sort of like, in poker, if you ask a professional, what's the worst day of the year? It's always the day you get knocked out of the World Series of Poker. That's the day you don't like. And obviously, if you're playing in a poker tournament or rarely in a chess tournament that's a knockout, the worst day is when you get knocked out. Everybody gets knocked out except one person. So everybody's having a tough tournament. And the people who are left, they know that they can get knocked out any round. And that's going to be a hard pill to swallow. So just making it round after round, no matter how the match actually goes, if you got lucky or something weird happened, you're still happy about it.
That's very true. You don't care if your opponent blundered a queen, like we saw Maxim Matlikov do in the previous tiebreak. As long as you make it through, you're happy to be there. And well, speaking of people who are probably very happy to be through to the next round, why don't we go over to Jumabayev's game, because Jumabayev defeated the world number 2, or maybe technically world number 3 right now, Fabiano Caruana. And now Jumabayev gets the white pieces against another American player in Sam Shankland, who I saw on Twitter expressed relief to be through the next round, saying that Eroshenko actually played the better of the two in their match. At least that's according to Sam.
I agree with that. And the game that Sam won at the end after 1,000 draws, he was much worse or losing that end game, and it turned around in time trouble. The queen and pawn ending, he was, I think he had minor pieces also. He was lost, and his king ran all the way up the board. It got to the 7th and 8th rank. His pawn was too strong, and eventually he won. But that was a really hard-fought match, and there were a lot of draws that could have gone either way.
Yeah, and I think there's something a bit sort of difficult about a match when you play Jumabayev, because he is not as highly rated as other players. You were probably expecting, if you beat Eroshenko like Shankland just did, to play Fabiano Caruana. Right. And now you're playing somebody who's 26-37 on paper, obviously gaining points throughout this tournament, and is clearly a really, really difficult player to knock out in this event. So I think that could be tricky for players psychologically, Ben, where you get into this mindset of, I'm the favorite now, I should win this match. And that could actually pollute your thinking.
Yeah, I think Sam realizes that you can't look at these ratings and trust them, because he's got a lot of the people just play way better than their rating. So you just got to play your own game and hope that you're more skilled than your opponent, not just expect that.
Yeah. And Sam is renowned for his knowledge of the openings. He is a theoretician through and through. And the fact that he's already spent about 6 minutes and we're on move 7, for most people, that's a normal expenditure of time. For Sam Shankland, that indicates he was not expecting this opening today, and he may still be within the framework of familiar repertoire, but he is not prepared specifically for this game against Renat. And so let's go back to the beginning. Knight F3.
Yeah, I think Knight C2 before anything happens is unusual.
But what's funny is this is not like an atypical idea. It is early to play knight c2 and probably a wise choice by Jumabayev, but it's not like retreating the knight back away from the center is abnormal in the slightest, right? This is an idea that you see black use in Grunfeld positions.
Yeah, somebody like Shanklin might say, I have the black pieces, so my theoretical knowledge is going to be the most aggressive tries for white, and I know how to meet all of them. And if white plays an innocuous move, then I've already equalized. I don't have to analyze that for hours. So that's probably why white played knight c2. It's less likely Sam has analyzed that a lot compared to just white playing normally.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct. And white can play knight c3 now, go to castle kingside. And I typically like these positions from the white side. I've unfortunately had the black side of them very frequently. And what I don't like is this bishop on g2 is an absolute monster, controlling the length of diagonal. And it's very difficult for black to strike in the center because one of the typical strikes is d5, which is not going to happen now that you have three pieces, or sorry, four, if you include the queen, just barreling down at the square. I really tend to like white in this.
It's funny, we're the same in that respect, that I like white, but I'm always black in these positions. And the truth hurts.
Yeah, and so just playing the black side in this position, I almost never have a good time with it.
Right. Yeah, it's no fun.
I think that black often plays like a queen a5 type of move and sometimes swings the queen all the way over to h5. That's, a cool way to get your queen in the game, but still, once you get to h5, you're not going to go checkmate the white king. And I really do feel like white ends up with the better position. One thing, I think one instructive point, Ben, is that many players would want to play e2 to e4, but white often refrains from doing that because they want to keep this bishop open on the diagonal and putting the pawn e4 while it takes better control over d5. You don't need that extra attacker of that square. So leaving the bishop open is probably a better try.
Yeah, it's sort of like white has a little bit more control over the white squares in the center and doesn't really have to do anything aggressive because it's hard for black to do anything that gets his pieces out to active squares or attack anything. So that's why we have black, but we don't like it.
Precisely. Well, Ben, I'm just trying to go around as much as possible, glance at some games. Is there any matchup that we should head on over to?
Well, probably something we haven't looked at yet. Who's the most exciting? Let's see how the gangster's doing. Grishuk.
How much time he spent? Let's check it out.
Yeah, I mean, to me, he's one of the the three favorites left.
So Magnus, Grishuk, and who's the third?
MVL.
Okay,
that's my three favorites right now. I'll give you three different favorites tomorrow.
Well, you're just trying to maximize the chances that you're correct. I respect that, honestly. And Grishuk has only spent 15 minutes. 9 moves have been played, and the position is opened up for this bishop on g2. The problem is, if you really want to open up, you have to play the move c4, which I think is a perfectly good move, but there's that risk of the d3 pawn being a total weakness. So yeah, I don't know, Ben. C4 is tempting, but it also has that really obvious drawback.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's why Grishuk has used a lot of time by now. He was probably making sure after c4 he was okay. As you know, c4 is explosive, so you always have to watch out for that.
You most certainly do. And you take on c4, even though I just mentioned the d3 pawn, it's not just about the pawn, but the square, because if you don't take, well, then white will gladly take. And
cb5 looks pretty good, yeah.
So BC, DC, and then this knight comes over to B4, heading into this square here. I don't know why I put the red arrow, but hey, let's change it to blue. I don't know. We have choices.
They're both good.
Yeah, the knight's trying to get into D3, but what happens after a move like knight E5? Just the rook on A8's not defended. Seems wild.
Yeah, I mean, he can either sacrifice the exchange, which looks wrong, or he can, I guess, just defend his knight with either his queen or his bishop.
Yeah,
you have to watch out for A3. Then I'm tactically confused.
Yeah, because this knight is defending that knight, And if the knight on c6 takes on e5, there could be bishop takes b7 and then take here, and this knight's hanging. So these positions need to be worked out. And I'm guessing that it works out okay for black, because if you do take on b7 and this knight jumps into d3, do you really want to take this rook in the corner? And when the queen takes, this whole diagonal is black, so there could be a big attack there. And white is underdeveloped, and it's going to be a struggle to get all the pieces out.
That's too interesting. Yeah. No, but it's funny because a lot of the people watching these matches who aren't the best players in the world, they ask questions like, why doesn't white just play like knight e5 or a3? And, Grishuk is analyzing, more deeply than we are, because he played the move and he's looking at the forcing variations, and he has a line worked out that he thinks is fine for black, which probably is several moves long. But I guess if black wants to be safe, he doesn't have to play knight b4 in your variation. He can play knight b6 or knight c7, because that defends his rook.
That's a good point.
And then maybe he's okay. Although you could still play knight e5. So,
and you can also see the problem or potential problem with this is structurally, black has these split pawns on the queen side. So even if I play a calm move like b3 or something to that effect, or queen e2, perhaps black is not happy about the resulting pawn structure. So that's why maybe he feels like he needs to go dynamically. So I think your point is a very good one, Ben, is that when players are spending a lot of time in the early stages, it's not just because they're wasting time. No, there's so many different possibilities here. As you mentioned, knight e5 still is something to look out for. And you need to work through all of them and not just hope that all is going to be fine at the end. You really need to analyze concretely.
Yeah, and they just put up on the screen that Grishuk is the only top 10 player other than Carlsen still in the event. That's actually not why I thought Grishuk was one of the favorites. It's because Grishuk obviously is good in slow chess like everybody else, but he's also really good at rapid and blitz. Yeah. I'm a big fan of Grishuk when the time control gets faster. It's funny because he plays super slow in slow chess, but when it's rapid or blitz, he can play really fast if he has to.
He's a 3-time world blitz champion, if I'm not mistaken. So we know this, Ben. I mean, they're players, obviously not the level of Alexander Grishuk, but Alexander Ivanov, for example, in the United States, he is always in time trouble, always has been, and yet a very good blitz player.
Robert, I'm so old that I remember Alexander Ivanov playing in tournaments before delay and increment existed. And when they started using delay or increment like in the US Championship, the players were all mad. They were like, well, this just means Alexander Ivanov is going to do better. Like, that's the only person that's going to help. And in the 1994 US Championship, which was my first one, Alexander Ivanov lost 5 games on time.
Wow.
Because there was no increment or delay. And in one of them, he played 18 moves of theory in a dragon against Boris Kryman, and he lost on time on move 23. And he was like +1. Wow. But he just can't move. He just can't do it. But a 30-second increment, now he's hooked up. So
yeah, that changes the whole game. He lost 5 games on time
in the 1994. Yeah.
Wow. I did not know that. Yeah, that's bad.
He lost a lot of games on time before increment and delay existed.
I certainly believe that.
No, my favorite quote, I think Kaidanov told me, but it was one of the top American players who came from the former Soviet Union, said, Alexander Ivanov is Karpov, except Karpov's not crazy. He thought he had the understanding of chess of Karpov, but he just won't move.
Yeah.
So if you don't move, then,
it's a very big backhanded compliment, I guess.
I thought he was a genius, but he just won't move.
Right.
And then when he has no time on his clock, that's not good. Yeah.
Well, speaking of geniuses, one game I just want to tune into before we head to our first break is this one between Dubov and Yesipenko. Dubov with the black pieces. People have been clamoring for Dubov. They love his exciting games. This is not one of the most exciting positions I've seen, Ben. It's very closed up here. Black needs to figure out, can I play d5, or does that leave me structurally vulnerable with these doubled e-pawns here? And I don't know. I wish I was talking about a different position when I see the names Yesipenko and Dubov.
That's correct. Yeah, this isn't what we were hoping for. But sometimes when you have these dull kinds of positions, sometimes in 10 moves, they're not dull anymore.
That's
so we
true.
can hope for that.
That's true. Well, we will hold in our hopes for now. We will be taking a quick break, and when we return, more from the FIDE World Cup and the Women's World Cup coverage presented by Chess.com. Chess.com is your exclusive Twitch home for the video feeds for this year's World Chess Championship. You will not be able to watch the camera feed anywhere else. Join us for the best coverage around as we watch this year's players, the defending champion Magnus Carlsen and challenger Jan Nepomniachtchi battle for the title. The World Chess Championships coming your way in November to Chess.com. But for now, well, we don't have the World Championship, but we do have the World Cup. We just have been speaking about Alexander Grishuk's game with Anton Korobov. Instead of c4, just a couple moves back, a4 was played, carving out the c4 square for the knight. So this is going to be a more strategic battle than a tactical one, Ben. And I don't know. I'd rather go somewhere else, in game we haven't looked at yet, because I do think that in the near future, the players are going to go deep in think tank.
Yeah, and also this game is probably not going to end decisively.
That's your take? It's going to be a draw?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty close position for now, and not an easy way to see how it opens up. But the C4 square, at the very least, that's a nice one for this night.
Right. Grishuk has the knight on D5. That's pretty good too. I mean, Grishuk's pieces are fine. There's a positional disadvantage for black on the queen side, but I don't think it matters as much as, it gives white an advantage. Probably just very, very slightly better for white.
I agree. And let's go to some games we have not looked at yet. We're just during the break, you and I were talking about Abdul Sitarov. So let's check out that game between I clicked on the wrong game. As soon as I talked about Abdul Sitarov, I clicked above where I meant to. Wait, now where'd the game go? I lost sight of it. There it is. That's the game.
It sounds like me doing it. Yeah.
Abdul Sitarov with the white pieces against Vasif Durabeli. And this is a strange looking position to my eyes, Ben, where it's even material. Black has developed absolutely nothing except for the knight that seems to have wandered too far to C2.
Yeah, this looks crazy. And based on the clock times, black knows it better than white does, but it looks very strange for black, as you pointed out. It's funny, whenever I'm playing in a tournament and I get totally destroyed by somebody, I'm always rooting for them later because I feel like maybe they're better than I thought they were. And then when they do really well, then I'm pleased. And Durabiali is one of those players. In the World Open 2 years ago, I got beat really badly. And I was like, well, he's not that good. He shouldn't beat me where I have no chance at all. But then when I see him doing well in the World Cup, I'm like, all right. And I think he tied for first in his what was it, Azerbaijan, the yes. championship?
That's right.
Is that the right country?
That is absolutely correct. So we have
so I mean, obviously Durabiali is ridiculously strong.
He is.
Yeah. I'm not sure who the favorite is this match because it's becoming a place where there's no favorites anymore unless you're like, top 20 in the world. Everybody's just really good.
That's true. Abdul Sitarov probably a bit underrated given his youth and the fact that he hasn't been able to play over the board events, at least not many of them. And this position, Ben, I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Black has developed nothing, but this pawn on D4 actually is quite a target because if you play knight D3, then already the move B5 potentially kicks the rook away from A4 and drops this very important central pawn, though we know from many different types of Catalan positions, you give up a pawn, but claim all the squares on the queen side, and you're still better for white, even if you're down material.
Yeah, in fact, Robert, was F6 the last move? Because if it was, I'm not saying it was, but if it was, I'm confused why he didn't.
No, F6, okay, that's a good point. So knight F3 was just played. Yeah. Let's actually go through the game.
Because if it was, he could have played B5, so I'm still confused.
So early knight jump, queen trade being offered. And this is, I think, well-known position thus far. Double pawns don't look very good, but you're ahead in development. You have a better center. You're and castles to avoid the fork on C2. All this makes sense. Rook A4.
So in this position, white hasn't played E4 yet. So B5 would be very risky with that C pawn all juicy. Yeah.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah. Don't recommend that.
The engine doesn't like that.
No, I think just a simple move like Rook A5 and
No, I thought maybe the pawn was already on E4, so I was like, why do you play F6? Okay.
He started with F6 and then E4 came, and then of course, the move Bishop C8 is best.
Of course,
right? Just always retreat. I learned from you. And then after knight F3, the bishop comes back to E6 and hits this pawn on B3.
Yeah, because knight F3 really traps the knight. We got to watch out for Rook C4. And just any move, basically. The knight on F3, I think the knight had to go to F3. As you said, after knight D3, B5, black might just be winning material.
Right. And I mean, not abundantly clear if it's worth it for black. I mean, clearly this is prep by Durabeli, but I'm looking at this like, well, even if I would go Rook A5, let's say knight takes here. Actually, I don't like Rook A5 because I'm walking into a potential.
Yeah, but there's almost nowhere to go. Yeah.
Yes. If I go Bishop E3, you start taking all my pawns.
Yeah. Yeah, and black's playing E5 soon, and the pawn's attacked. Yeah. So this is his idea.
But knight f3, bishop e6, or you stop the rook c4, and you also threaten the pawn on b3.
Yeah, this seems like black knows the opening better than white. So I don't know if white's just walking into prep or he wasn't ready for this line.
Well, I guess one of the questions I have is if I just play knight d2 to protect the b3 pawn. So what's black's idea? The knight on c2 can't be attacked very easily, but I'm trying to figure out like how you eventually do get it out. Like let's say I play knight to d2, so I'm protecting my pawns that were under attack. What's the?
Yeah, I'm wondering if black can put his knight on b6, but I guess the rook should be relatively safe on a5.
Right. So here, okay. Somehow
it's funny how the knight's trapped and the rook is almost trapped. Everything's trapped.
Yeah, it's the strangest position.
The bishop on c1 is trapped. It's a very strange position.
Yeah, this is trapped here. The knight on c2.
The bishop on f8 is trapped. Yeah.
But
somehow, my dad used to say when he saw these positions that both sides stand badly.
I agree with him. Yeah. And that's a statement that I can concur with because I don't know what's going on, but I do know that Dur Bailey is moving so quickly, which leads me to believe that he has mapped this out. And it's maybe not just acceptable for black. I think he's trying to play for an advantage because white's structure right now is compromised. This pawn structure, these double B pawns, isolated, weak. And if you can't trap that knight on c2, well, what are you going to do?
Yeah, the knight actually does some good on c2. Trapped on a good square. It's keeping the rook at a4 at bay, puts pressure on d4. And, it looks like if black ever gets in a little trouble, he can either play knight a6 or a5, get the knight to b4. The bishop can move off of e6, and he can move the e pawn. He has b4 controlled. So it looks like the knight's not going to get trapped and captured. But it's hard to say if you don't know the position already. Should white spend a lot of time trying to win that knight, or should white forget about the knight and just improve his own pieces and hopefully not lose his b pawn and then his d pawn? So it's difficult for white if you haven't seen it before.
Yes, I think that Dur Bailey just clearly outprepared his young opponent, and Abdul Sitarov is going to have to figure this one out because his structure is worse. That if you drop the b3 pawn, that's just a free pawn. Knight bd2, as we were just talking about, it looks normal, but then your bishop on c1 can't develop, and the knight on c2 is not going to get trapped. So I think this is pretty brilliant stuff from the Azeri, one of the Azeri top players. And if he can get this with black, big trouble for Abdul Sitarov. Yeah,
the time advantage is quite nice, and obviously, Nordy, as Danny calls him, he knows that he's been out prepared, and it doesn't mean that his position is bad. It just means his opponent knows the position already. He doesn't, and his opponent has a monster time advantage. And when you have white, that's not what you're looking for in the opening. Is your opponent out prepares you, you don't have an advantage, and now you're way behind on the clock. So it's an unpleasant feeling.
And we can see the numbers as zeros because of course, and did he just play the move d5?
He did. That's what happens when you're a young player, you play d5.
Yeah. And so what is the idea though? I think you have to take, that's no question you have to take, because if you move your bishop say to f7, then rook c4 simply does.
Right. Yeah. You have to take, otherwise rook c4 is good. Yeah.
So what is his idea here?
Good question. He saves his b pawn temporarily. I'm looking at e5, but I just don't believe it. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
So
because then knight c6 even.
That's just yeah. I'm guessing he has to take on d5, but that's a strange idea because he's giving up a pawn and his b pawn is still attacked.
Unless you can just keep giving up pawn somehow, and then this pawn on b7 is a clear target.
Yeah.
But I don't really believe in this either. This seems strange.
No, it's strange because he didn't think for an hour. Those kids don't do that, but d5 is a very committal move. And it looks like that's not a move that Vasif had analyzed beforehand.
Well, he took it on d5.
He took. Okay, maybe he had. Yeah.
And one idea, though, that still is coming to mind is this pressure along the diagonal, and the king is still stuck in the center. The bishop can't develop. So maybe white is just trying to open the position up and exploit those deficiencies in black's position. So even a move like knight c3, pawn takes e4, and I guess rook takes e4. Perhaps I can get away with something like this. And actually, the eval bar is sort of creeping up there. Oh, that's confusing me. It's going up and then
maybe the sacrificing pawns is right, because the bishop on g2 is open, as you said. White has free development, and black's position is a little awkward.
Yes. For example, bishop takes b3, your bishop's under attack, you steal a pawn. I was already thinking about knight d2. I don't know where my rook's going to go, but this pawn on b7 is quite loose.
Yeah, that's right. In some positions, you can play rook takes e7 check and just get two pawns, which is weird. I've never seen what. That's so crazy.
Oh, and I think that bishop f7 is actually a mistake, because then knight to b5 not only threatens the fork on c7, but knight d6.
Yeah, black's position is weird here. Yeah.
But he's prepped this, so he must have a way to save this game.
I like the way, looking at the two players, Duraviali looks like he's confused, and Sindarov looks like he's confident.
Yeah, and it's just,
now they switched.
They don't know what's going on, but
chess is too hard.
I guess, Ben, one of the important questions is bluffing in chess, where you blitz out some opening that objectively may not be good for black. It seems like, according to the current position, we just have the eval bar on the screen, not the moves, that says about level. And I don't know, does Duraviali know the ins and outs to the point where, I can equalize and find the way through? Or is he bluffing with some quick moves that can catch an opponent off guard, make him nervous, especially a youngster like Abdul Sitarov?
Probably not a good tournament to bluff in.
Yeah.
you gotta watch it in these events, because your opponents can, even if they don't know the position, they can play pretty well.
That's true.
When we were interviewing Magnus, I was like, and Grisha, we were like, there's a lot of decisive results here. And in a lot of the online tournaments where everybody's, 29 million rated, there's a lot of quick draws. This is a lot better. What's the reason for that? And I think Magnus put it really well. I think it was Magnus. He said, or maybe it was Grisha. They said that there's a difference in ratings in a lot of the matches, so there's more exciting play. There's not much at stake when you're both 2,800 and the game is not slow rated. But here, the higher rated players have to beat the lower rated players, and these guys in particular like to play crazy chess. So you get these really crazy games, which is a really refreshing after what we've seen the last few months with so many quick draws that are that aren't really playing.
Yeah, there's definitely an onus on these top players to win games, and they're playing against very strong competitors, right? You look at the likes of a Duraviali, an Abdul Sitarov, a Jumabayev, beating a 2650-ish grandmaster on demand, no easy feat, obviously. So in a small sample size of just 2 games, that's why you see these top players knocked out. Whereas if it was a 10-game match, then of course, I think pretty much every single time the much higher rated super grandmasters would win those matches. But in 2 games, definitely not the case necessarily.
It's funny, I say onus a lot, and I didn't even go to Yale. So there you go.
Well, your vocabulary, I guess, is
stellar. No, I mean, I did go to 2 different colleges, the first clown, then barber, but I didn't learn very much vocabulary, so I'm trying.
All right, Sweeney Todd. Sweeney Ben over here.
That's so. You're going to call me Sweetie Pie, but I guess that's reserved for Danny. No. All right.
Oh, gosh. I think Danny reserves that for me, not the other way around. he wishes. So let's maybe head on over to the Women's World Cup. We have some excellent matchups there. So I'm going to switch our attention. This game between Asabayeva, who is another young talent. She beat her compatriot, Zensai Abdumalik. She also then won again. So she keeps knocking off higher rated players. And now she has the black pieces against Katerina Lochno, who is a superstar in her own right. And this position, I never know what's going on, Ben. So I'm going to throw to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, awesome. So obviously we have a poison pawn Sicilian, and normally both players are playing a lot of theory, and you get to move 20-25 quicker than you do in most openings. And the first person who has a big think is the one who's, less well prepared. But it looks like both players have already been thinking. And generally, when there's a lot of theory, I bet on the younger player. But it's hard to bet against Lano because she's so experienced and such a tough opponent. Again, it reminds me of the other games where it's just so crazy. We don't see quick draws. We don't know who has the advantage. And the position is just a complete mess. And generally, the younger players like that. They like to calculate and they like to put pressure on their opponents. And I think this is a really good strategy with Black, is not to play passive and defensive and be slightly worse and suffer. I think it's good to mix it up and put a lot of pressure on your opponent. Of course, if you don't know the theory very well, it's going to end really quickly. But
yes.
These are positions where you don't really use general principles. You see what the engine says, you put your 5 engines on, you go to sleep, you wake up and you're like, oh, okay, this is how you play it, because it's just so complicated.
Yeah, I don't think we're instructing any of our students to play like this, especially if they're newer players, because look at how ugly the pawn structure is. And the good news for white is, compared to some other poison pawn variations, you're only down 1 pawn. Sometimes you're down like 3 pawns and a piece, right, as Fabiano Caruana demonstrated against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and the candidates. But how did we get here? We know the poison pawn variation. It involves this queen for Black hopping out to b6 and taking this pawn on b2. White allows it because the claim is that while you've gone and captured my pawn, spending 3 turns with the queen, look at how quickly I can go and attack you. And after the knights were swapped on c6, e5 was played. So I'm trying to figure out where the first new move was played. So knight c6, if this Opening Explorer database is correct, knight c6 was actually a new move by
What's the old move?
It seems that there are a bunch of games bishop to e7, developing the bishop, protecting the knight, makes sense. Knight b to d7, and there even was a queen c5 choice in this line. So
I think it's odd that Black plays a new move here, and after takes e5 goes into the tank. Yeah, that doesn't seem like a weird way for White to play. White's playing super aggressive.
Well, I think part of it is right here. So bishop e2 is not a very common move.
I was saying bishop e2 doesn't look like that's the main move.
No, e5 is just the immediate pawn thrust opening the position. But bishop e2, you play a rare move, you catch your opponent off guard, and then you get to a position like this where you're both in relatively new territory and figuring it out for yourselves. But Ben, knight d5 looks like the move to me, because you can't move your knight off the d file. You get checkmated on d8. So knight d5, closing down the line here. How bad for Black can this really be?
It doesn't look like it's that bad, but Black has to be super careful because of the huge lead in development that White has. Right. And obviously, if Black survives, Black's up a pawn, White's pawn structure is totally messed up. And that's why we love these positions. And that's why you have to be super well prepared. And this looks like maybe Lano's, as you said, Lano's bishop e2 is like a pet line that she hasn't played before. And her opponent is like, bishop e2, what's that? Because there's always so many possible legal moves. And as you know, against the knight Orff, even right after a6, they're playing every legal move. So just to throw Black off. And, if you throw your opponent off and it's not bad and you have it well prepared, obviously that's very advantageous. Even if the engine doesn't say so, you just know more about it than your opponent.
That's true.
But yeah, I guess she's considering, well, she played it after I was going to say she was considering whether to go knight d7 or knight d5. Obviously, knight d5 looks more natural.
Yep. And there it is. And one line I'm just calculating in my head, Ben, which shows that just because you've castled doesn't mean your king is safe. I just want to put this on the board real quick, is that let's say I castle. Bishop c5 check, king h1, you castle saying, my king's not center. Yes, there's rook b3, queen a4, and queen takes h6 kind of ideas will work in some positions, not here, but a move I think that could work. Sorry, I grabbed the wrong piece. Bishop f6, just barreling through.
No, that doesn't look like a safe king.
Not even a little bit. But the queen h6 line that I wanted to play was if this bishop, could be on d3. You just think about it where there's sometimes you just even give up your queen, and if this bishop gets to d3, it would be winning. The problem is here the queen can interpose on e4. That would be such a beautiful checkmate. The king drops back and you just make it with the bishops. But many tactics. White should be favored if the king goes to g8, and that's what the players will have to figure out here. Of course, black isn't going to walk into a mating attack. So after knight takes d5, just to go through that line again, bishop c5 check, king to h1, maybe queen e3, Ben, just to hope that white...
Black certainly wants to trade queens,
just centralizing, offering the queen trade. Black is up a pawn. Your king will be much safer if the queens come off. So I think that would be a better way to play for black.
No, I agree. And did white play? White did play knight takes d5. So they always play the moves you suggest. Is that good? It's better when you suggest it than I do. So I guess so.
I guess rook b3 was a very natural move to hit the queen and protect the knight. But then when queen a5 happens, you don't want to trade queens, and there's pressure on c3. So these positions. Yeah,
if white can keep the queens on for a long time, white's going to have a long-term attack. And probably if black trades queens, black is going to be fine.
I agree.
Is there any chance she'll take with the e-pawn, or there's no chance?
Oh, gosh.
I mean, she hasn't moved yet, so
there is a chance. I will say.
Yeah, because she hasn't moved yet. Yeah. And put the bishop on e6 for safety, but I
actually kind of like that.
Yeah?
Yeah, my first instinct is to take with the c-pawn just to keep my structure better, but taking with the e-pawn to open the e6 square for the bishop does feel like a smart play. Now this is a very difficult decision. Yeah,
just recapturing is a tough decision. Yeah.
That's how tricky and complicated these
I mean, I always avoid all of this either color because I don't want to get in a battle of, did I prepare better than my opponent? I'm like you. Like, we just want to play chess. And I remember many years ago when you had that match with Shankle at the US Championship. And, you want to play chess, but he doesn't. He just wants to play his prep. And then when his prep is over, the arbiter has to come in and stop the game and say who's winning. And you're just like, can we just play chess? And,
there was a forced repetition after like 25 moves or something, which I didn't know the line. He did, and credit to him. He works very hard. He's opening theory. It is quite extensive, so it's been paying off for him. He's over 2,700, but yes, I definitely prefer to just make things up at the board, which is probably a moment where I say, do as I say, not as I do. Study your openings. And we see on screen here that Lucknow and Grishuk are the strongest chess couple in the world. Yeah, they are a pretty powerful duo. Both grandmasters, both still remaining.
Wait, Lucknow and who?
What? Grishuk? Sasha?
I'm trying to think if I can argue with you, but I think I can't. Because there's another strong couple still left. It's Alina, and I can't say her last name.
Kashinskaya.
There you go. And isn't she married to 2,700?
To Wojtaszek.
Yeah, there you go. But that's close.
Unfortunately for them, both Lucknow is higher rated than Kashinskaya.
I know, but it's close.
Yeah, it is. I wouldn't if I had to face off against either couple, it would.
That's not good. Bad. Yeah.
So let's speaking of Alina, we should probably head on over to her game. We haven't checked out how that's going. And she's the black pieces against Dinara Savakasova. And I tend to like these positions for white. If you don't get c5 in, I'm almost never happy about black's position. So but
this looks like if I knew you were playing, you'd probably have black.
That's sadly true. Which means that the position for black is not particularly good. Oh gosh, you caught me there, Ben. And the breaks that are typical in these positions are e5 and c5. You can't play c5 because knight's in the way.
Right.
And you can play e5, but that typically does not solve all of your problems,
Right.
especially with this rook on e1 and the queen on e7, move like bishop d3. He says, hey, give me an isolated pawn. Why don't you? Right? Take on d4. I take back. Your queen's under attack. You have a problem this way.
Yeah, and bishop g5 is coming. Yeah, it's not good.
Bishop f5, bishop g5,
yeah, knight e5. Yeah, everything's coming. Yeah,
that's no good.
No.
So e5 is possible, but after bishop d3, I'm not sure what the follow-up is.
Yeah, and you know, again, that's why I prefer like when black's playing the poison pawn, because these positions that some people like Leko and Geary can be slightly worse and find the right plan and draw. Lower rated players, when they're getting squeezed like this, it's not so simple. And so it's better to put pressure on your opponent and not give them a free hand where if you play perfectly, you're equal. And if you don't, you get smushed.
Right.
So that's why we don't like these positions, but it's hard to get an active position with black and still have a good position. Not easy to do.
Not at all. And right now, it just seems like one of those positions where white has so many different kind of obvious ideas and black is just struggling. Do I play e5 or does that cause my position to collapse? And so you start spending time and you're like, nope, no more e5. Can I play b4? But then you play a move like b4. And after the knight moves, I guess you can move knight, you can take here as well, but sometimes you just give up the pawn. Like, I don't care. I'll play knight a4.
Yeah, because we're getting the b file and c5 and a6 and c6. Yeah, black has a lot of issues.
It's just everything is a problem here.
Yeah.
As you said, rook b1. You can't even play rook b8 because I sack my rook and then take your knight after. So, ugh. Yeah.
That's my kind of sacrifice.
Winning
yeah, and you can't play bishop a8 because bishop a6. So it's just no fun.
No, this is not how you would like this position to go. Yeah. So yeah, that's not a favorite one. And there's one more game here I wanted to check before we take our second quick break. The matchup between Anna Muzichuk and Elizabeth Pates, because they're very good friends. They often stream together and they're battling it out for a very important spot in the top 8 of the Women's World Cup here. And white is up a pawn, but black is using the dynamics to her advantage. She's the bishop pair, open bishops, a rook can come to d8. So Ben, are you greedy? Would you prefer to be up a pawn here, or do you like black's chances?
I'm usually greedy, but I don't know if I'm that greedy. I mean, this seems like black should be reasonably happy with the results of the opening. Black's position looks pretty nice. Obviously, white's going to hope the extra pawn is good. That would be a tough decision for me. I don't think I would do it. But, I mean, I'm worried about white playing knight d5 later, which I guess she can't do now. Mm-hmm. So if white plays knight d5 later and it's good, then I guess I should have done it. but yeah, I think black can be okay without. In fact, is it white's move here?
It is white's turn, yes.
Yeah, okay. So that's good. I don't have to make that decision. Good. But yeah. Hey, so you were saying they're good friends. Now, I don't have any friends. I have no trouble. But you have a lot of friends at the grandmaster level. Do you find it easier or more difficult when you're playing your friends? I assume that's not as pleasant as beating somebody you don't like as much.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really like chess players, so I don't have that problem.
Ooh, exactly. That's good.
But yeah, it is really an issue psychologically when you play people that you get along with well, or if you've worked together. That's just an absolute nightmare when you have to play somebody that you spend a lot of time preparing with. It's just not fun. And I think that these players, they're professionals. They'll just get over the personal relationship they may have. And what about the Muzichuk sisters? Or what if they play each other?
Yes, actually, there was a tweet. I think it was Chris Bird, or maybe it wasn't, but he said, if the Muzichuks play in the final, I'm not sure they're in different brackets, but says, based on previous games they've played, what would happen? Because usually they just play like a 10-move draw.
Right. And you see that happen with many pairs of friends, or in this case, siblings. You see Mamedyarov and Karyakin, who are very good friends. They draw in 15 moves every time. Yeah. And then, in the online events, you see certain players have their draws, right? There's the Berlin draw that some people do, the Queen D4, Queen E4. And then there's the Queen D4, Queen D2 draw that I think Rajabov and Wesley So have down. So,
but actually, the person with the most siblings has to be Rajabov, because he has all those quick draws. So I think everybody in the world is his sibling, and he's just like, "Yep, got to draw it." So,
hey, he's just an agreeable guy, I guess.
There you go. Yeah,
but
he has a lot of fun.
Anna took an f5. Bishop takes f5 seems quite obvious as a reply, unless you throw in rook d8 first, which I wouldn't do, Ben, because I would want to sacrifice my queen as white. If you play, say, rook fd8, because I think I'd rather this rook, could I sacrifice my queen? Not my pieces.
It's legal.
Yeah. I'm going like this and then just taking on d6. I like white's position here. You have a knight, a rook, and 2 pawns for the queen. I'm taking white.
Yeah, and we have a white square bishop too. So that could be, could be annoying. In fact, he might throw in, or she might throw in bishop c4 check first. Now, probably not, because b2 is not defended.
Yeah, just
so but this seems fine. She just took back on f5 to want to analyze all that, and probably didn't like it like you.
It's not worth exploring. Bishop takes f5 and just hits this pawn on c2.
And you can play rook d8 whenever you want, not when it gives white other options.
Exactly. Yeah. And I'm not even sure how you defend this pawn. Knight d5 at some point would be nice for white, but it seems like it's not happening anytime soon. But what is happening now is Ben and I are going to take a short break. When we return, there will be much more action heating up from the FIDE World Cup and the FIDE Women's World Cup. This coverage is brought to you by Chess.com. The St. Louis Rapid and Blitz will begin in August with 10 top grandmasters competing for their share of a $150,000 prize fund. In faster time controls, the direction of a game can change quickly, and even the best players in the world might falter. Who will outwit their opponents and take home first place? Watch on Chess.com and find out. It will be another fun top event. But in the meantime, we are still in the World Cup. Speaking of top events with a lot of action, quicker time controls in the tie breaks. We've had the Magnus Carlsen position against Radoslav Wojtaszek during the break, and it looks like what's happening in this game here. This knight on b4 looks somewhat decent, but a3 can always kick it out. Mm-hmm. Ben, not the most open of positions. Who do you think that favors here, Magnus or Radoslav?
I actually don't think it favors anybody. This position is probably, more equal than not, but this is the kind of position doesn't play accurately and find good squares for his pieces. He could end up getting smushed on, even on the king side, but obviously the knight on b4 is good. White's going to play a3. Magnus is probably trying to decide how to attack on the c file with either rook c8 or queen c7. That way the knight potentially could hop into c2, but that would be funny if it goes a3, knight c2, rook a2, and we see what happens there. That's a very strange something. It depends like who's quicker here, and does a4 work or it doesn't? I guess it doesn't.
Well, it's funny because you can almost trap this rook on
yeah, it's a very strange position. Like it reminds me of the other game where Durabali has his knight on c2 and sort of confusing.
Yeah, and b3. I think you were just pointing this out. It looks like his knight is trapped at queen c7. It defends it, but then you're like, wait, what about rook d2? The knight's really trapped, but then the bishop is no longer defended here, so you can get away with this.
It's all tricks. Yeah,
yeah, and no kids playing in this game though.
Right. Yeah, so this is a very strange position, because it looks like if black just gets pushed back and has to move the knight back to c6, I'm going to take white. But if black just dominates the c file, then black's probably better. So I'll tell you in 3 moves what I think. Right now, I don't know.
And I want to play bishop a6. And after a3, I was thinking, can I play this move bishop e2 just to be a trickster? Because if you make this mistake with rook e1, you're not going to be very happy when I move my bishop one more time and win your queen. Mm-hmm. But of course, rook d2 takes care of everything, hitting the bishop, hitting the knight. So you'll have to give up this bishop for knight f3, and not ideal.
Yeah, but it's really a strange kind of position, because something's going to happen in the next 2 or 3 moves that's going to make the position different.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it is. I don't know if Magnus is going to have to retreat and be worse, or if he's going to go crazy with one of these lines and needs to get his knight extricated or saved.
Yeah, you don't play rook c8, knight c2 without calculating not just 3 moves, not even just 5 moves. You really have to see the exact future, because that knight will be stuck there for quite a long time. And that could turn out to be a big mistake, or it could turn out just to be super frustrating for white to deal with.
What black could do if he doesn't want to, get bogged down in the complications, is if he plays a4, maybe even now, then after a3, you could play knight c6 to a5. That's pretty good knight on a5. It's controlling a lot of key squares. And, the dark squared bishop isn't the best bishop in the world. So maybe black wouldn't get smushed if he could get knight a5 in, get his knight to a good square, take the c file.
Yeah, I actually like that, because if you can get a position like this where the pawn a3 is stuck in place, you can also use it as a hook to pry open the queen side, and then go queen a5, rook b8, and start bringing all these pieces here. And so one thing that white probably wants to avoid is a trade of pawns on the queen side, because if you can contain the c file and say, your knight on b4 is not really doing that much, eventually, as you were pointing out, and the queen on b1, maybe h4, h5, and you have this sort of King's Indian attack type of position with a queen on b1 rather than on a different square. But I think that it holds some promise for white.
Yeah, potentially white can get a really strong position, and that's why Magnus is trying to figure out if he can just play solid and he's okay, or if he has to calculate a lot and see if he can infiltrate white's position without getting his pieces, trapped.
Yeah.
So this is the big think of the game. That's one of the differences between the strong grandmasters and the club player is they recognize the critical position. And this is a critical position because if white plays a3, either black's going to retreat and be passive, or he's going to have to calculate the ramifications of whether that knight on c2 is okay. And that's why Magnus is having a big think now.
And I think part of the struggle with recognizing this as a critical moment is there's no real tension in the position. The pawns aren't attacking each other. There's no capture to consider. So even coming up with a plan may not be so easy for most of our viewers. But then you start trying to come up with a plan and realize, is black going to try to break pawns with f6? That's a typical idea, but then e6 might be weak. Should black just play on the queen side with rook c8 and maybe knight c2, or even if not knight c2, just focus our attention there? Or is white going to parry off the threats and then go h4 and maybe knight to g5 or something to that effect and start launching a kingside attack of its own? So it's a really difficult position to assess, and you see all the possibilities, but it's not just about seeing the variations, it's about evaluating the resulting positions, and that's very tricky when the position isn't dynamic. It's actually a very static position right now.
Yeah, it's funny because we were talking earlier about positions where we liked white, but we sort of agreed that if the position happened in our games, we would have black.
Yeah.
And this sort of reminds me of that. I think, I'm sure black is okay here, but this seems more like a position that Magnus would have white. He would parry black's threats, and eventually he would have a nice advantage. But here he's got to figure out the counterplay himself and play against the space advantage. So it just seems like Magnus would be more comfortable with white here.
Yeah. And well, he'll have to make do with the black side of this position. He is spending quite a deal of time. He's behind in the clock. So we'll leave it to him to find out the exact plan that he wants to employ. Let's go to, I guess, Pantela Hari Krishna's match against Amin Tabatabai. We haven't even taken a peek at that. And well, it doesn't look like the most interesting position. But then I will say, these types of positions where it looks like black is doing totally okay, sometimes black gets in trouble in like the next 4 moves. Like, what happened? It's even material. My pieces are on good squares, but then it's coming up with a plan. Whereas if white eventually puts this queen on e3 and maybe gets a bishop on b6 and a rook to d1, all of a sudden white is having all the fun and black is struggling just to coordinate all the
right. Pieces. And these are the kind of positions when the players are lower rated than these players, like 2,200 to 2,600, sometimes black just gets smushed because he can't figure out what to do. And somehow the 27 and 2,800 players, they defend really well for black. And it looks like it was just completely equal. Hari Krishna is the kind of guy who I would want to have black here, who I think could figure out the in and outs and defend properly.
Right. And I guess one big question I have, Ben, is queen e3 looks extremely logical to me because I want to put my bishop on b6. And then you have questions like, do I play b5 or will that make my a6 pawn weak? Yeah. That's a tough question to answer on the spot. Where do I put my queen? Because if I play queen c7, aren't I just walking into a bishop b6? I still can't put a rook to d8.
I mean, knight d7 protects everything. It looks a little passive, but at least the knight controls a lot of squares.
That's true.
It looks risky because you're undefending your king a little bit, but I guess it doesn't matter here so much.
Yeah, actually, like knight d7, it's non-committal. You're not creating any weaknesses in your position, and you can play bishop f6 next if you want and do things like that. But
actually, you're threatening e5.
Does that just trap the piece?
Yeah.
That's unexpected. Wow.
Yeah.
I guess I can play rook to d1, right? So if I rook f d1, if you play e5, then I can take it, of course, because
and then you can sack your queen like you like to do.
I do like to sack the queen. However, probably not in this position.
Right.
But yeah, then queen a5 makes sense because there's no bishop b6. So your knight d7 move, I think it's a pretty decent one.
I was retreating before you were born.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah.
And while your retreating methodology, I think, is paying off because knight d7 is likely something that Hari Krishna will consider, although Tabatabai isn't even sure if he'll play queen e3 or come up with another move.
It looks pretty equal. I mean, if I had to bet, I would guess this game's going to end in a draw, but obviously there's a lot of chess to be played. But I think Hari Krishna got a reasonable position.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of positions where, a lot to figure out, but advantage for white. I'm going over here to Fedoseyev's game, and Ben and I were talking during the break how Fedoseyev and Hari Krishna, these are two players who are super duper strong, but are often overlooked. And whether it's because their compatriots have higher ratings or just more fame, somehow they're not talked about enough. And Fedoseyev has been having a marvelous World Cup. He's winning his matches in regulation in classical chess. And now he, with all due respect to Vladislav Kovalev, has a pretty favorable player at this stage of the tournament, 2637, a very good player, formerly 2700. But that's the type of pairing you probably aren't too unhappy about. And speaking of things that you're not unhappy about, Ben, this is a bind if I've seen one. A4
this
C4.
is great for white. And he's one of the guys, sort of like Grishuk, maybe even better than Grishuk, who I think is really good at rapid and blitz. So he has, I think, some kind of advantage in this format.
Yeah.
I mean, Fedoseyev is one of the few guys who can give Hikaru a tough time in these, online blitz tournaments. Fedoseyev is really good at blitz. Sometimes he plays blitz when he's playing slow chess. So Fedoseyev reminds me, the rapidity of his play reminds me of a young Anand. Anand used to just move instantly, and he's obviously slowed down, not too much, but Fedoseyev plays really quickly and really confidently. And luckily, I didn't look at the clock when I said that, and then I looked at it, and at least I'm not proven wrong right away. He's got a lot more time than his opponent.
You're not proven wrong. He has much more time, and his position is so much easier to play because typically in these type of structures for black, you think about B5, you think about D5, but neither move is possible. And in these hedgehogs, black has more minor pieces. And without the minor pieces, you can't explode the position in a favorable way because white will just grab the material. And we can just see that very clearly. In B5, I just can take with either pawn, honestly, but let's say I take this way and then my knight can just capture on B5. Thank you for a free pawn. Not going to go over well. If you play D5, well, then I have to think a little bit more, but I think I can still just capture with the C pawn. And after E takes D5, I'm not even going to take. Kick this knight.
The truth hurts here.
No good. Not no good whatsoever. So no pawn breaks for you. So if that's the case, Ben, not just what moves, because I think Queen C6 or Queen C7.
Yeah, black looks like he has to wait to get smushed. He's waiting, but and white has to play accurately to continue. I mean, black just has to chill and hope that white can't break through, but that's no fun.
Yeah, I guess you can wait until white tries some G4, H4, maybe even rerouting the knight to the king side. And that is a risky decision to start pushing pawns in front of your king. I just don't see what black does.
No, it's no fun for black. You were saying it earlier, a lot of people in this tournament who go under the radar, they live in a country where people are younger or more famous or better. And if they lived anywhere else, they'd just be superstars. And Hari Krishna has been the second best player in India for quite a long time, but he's not 15 years old and his rating isn't going up. And these, Praggnanandhaa, Sarin, and many other of the young Indian players are just more well known to the general public as people who are getting better and better. And nobody expects Hari Krishna to just all of a sudden become a top 5 player.
Right.
And Fedoseyev, man, does he live in the wrong country? I mean, because there's so many good players. And somebody said something yesterday, which was hard for me to believe, although I guess I believe it. They claimed Dubov was rated 9th in Russia. And I was like, Dubov, man. So yeah, you got so many good players that some of these guys who are 2,700 for a long time, they're not top 5, top 10 in the world, so they don't get the kind of admiration that we give them because we know that Hari Krishna and Fedoseyev can play chess.
Wow, that is just crazy that Dubov is number 9 in Russia, which means that Fedoseyev is like number 15 or something.
Yeah, I don't know if he's number 9. That's what somebody said. I mean, I believe it could happen. I'm thinking, yeah, that guy's higher, that guy's higher, that guy. I mean, I'm like, yeah, maybe. There's so many good players.
Yes.
And a lot of them are left in the tournament.
And they're playing each other. We actually haven't looked at this matchup between Artemiev and Karyakin. But speaking of,
there's 2 guys who are higher rated than Dubov.
Yeah. And well, they do not have the most exciting game. I'm going to have to say that matter-of-factly here because it's an end game. Rook D7 would be a nice looking move, trying to get this pawn on B7, take the 7th rank. But after Rook to D7, amongst other things, Rook C7 looks plenty fine. The knight on E6 is doing
Yeah, this looks like it's going to be a draw. This is the one match I have absolutely no idea who the favorite is. I got nothing.
Sorry to interrupt you, Ben, but is Artemiev's rating really 2704? Wasn't he like 2740?
Yeah, he's way better than that. When he played Gelfand and they drew the slow match, the rapid match was not competitive.
No.
Yeah, I mean, he's just again, when it comes to rapid and blitz, some of these guys are just monsters, and Artemiev is one of them.
Wow, and I'm looking at his live rating. He's under 2,700. How is that possible?
It's not. Yeah, I mean, there's just so few games played that are FIDE rated lately that, again, the ratings aren't indicative of how strong they are.
And I think this format, as you were not implying, you were just stating, it favors someone like Artemiev, who is a strong enough classical player to hang around with all the best players in the world. And then when you get to rapid and blitz, oh boy, you do not want to face Artemiev. Yeah. And to be fair to this matchup, you don't really want to face Karyakin either.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting deep in the tournament here. Everybody's a monster. It's there's no easy matchups. No, a lot of people are underrated. So you just obviously, when somebody's winning match after match, they're not going to be a pushover.
No. And well, right now, Artemiev holding with black. He'll be very happy using his Caro-Kann defense to success here. And one match, speaking of players, you said no easy matchups. There are a couple of matches in this round with players you wouldn't suspect to be here. One of them is this matchup between Ante Burkic and Haik Martirosyan. So Haik Martirosyan, of course, upset Shakir Mamedyarov. That was
it was shocking.
It was indeed, and a really impressive performance after losing game 2. Yeah. Martirosyan was able to turn around in the tiebreaks and win those games. That Ante Burkic may be the unsung hero of this event. He has gone 5.5 out of 6 in classical chess, which means he's played 0 tiebreaks while upsetting higher rated opponents. And
that's right.
He's not a youngster.
Usually he's attacking them. He's playing aggressive.
And he's not a youngster. He's not 15 years old. I think he's in his 30s, and he's from Croatia. He's not a heralded player, but he's in the thick of things here. And now he's the black pieces. And this game was Haik Martirosyan. And this position, I think, is much more complicated than initially meets the eye. I think many people say, oh, the eval bar says, what is that? I can't even see, like 0.3 is about equal. Be very careful in this type of position, because if white does, in fact, capture this knight on c4, puts a knight on d4, king on c3, that is a no fun position for black. No. You're playing for 2 results with white. And let me just play a move like h6 just to show that. And I could play knight d4 first, but just to get to this position here, I'm putting my knight on d4. I'm putting my king on c3. This knight can get to c6. This rook can come to a1. This is a miserable position to have as black.
Yeah, after knight d4, king c3, Magnus raises his hand and say, can I play white there? I would like to have white, please.
Sub me in, coach. Yeah, this is not a position you want as black. And wait, was h6 my move, or did he really just play that?
That was your move.
Okay, that's my move.
I mean, he might have played it, but it was your move.
Yeah.
He stole your move. Oh, so you're saying black's probably about equal, but he has to be really accurate.
This is where I think the engine is just not helpful, because it says not 0.3, 0.4, slightly better for white, but I actually think the advantage is bigger than the engine would say from a practical point of view. White's position is so simple to play. And let's say Robert keeps talking about planting a knight on d4, let me take this knight on f3. And then you look at the position, I could still play knight to d4, but do you really want to take on f3? Because then your d5 pawn is the target.
That's right. Yeah. No, you sound like somebody who works with Fabi. The engine says one thing, and then Fabi's like, no, I don't care if it's equal. I'm taking this color. It's a lot easier, and the engine's wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, this is just beautiful for white. It's a dream position, practically speaking. No risk.
I remember interviewing Fabi, and he beat Hikaru in some crazy Sicilian, and he's like, yeah, the engine says it's equal, but I mean, I'm just going to win. Like, this is terrible for black. And he did. It was funny.
Yeah, these things happen. And well, I was now going to hop on over to a very impressive player, a young name that is well known. Praggnanandhaa is taking on Maxime Vacher-Lagrave. So MVL outlasted David Paravian in the Armageddon tiebreak, and now he's the black pieces in this position against the youngster, the wonderkin from India. And if I'm counting correctly, black is actually up a pawn here, but I see the eval bar on screen. Better for white. That raises some questions for MVL, how he's going to play this position. And
he's got some issues here. Yeah. He does have issues. Yeah, white has pressure on the D and E files, threatening the rook. Queen G7 mate later. The knight has E5. C4 could be annoying. Black has to play accurately here.
Yeah, Queen D4 hits.
It looks like a Grunfeld. I wouldn't bet my life on it, but it looks like a Grunfeld.
You're correct. It is Grunfeld. I honestly would bet your life on it, because Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he plays the same openings over and over again. And yeah, he played a Grunfeld here. And I guess I see the advantage for white based on the bar in front of us. I see the attack on this rook here. Mm-hmm. Big question. What if I just move my rook to E8? Like, what's so bad about that?
So if I play Queen D4, are you going to play Knight F6?
That was my plan. Just to drop the
that seems like, yeah, that black's defending wall there. So probably Queen D4 isn't right, but what is right?
Your 95 moves.
What's that?
Your 95 move looks
yeah, 95 is that's good. Yeah, I'm trying to play something tricky like Rook A5, but I'm too tricky. So yeah, 95 is super aggressive. If you take on C3, I have Queen F3, I assume.
Queen F3 is great. You can also just take on D6 and
and the bishop's hanging. Okay, yeah.
But Queen F3 is probably even better. I like that. Keep the queens.
Well, I don't know if it's better, but they're both good.
Yeah, they both win a piece.
Yeah, see, it defends C3 indirectly, and yeah, 95, puts the pressure on the bishop on D7. Now maybe C4 is actually a threat.
Yes.
Queen F3. Yeah, it's just hard to play black. It's not easy to play black here.
Yeah, and actually
you got to play accurately.
One sample line is say bishop E6. I like your Queen F3 move right away.
Mm-hmm.
C4 is coming. B7 might fall. This just doesn't feel all
that Rook fun. D1 is annoying. Yeah.
The extra pawn for black is not making its presence very felt, and you do have to be careful. If you go into a position like this as white and thinking, oh, I have this lasting compensation, all of a sudden black just wards off the threats, and then you're in a position where like, I'm really down a pawn, and I'm going to have to figure things out. But for now, Praggnanandhaa using that kind of youthful exuberance and trying to hurt MVL's king.
I don't know if you agree with this, but I think when you're somebody who's been famous and top 10 for a long time, like MVL, I think it's tougher to play these kids who just literally don't care. Like, Praggnanandhaa, Sindarov, they're like, yeah, whatever. And they just play to crush you. If you play somebody who's been around the block, who's been about 2650 to 2700 for 10 years, they're like, MVL, what a tough opponent, because he's better than me. He's always been better than me. And, I'm probably going to lose this match. And the young kids are like, okay, now it's time to beat MVL. I just beat Giri. I just beat Mamanjara. Who's next? Yeah. The young guys just are like, give me somebody else to beat. And they don't have the years and years and years of being afraid of a guy who's been top for a long time. So Praggnanandhaa is one of those guys who's like, yeah, MVL, whatever. I'm going to be world champion soon. So this is another guy I got to beat. And somebody who's definitely never going to be world champion, who's just hanging around 2675, I think they're more scared of the top 10 players than these youngsters are.
So I think you're 1,000% correct, and it may seem like a joke, but the psychological component is very real, where players do get in these positions. They fear their higher rated, more esteemed colleague, and they're like, I can't do this. Whereas somebody like Praggnanandhaa is like, I'm the future. And I don't think thinks that in like any kind of boastful way. It's just that why should he be afraid? He's getting better. If he loses this match, so be it. But he actually has a great chance at knocking off Maxime. And it's just because these players do not worry about the number next to their opponent's rating. They use this as a way to get better. This tournament is one where they didn't expect to win. They're here. They're tough for any opponent to knock out. And someone like Praggnanandhaa can indeed keep moving on. But right now, we will leave you on this game. We will go to break, and when we return, more action from the FIDE World Cup and FIDE Women's World Cup, brought to you by Chess.com. PogChamps is back. On August 29th, PogChamps 4 returns with some familiar faces. Mr. Beast and my guy Ludwig reappear for their shot at glory. Presented by Coinbase, PogChamps 4 promises to be the biggest, brightest, and best Pog yet, so don't miss out on any of the action. It is always a fun event. These PogChamps and the players and the streamers that take part have a good deal of fun. They learn a lot, and hopefully you do as well. And we are in the middle of the FIDE World Cup. We have Magnus Carlsen's game. He's the black pieces against Radoslav Wojtaszek on screen in front of you. So we left you it during break. And Ben, not too much has happened in this game. Magnus did bring that rook to c8. He did have to drop his knight back to c6. And one thing I want to point out that is probably a bit difficult to realize initially is that when you have these pawns next to each other, for white, it makes it difficult for black to break open that side of the board. Because if you play a4, I'll push through to b4. And if you play b5, b4, I'll push a4. So I keep more of the queen side closed. And Ben, you were talking about a potential king side attack. That feels like white is able to accomplish that if the queen side doesn't open up.
Yeah, I mean, white wants to play, assuming black doesn't get the counterplay right away, like h4, knight g4, bishop g5, and pushing that h pawn. And, if black needs counterplay, and as you said earlier, is black going to play f6 and attack that e pawn and, cause a reckoning? Or is Magnus just going to chill and be solid and hope that white overextends? And you weren't here for this, but you probably know Magnus is the only player in the event left who's won all of his games. He's 4-0. So he doesn't want to lose that streak either.
Wow, is that true?
Yeah.
Wow, he's really impressive thus far. I just didn't realize he was the only one to win all of his games, but good on him.
Well, you're saying Burkic had 5.5 out of 6, but Magnus didn't have to play the first round. So
that's true. And Magnus is kind of Magnus. He can't face anybody higher rated than him. So not quite the same in some ways. But here, the question of f6, I mean, that remains a good one. I, at first glance, like the idea of f6. I don't want to be cramped. I want to open up the board for my pieces. And I think white probably has to take on f6 unless I'm misreading something here.
I mean, that's almost always the most likely move. Otherwise, black gets a choice of what to do. It might even win the e pawn.
Yeah. And well, how do I take back for black? Bishop or knight, rather. I don't want to take with the rook. That's awkward. The knight comes g4 at some point.
Right.
So.
Yeah, either the knight or the bishop. I'm not sure. Probably not with the pawn either. So it's like two choices. The other two, I wouldn't do them.
Well, if bishop takes, I do stare at this d4 pawn, which means bishop e2 becomes a threat of sorts. So I can see the merits of bishop takes f6 here. And then white will probably have to play with like rook a2. And now,
that's a cool move.
Yeah, you just protect the e2 square from bishop to e2, which was a 4.
Yeah, I'm getting off that diagonal with the bishop on f6.
And then I regret playing f6. And I know you say never play f6, but these French-like structures, you sometimes have to. But now I'm regretting it because the knight's coming to g4.
Yeah, now I know why I stopped playing the French. Yeah, as soon as white gets in knight g4, he's pretty happy.
Right. The bishop can go out to f4, rook to e1. Oh, yeah, this is not.
And again, this seems like positions Magnus wants to have white.
Yes, 100%. He would prefer to have white in this position. And if you take with a knight on f6, does that change anything? No, knight g5.
You're trying to play knight e4. Man, harsh.
Just this looks bishop h3 coming.
Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, knight g5, the brute force attack, and it works.
Yeah, maybe black can survive and not just be completely hopeless here because
you play knight d8. Yeah.
Oh, but I have knight g4. No, because I'm threatening mate on h7. And,
yeah, you're threatening knight f6, knight e5. Man, harsh.
Yeah, this is not what you want to see. So yeah, f6, not going to happen probably. And if not for f6, then yeah, I'm sort of out of ideas. I hate these closed positions from black's perspective.
I mean, it's a really slow plan, but if black plays a4 and white plays b4, we could play knight a7, try to triple on the c file, try to play knight b5, but it's pretty slow.
Right.
So I'm sort of worried I'll get mated while I'm doing that. But, I'm getting the c, play like move the rook up, the queen is c8 or the rook, and knight b5, and, try to get in there somehow. But I'm scared.
Although it's not easy to see how white goes for an attack. And One thing I need to question myself about is my instinct was to play b4 to push through. Can I take on a4? Is that?
You can, yeah.
Maybe I should.
Yeah, then I probably would not. And I'm not playing knight a7 anymore. I'm probably going to play knight a5 and get some squares that way.
Right, and I was just going to try to bring my bishop out to b4. Or
yeah, b4 is a good square for the bishop. No.
Yeah, I don't. You often don't want to take on a4 and double your pawns, and maybe allow black to win them with an initiative. But here, maybe you're not winning your pawn back.
When Alex Fishbein and I were juniors, he was very opinionated about the fact that white's a pawn up. He's like, well, I'm a pawn up. And then I'm like, yeah. In these kinds of positions, he's just like, well, I have an extra pawn. So
he's good at counting.
Yeah. I mean, obviously the pawns look sort of silly, but at least you have them.
That's true. And
you're controlling b4 and b5. Yeah. So
this does not look like an appealing position for Magnus.
No, but this explains why Magnus is having a really huge thing.
Right.
Because if he plays a4 or f6, you can't take it back. So he's going to have to make a decision at some point to do some kind of pawn break, and he's hoping that it works out. But yeah, definitely Magnus wants to have white here, even if black is okay. I think this is his kind of position with white.
He could throw in bishop e2 and take on f3 to make f6 more appealing, because after bishop e2, your rook's under attack. You probably go rook. You have to go rook d2 because rook e1 would have dropped his pawn on d4.
Right.
When I take on f3, so rook d2 takes, and maybe now f6. Is that out of the question? Just trying.
Yeah, it's weird to give up the two bishops and then play f6. But yeah, you're just attacking the center pawns, and you weaken the defense of them by getting rid of the knight.
Right. And things are opening up here. There's some chances, but maybe white would be smart to actually keep the position more closed with bishop g4.
Right.
Although I can still take on e4. I don't know what's happening there. That's when things get explosive, and that's probably why Magnus is thinking so much, because you could take on e5, give up e6, probably lose d5, and then d4. What is happening in a position of this nature?
Yeah, I mean, these are decisions you can't take back.
No.
So when you trade your bishop for a knight and do a pawn break, and you're calculating, it better be right. And Magnus realizes if he just does nothing, he's going to be worse. And if he does something, it could make it even more worse. So he really has to find an accurate way to try to equalize here. And the engine says it's fine because the engine has an idea of what it thinks the most accurate way is. But it's hard to look 10, 12 moves ahead in a position like this, but it's not difficult for the engine. So this is a very difficult practical situation for Magnus.
Yeah, and we will leave him to figure it out. Wojtaszek just looked up at camera a little while ago. He's kind of hanging about trying to.
Yeah, he looks pretty happy.
Yeah, and well, Wojtaszek's he's a beast. Speaking of players who may not always get the respect they deserve, his peak rating.
Thank you. Oh wait, who? What?
His peak rating was something like 2750. He was the Polish #1 for a long time.
That's not me.
No, that is not you. He suffered some setbacks, but he's still nearly 2,700 in classical chess, and you see his rapid and blitz ratings above 2,700. So he's a monster.
Mm-hmm.
But okay,
yeah, Magnus's ratings look pretty good too.
They really do, and I think they just don't need to be stated out loud. They're just too strong. Mm-hmm. But Ben, there is a game that I knew would get interesting. I'm going to head over to that one. It's between Bakro and Pankratov. You're going to like the look of this game.
Wait, what's happening? I need an adult.
What's the material? Is it even material?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
And there's a pawn on b3.
Yes. Although, I mean, I like white.
Yeah, me too. You've controlled like every single square on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks good for white. Every white piece is just fine.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. We got it here from the French, and it was a knight e2 response.
Knight e2, the Robert Hess variation.
I don't think that's what it's called. It says Winwer, Alyekin, something. I can't see all of it. But he just went queen d3. I mean, this is very hard to explain to newer players because everything looks wrong about this. You moved your queen early, your bishop is on f1, blocked by the knight on e2. You sacrifice a pawn that wasn't kept. But I guess Buckrow just said, I'm going to castle queenside, and you're going to have to deal with the potential attack.
There was a game in the Olympiad when I was about 11 or 12 years old, and white was, I think, just an IM, and he played exactly this way, and he crushed black. Played queen d3, castle queenside, and black just got totally smushed. Not sure who the player with white was. It might have been somebody like Roadguard or something, but it was a long time ago. But I saw this and I was like, man, white just won easy. He just like queen d3 castled and crushed his opponent. We might be getting a repeat of that.
Yeah, I mean, he went knight g4, he went h4. I said, I don't care about this bishop. f5 played, which is understandable, but it makes the e6 pawn a clear target.
Yeah.
Knight jump to g5, h6, knight drops back. And this is the problem when you play moves like f5 is the e5 square is white under white's control, and then the e6 pawn becomes a future target. So he went bishop d6.
I mean, knight g4, f5, h6 doesn't look like the right plan to me.
No. I mean, you can't even play e5 here because this queen will give a check, I think. And the king has to go to the h file, which, let's be honest, you don't really want. And if you play rook f7, well, I think they're...
Don't want that either.
No, you don't want any of this. Just take, like, take, and I don't know, knight f4. I mean, this just looks so bad.
Yeah, this looks terrible for black. Yeah.
You've been the light squares.
Everything is bad.
Everything is just tragically awful. So he couldn't play e5, and then it begs the question of what is the point of this whole plan here? And he went b5 because he didn't want to get smushed, but he's still getting smushed, as you'd say.
Yeah, this took the words out of my mouth.
Although it likes black here. Like the eval bar favors black by quite a bit.
I think it's going to change soon.
But it changed. That means that black must have made a serious error. And it's probably this b3 move. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, it doesn't like b3 at all.
It goes from -1 to plus 1 point, what is it? 1.2 in that one move. That's not good. So.
Yeah, the engine didn't like c4, c5, although I like it. But the engine's like, nah, don't do that.
It looked quite reasonable to me.
Yeah.
So why does it like black so much here?
Right. Yeah, we both, from the human eye, this looks really dreary for black.
Yeah, this e6 pawn is not very pleasant. The g6 square, it seems like white has great attacking options. You may be able to, I don't even know. I was going to say knight a5, bishop b7, bishop e4, things like that, where you're, but the e6 pawn is still weak, so I don't think you have time for all this. Maybe knight a5, queen d7, and just go after the a4 pawn. I don't know, Ben.
Yeah, I assumed that if black didn't play b3, that white was going to play b3 and lock it up. At least if black plays b3, he has the b4 square, the pawn's on b3 for a while. So that, I mean, that's what he was thinking.
But it looks like Buckrow just went queen c3 and then bishop b5, and
yeah, bishop b5 is probably what black underestimated.
The power of the bishop and pawn protecting one another, hitting this knight. This pawn is weak. b3 at some point might fall. Ooh, I don't know. I don't recommend this for black.
After queen c3, what did black play? I missed the intermediate move.
Knight back to f6.
Oh, knight f6. Man, that knight's had an interesting career.
It's run on the yo-yo string between g4 and f6. But d5 is a pretty nasty looking threat in addition to bishop c4. So
yeah,
I think it felt obligated to retreat.
c3 is a nice square for the queen. It unleashes the rook and the bishop. Yeah. That's why b3 wasn't good.
I mean, this looks, I can only repeat myself so many times, Ben. This looks really bad.
Always repeat.
Yeah, exactly. But the position looks terrible.
I don't even know what black's next move is. I really don't. Like, if I was black here, I don't understand what to play even.
Because your knight's trapped.
Yeah, I mean, what? Yeah, bishop b5 is really strong.
I hate to say this, but queen e8, maybe?
Right. I hate to say it. Yeah, that's why I wasn't saying it. This looks awful.
Yeah. I mean, you're walking into a pin, which
Queen e8, I can't play knight e5.
you probably
I mean, I don't. I have to be an engine to play black here because I'm a human. I'm just crying.
now it's as equal. So something about this 95.
Right, it's just very strange. The engine's not so mad, but we are. Like, what is this? Yeah.
I can't pretend to understand how black can possibly be okay here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, rook takes b5 can't work. Just take.
Nope.
This pawn's hanging. This would be defended. This e6 pawn still is in trouble. I don't believe in this.
I mean, maybe knight e5 is wrong, but we like it.
And that would, so he went 94, is that right?
Yep. Yeah, you didn't do that. He did that.
No,
Yeah.
I didn't for a
Yeah.
change.
Yeah, engine doesn't like that move.
So do you take on b3 to enter a pin, or do you just move your queen somewhere else, like queen e1 or queen d3? I don't know.
I mean, queen e1 seems really safe because then you defend b4 and a5, you defend f2, and you're taking the knight, and d5 is coming.
Right.
So that just seems safe.
I like it.
But obviously, if you play more aggressively, that could be good too. But yeah,
But you're right. It just takes away all the squares from the knight.
I mean, it just seems safe. But yeah,
The knight can't move anywhere. And queen e8, d5, as you just pointed out, among other ideas, this looks very powerful. Takes, knight takes, this is hanging, this is hanging, because bishop takes.
it's all
six is
hanging.
threat.
Yeah.
This is just, I can't recommend this position for black.
No, it looks really good for Buckrow. No.
Well, the Frenchman would like to keep advancing in this event, but let's actually go to some other games for now. It's a game we left a long time ago, the Abdul Sitarov against Durabali game.
Mhm.
That has changed completely. We left.
It doesn't even look like so he sacrificed the exchange.
He did
White
right
did.
here.
And he got, yeah, let me see what happened here. CD played knight, he played knight e1. Wow.
Okay, forcing knight takes e1, the knight's trapped, so it has to capture.
Uh-huh.
Rook takes, and then bishop d7 was played.
Uh-huh.
And he just took on d5.
Oh, and he sacrificed the exchange. Wow.
He did, because d6 looks to be a threat. The king's in the center, the
Got
bishop.
two
can't develop.
bishops. The e6 is weak. Yeah, okay.
Wow, he went e5?
Yeah, Durabali is a pretty uncompromising player.
That's a move that I wasn't expecting. It would be hard for me to play that, but he allowed
Right.
en passant because it frees up the knight to
Mhm.
c6. Okay, knight c6, knight c3, bishop b4, rook d1. Okay, and he didn't take on c3, so he allowed the knight to go to d5.
Mhm.
I probably would have captured on c3.
Yeah, he was worried about giving him the two bishops and all the dark squares,
Right, the bishop.
but that's what he was worried about. He was worried about that more than knight d5. Not sure I agree with him, but
Starting to look just difficult for black to play here because
Yeah.
knight to d5 seems just very obvious. He castled. There is a pin, so you can't go take on b4 as you would like. He was bishop f4, rook e8, and bishop c7, forcing the rook aside. Then bishop f3 is the live position. You can't take on e6 because bishop g4, I
Think so.
guess.
an absolute monster time advantage for black.
And engine approved position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, both sides have to be careful here because if White's initiative fades away and he loses his e6 pawn, he's just dead lost.
Right.
On the other hand, I think black can easily blunder and lose in one move if he's not careful. So both sides have to play. And I'm wondering if bishop f3, I just assumed he wanted the g2 square for his king, but maybe bishop h5 can be annoying at some point.
That's right, because you can't play g6 because the F6
Right, and
pawn
then
being-
if the bishop goes to f7, I mean, that's Yeah. And if rook takes e6, he's going to play bishop g4.
Right.
So, yeah.
Although
bishop f3 is a pretty good move, I think.
This looks like just a draw, right? Bishop g4.
Probably, yeah.
One of these
this looks pretty equal.
Yes. Go like this and trade, and we just make a happy draw. For durability, a draw is a good result, right? You typically want to.
Yeah, you draw with black and you press with white. Yeah, that's the standard.
Yeah. But if you are looking at this current position, he has so much extra time. I would not. I know I have rook takes e6 if I just want to end the game, but I'll think for maybe even 40 minutes right now, because I always have a forced draw if I see.
That sounds like you. Yeah.
That's true. But I was just trying to figure out, is king f8 a worthy try, just to get the king close to the center? Can I do something else? Maybe knight e7, because if you take b4, then I take c7. So there are various moves here for black to try. I don't even know if black's really better. The eval bar says slight edge for black, but that means that the position most likely with proper play should just be a draw.
It'd be a draw, yeah.
But they don't know that, right? Durability might be looking at this saying, I'm in trouble, so let me just take on e6. He might be thinking, I had all this prep. Why spoil it with a half point? Let's try to win. So we don't know the psychology of the players.
Yeah, and I was thinking earlier in the broadcast, I didn't say anything because I was worried I would be rebuffed, but a lot of the top players, when they're playing a younger, lower-rated player, like when, in the Geary match, they want like a safe, solid position and outplay their opponent strategically. And they don't want to get into 30 moves of theory and complications and messy positions. But I think Durabiali's not like that. And no. I think that if somebody's going to beat Sindarov, it's going to be somebody like Durabiali, who doesn't mind getting messy and doesn't mind calculating and isn't just like playing for one kind of position where they know they have the advantage against the youngster, but he's more, universal style. So I think that's going to be tougher for Nordy, as he's called. I think only Danny calls him that.
Yeah, there's no
it's going to be tougher than somebody who is sort of afraid of his opening prep and tactical awareness, because Durabiali's like, what about my opening prep and tactical awareness? I could beat him doing that. And that's what he's trying to do.
I just have to pause and just mention that Nordy doesn't even make sense as a nickname, because his name is No Deerbeck, not Nordy Beck. Yeah. So Nordy just.
You're saying Danny doesn't make sense? I've never heard that until Danny said it yesterday. But he claimed he was the only person who called him that.
He probably is, because it's not his name. So.
Right. It's a nickname. Yeah.
Yeah. And well, this game still complex. I'm just going to go over to the Praggnanandhaa game real quick, because it looks like MVL has sacrificed an exchange, and he has two pawns for that exchange.
Sounds like MVL. Yeah.
Knight takes c3 was played in the position we last looked at. Queen takes d6, pretty forced, and give me your rook. And Ben, what do you think? Better chances? I think it's better chances to hold for black than for white to press here.
Definitely white's pressing. Yeah.
Yeah. And
because black's pawns aren't dangerous. They're not queening.
They are not. And this knight's going to go to b5 though. And I'm just not sure how much progress white can really hope to.
I mean, MVL obviously thinks this is holdable, or he wouldn't have played knight takes c3.
Yeah, looks like
probably more likely a draw than white winning, but I can't see black winning.
I agree. And this knight coming to b5, the knights get traded. Like, let's say even if you lose this d6 pawn, so I'm gonna try to force that action. So rook e3, knight b5.
Then we're gonna be here all night.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do something like this. And we trade.
I know what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to show
six rook d6 or something. Yeah.
Bishop 6 takes, and we get here. It's like, is white really even going to be able to press this position? All the pawns on light squares, the bishop defended by a pawn.
Yeah, white's going to push his king side pawns and move his king up.
Right. Just bring the king in. Maybe this gives actually pretty good chances. So MVL has to be worried, but I'm guessing he thinks he has this all under control. Well, I like knight d4. Just trying.
Yeah, I mean, white's obviously preferred here. So Praggnanandhaa is going to press.
Yeah, he will. And I'm just going to bop around various games, Ben.
Let's see Jeffrey's game. I haven't seen it. Jeffrey.
Okay.
I'm not rooting for anybody, but
But go Jeffrey.
I mean, Vidit. That's what I meant.
Vidit looks perfectly okay with the black pieces here. The queen went to h5, so that's
what did an H?
A little off the beaten path, but it's fine over here. Can't get trapped. And there are some issues for white to deal with on this diagonal, potentially. It looks completely fine for black.
Right. Yeah, this looks pretty equalish.
I don't even know what white should do here.
I was thinking bishop e2. Am I blundering something? I like to blunder, so but that's my specialty. You got to be good at something.
And one thing, though, that could nice one. One thing that could get white in some trouble, now that I'm digging a little deeper here, is let's say we get to this type of position where we trade minor pieces.
Whoa. Careful, your rook on d1. No, you can't play knight. Yeah.
Oops.
You get to play bishop e2. Yeah, or trade or play bishop e2. Yeah.
Okay, but thank you for spotting.
Yeah,
I was trying to make a point, and it wasn't the point to be made. But what I was trying to get at was something like this:
Queen e5. Yeah.
The dark squares are under black's control. You have this light square bishop that can't attack anything. Black typically is very happy to be in a position of this nature. Yeah. So this might be what Vidit's actually going for, and he'll try to outplay Jeffrey from a slightly better position.
Right. Yeah, it looks like white's the one that has to, in the actual position, who has to keep the equality. Black seems pretty happy.
I'm trying to think if there's any.
That's nothing to sneeze at.
Bless you.
Well, you know, I mean, Jeffrey's trying to figure out how to trap that queen since it doesn't have a lot of squares, but I don't see how that's happening.
No.
The queen doesn't have a lot of places to go to, but I think it's perfectly fine on h5.
Agreed.
Yeah, and Vidit seems pretty happy the way he's hanging around there.
Yep, he should be happy with the black pieces. No real risk at the moment. I guess one move that we have to consider is knight d6. Just the knight is tactically defended because if you take,
I'm too old for that move. Yeah.
And if you take on d3, then I think there's rook takes d3, and you can double. So the knight d6 can be annoying.
Yeah, like in an equal way.
Yeah.
Like white's equalized. No. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah, but okay, if I double rooks on the d file, my knight stays on d6 forever. White could claim to be better. Yeah.
But I don't think that Vidit really.
I mean, Jeffrey doesn't look super happy.
He shouldn't be. And he's trying to work his way through this position. But probably just fine for Vidit. He'll be happy to continue this position. Let's take a peek at the game between Shanklin and Jumabayev. Jumabayev, the hero, or the spoiler, if you will, from the previous round, defeating Favina Caruana. And oh gosh, it seems like no moves have been made. Just
they have been. It just seems like it.
Yeah.
Both players are looking at Fedoseyev's game and saying, okay, here's what I should do.
Although this gives black a little bit more life because of all the minor pieces.
Right. Yeah.
It's not as easy to figure out.
This seems okay for black.
Does it?
Yeah, I think black is okay here.
So what move do you make? That's my first question.
Is it my move?
It's black's.
Oh, man, even better. Yeah. I don't know. My knight's already good on c5, so maybe knight e6, d4 isn't what he wants to do. I wonder if he's going to try to play h4, and white could probably just take it. But
where's Grandmaster Fishbone when you need him?
Yeah, but then maybe knight e6 would make. Yeah, I mean, so black has to come up with something. Yeah, this could be bad for black. Could be bad for white. I like the way the bishops are on e1 and e8. You don't see that very often.
No, you do not.
That's unusual for either one. Yeah. No, it's just like a very solid position. And the question is black going to break out, or is white going to break, with like f4, f5 or g4 or b4, or is black going to do something with h4 or try to get b5 in or transfer the knight to d4? So it's strategically a difficult position.
Do you think
it's not clear what to do?
Do you think you asked enough questions, Ben? Because there were many of them. I couldn't keep track.
Yeah. No, I could ask more.
Yeah. Can you do that? I mean,
No, the question is, I think, like in the players' minds, who's happier?
Right.
Because Sam always looks pretty happy, but
I think Jumabayev, if I were playing this game, I would be happier to be the white side of this position.
Yeah, I agree.
I see clearer moves.
We would have black, but we like white. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
I just see so many more moves for white to play, whereas right now, I'm not even sure. Like, is black going to play B6 and try to go full hedgehog? Probably not. Doesn't look.
It's funny. Like after the game, if we get to this position and talk to Shanklin, I don't know if he's going to say like, "Well, I was perfectly fine out of the opening, and I was playing for an advantage here," or "Yeah, I didn't like this position very much. I figured I would just make a draw with this." I don't know what he's thinking because it's he oftentimes he says the opposite of what I think regarding regarding the evaluation of the position. So I can't really tell if he's really happy or really unhappy. I can't. Looking at him doesn't help me.
No, he actually just looks all alone in the world right now.
Yeah.
There's nobody around him. He's trying to figure the position out. And it's one where it says zeros, and I'm just like, how? There's so many different moves to be played. Only one pawn has been traded. Just one per side. So there's too much life left in this position to just chalk it up to zeros.
That's what the engine does.
Oh.
Knight A7.
Knight A7?
Exactly what we thought would happen. That sounds like Sam wants to play B5.
Right. But white can also play A5 to stop B5, because if you take on A5, well, you're not going to be very happy with the consequences after B4.
B4. Yeah, I mean, Knight A7 is weird. It's a very obvious B5 idea, but I don't know. It just looks very strange.
Right. So B5 is the idea. B5 would be good. Like if black had a free move to play B5, I think we get
the only reason to play Knight A7. So Sam's not impressed with A5,
and I wonder why not. Because
he's like, whatever. Yeah,
then I don't know, because play B4,
right? Yeah, B4 is coming. Yeah,
yeah, but I don't get it.
No, I agree. Knight A7 is strange.
He probably just couldn't find a move. It wasn't an easy position to find moves in, but A5 feels very logical.
I mean, at the risk of saying something dumb, maybe he wants white to push those pawns forward so he has a target on C4. He could play knight back to A5, and then if B4 play knight E6, knight E5, and try to target the C pawn, I guess. But that seems like you could get into trouble doing that, because white always can play knight A3 or knight E3 and bishop F1, and eventually white's going to play C5 or B5 or F4, and it's that's a dangerous way for white to play for black to play, to egg white forward and hope that it collapses, because it looks like it's just good for white.
Yeah, it looks amazing for white,
but if he's not doing that, then what's he doing? I think knight A7 is just not good.
I agree, but I think
I think maybe he underestimated A5.
Yeah, he probably just couldn't find an idea. So he's like, at least if white plays A5, I will have some ideas to undermine the position, even though I'm ceding control of many important squares. But Ben, we're going to leave the players to figure it out. We'll see if Renat Jumabayev chooses to move A5. This is quite a critical moment for him, and he is an upset specialist at this point, defeating world number 2 Fabiano Caruana. We'll see if he's able to take down a second American in a row, but for now we'll go to a short break. When we return, more from the FIDE World Cup and Women's World Cup. This coverage brought to you by Chess.com. Tournament Arc 2 is underway. It has been since July 16th. It ends July 25th. You see the amazing anime featured in front of you. I really think we should do this for chess players, Ben. I mean, can you imagine what Magnus would look like if we put him in a little anime form?
Yeah, that would be awesome. As long as they don't do it with me, I agree.
You wouldn't want to be, have a little character of yourself?
No, this is good because on the bottom is the anime, on the top of the people, but Ali on the top looks pretty similar.
That's true. Yeah, these are
well
like
done. In real life, it's tough. Yeah.
And the chess tournament's been fun. It's been the redemption arc storyline between Sea Dog VA and Giguk, and yeah, it's been cool to watch. I know that they're all having a lot of fun with it, but I just can't get over the anime. Chess needs this. Just make one for Magnus, make one for all these players left. That would be cool. But anyway, back to the chess, back to the World Cup. Enough with the Tournament Arc 2. And we just had a peace sacrifice, not a peace offering, but a sacrifice on F5 here between Wojtaszek and Carlsen. So let's just scroll back a few moves. A4 was the response to B4, and then Bishop E2 was played. And the capture on F3, F6, Bishop G4, F5. And Wojtaszek said, I just got to sacrifice a piece, because if Bishop retreated to stop F4, because that's a big threat, so you go Bishop H3 to stop that pawn push. Bishop takes H4 looks very scary, because once this queen comes in, it's the bishop, it's the pawn a second time.
Yeah, the D4 pawn. Once that falls, it's over.
Yeah, and E5 is going to fall.
E5 is falling, yeah.
This looks miserable. So Wojtaszek, whether it was planned out or he felt that he had to at this point, he sacks a piece on F5. And after E takes, Bishop takes F5. Ben, we can see that Magnus can more or less force a draw, I would think, after G6. Takes, Queen takes G6. He may not force, but he would allow a draw by repetition here as the king goes back and forth.
No, I think Magnus is definitely going to play for a win, because he's Magnus. Unless he thinks he's worse if he doesn't do that. I don't know if he thinks that. But this is what he's considering. He's like, should I draw now and then play white? Or should I go for it? I've won all my games this tournament. I want my rating to go up 2,900. No, he's not thinking a lot of that. I would be surprised if Magnus wants to draw here. That's not the Magnus that I know.
So what moves come to mind? Because G6 allows a draw. Maybe white won't even take the draw. You'll try to play on somehow, but you can't.
Yeah.
But what else can black do here? I guess Bishop takes H4. Like we were
that was an interesting move. Everybody sacks a piece.
Okay, so do you take on H7? I'd imagine.
Well, I mean, if I take on H4, my bishop's still on the D7 knight. Although I'm not sure I can take it, but because D4 is hanging, I don't know. Both sides are getting checkmated.
It looks like white happens to be getting checkmated first.
Yeah, because if you take on D4, the F2 pawn is hanging, which isn't good.
Oof.
Yeah, this is just good for black. Yeah.
Yeah, these are checkmate.
Yeah, this is just checkmate. Yeah.
So you can take on H4, and after queen takes H4 here. You can't take on D7 as white, but maybe there's this looks very suspicious for the white king.
Yeah. Well, by the way, oh no, I can't play Queen G5 check because the pawn's on H4 still. Oh. Otherwise, we'd both be blundering.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, isn't the bishop hanging? Yeah.
Well, you can't really play chess like this. It's hard to leave your rook on
right.
A1,
Leaving all those pieces on the first rank is not fun. Yeah.
No, it's not. And you'd probably make a move like Queen D3 to bring your queen to the did not like that move. Oh, because Queen G5 check.
Finally, it works.
So Bishop E6 first, I guess, and then try to bring the queen in to D3, and it still likes black, but it's.
I mean, material's equal, right? So I like black too.
That's
the rook on A1, bishop on C1 are terrible.
Yeah, if you only had a couple more moves to get Bishop E2 and the rook over, but we all wish we had free moves to make.
Maybe rook F4 here, threatening D4 and rook G4. Like a rook G4 is defended.
It is. Can
I can
take
still
on
play rook f4 and double rooks and try to take on d4, sack all my pieces. They're not my pieces. I can sack them.
Hey, you sound like me.
Yeah, there you go. And take on
pieces.
e5. I like taking on e5. Now you're making sense. Now Robert's going to play one of his patented queen sacrifices. Whether he wants to or not.
Yeah, these pieces are under my control now, so I can sack the queen as I see fit. But what a wild looking position here. And Magnus, did he play g6 or is that no? That's my analysis from before. So he is thinking in this moment here whether to play g6, whether to play bishop takes h4. And Ben, I have a psychological question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that Wojtaszek believes in a sacrifice?
Oh, I think he believes he's fine here. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he wouldn't sack a piece if he thought, I mean, when he played bishop g4, he probably thought if he plays f5, I'm going to sack a piece, and he did. Otherwise, bishop g4 seems sort of silly.
Right. Although you don't really have much of a choice at this point because e5 is under attack 3 different times. And if you take on f6 after bishop takes f6, you have d4. That's just lost because you can protect it, but the bishop on f3 is loose, right? So I can take and just take this one here.
Take on f3, yeah.
Miserable situation. So somehow, I mean, how does Magnus always do this? The position looked complicated. It looked like he might be struggling a bit to find a concrete idea. And then now that we're looking a little more, we're like, okay, now White has to sacrifice a piece and can maybe at most make an immediate draw, and Black can try to play for more.
He took on h4. Yeah. Everybody sacks a piece.
Bishop takes h4. What a big moment.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see Wojtaszek's reaction here.
Yeah, both players are upset. It was all blocked up, and then all of a sudden, all heck broke loose.
Yes.
It's like my stream. I said heck. My stream's very G-rated. Yeah.
Why do they both look upset? And who's actually upset?
I don't know, but neither one looks like they're super pleased. I mean, I like Black because I see a rook on A1, a queen on B1, a bishop on C1. The bishop's blocked by the rook, and Black's knights are ready to take on E5 and D4. The rook on F8 is great. White's king has almost nothing in front of it. Obviously, everything that I think doesn't matter. What matters is calculation. And you got to trust Magnus's calculation. Because that's, Magnus isn't gonna calculate and make a lot of errors in this kind of position.
So the one thing of note is that the H pawn being gone is good for White just in some regards, because if I do take on H7 and I can get my rook to the H file, then the Black king could just be checkmated. So I don't really see a way.
It's hard to get a rook to the H file. Man.
Well, king G2, rook D1.
I know it takes a while. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a long story.
So you think maybe White's not going to take the bishop ever and just leave it there because it's letting that queen come in is too dangerous?
Right. But I just don't see how to do that. I could play bishop B2, which is a sort of casual developing move, but that looks
very casual.
Yeah, queen G5. Just hitting this, hitting G3. This can't be good. I don't believe in it anymore, Ben.
You don't believe in White's position?
No, I don't believe in White's position.
Right.
Bishop takes H4, and
it's funny because it looked like Black was playing on the queen side and White was playing on the king side. The queen side just got blocked up, and then they both played on the king side. And Black's pieces are coming alive on the king side because the f pawn's gone, and the white knight is gone on f3. And yeah, I mean, really, really nice play by Magnus to basically change the game, the flavor of the game.
And yeah, Wojtaszek now in the think tank trying to come up with a move, but it's not going to be easy. And you're right, Magnus definitely the happier of the two. And bishop takes H4 was a nice shot. So let's leave Wojtaszek to think. We'll go over to another game. We haven't looked at the game between Yesipenko and Dubov, and that's a very elite matchup between two of Russia's biggest talents. And I see that.
I thought we looked at this game in the opening when Black had played f takes e6. Was that this game?
It was this game. And it was right.
Yeah, we looked at this position. Yeah.
But it seems like a totally different game.
Right. And then we were hoping that something would happen, something exciting.
And I think Yasipenko was also looking for something to eventually happen. And they're just moving their kings to the H file. Finally a capture, but White has the superior pawn center here with the pawns more advanced. D5. Wait, that's a pawn sack. So he gave up a pawn in the center of the board here when he didn't have to. So
it sounds like Dubov.
Yeah, he protected his knight by blocking the attack and by pinning the knight on G3.
Yeah, he's always fighting for the initiative. Yep.
Good move by Yasipenko to hit the queen. And well, he just traded queens. Said thank you for the pawn.
Yeah,
he gave the pawn, he took it, and said, "Okay, let's trade queens. Go to an endgame."
Yeah, I mean, White's up a pawn,
and then B5. Wow, just really opening things up here. Takes here, 97. Doesn't this just look amazing for White?
Yes. Yeah.
You had that answer lined up. And this 7.
White's very pleased. Yeah.
Took a pawn. And then
this is Black hoping he can draw, but maybe it's beyond hope. Yeah, like none of this worked out for Black. Maybe he really hated his position and he thought D5 was his best chance. He just didn't like it. I don't know.
There is something sad about these positions where you have the good light square control. Black can keep the knights there and the bishop on E5. It's a great piece because it defends and is defended by D4 while putting some pressure on G7, but maybe not the easiest position to convert. And that's
but pawns are pawns. He's 2 pawns up. Wow.
Yeah. Two
it's very, very tough for Black to draw.
I agree.
I think it's more likely White wins.
I 100% agree with you. Looking really nice for Yasipenko, who defeated very famously Magnus Carlsen in the Vaikunze tournament, and the winner of this match plays the winner of Carlsen against Wojtaszek. So that will be fun to see, no matter who it is. So let's go to this game. I'm going to take us around a bit because we've been away from playing these games. The Idani game against Duda, where that eval bar is going lower and lower. I think that Black's about to get checkmated, but according to
the engine says no, White's going to get checkmated.
Which Queen F6 is the threat, and Bishop takes B3 stops the immediate threat and probably just blasts open White's king. And yes, maybe doesn't look so good for Duda after all.
Wow, if Duda loses with White, that's going to be a very unexpected result.
That's for sure, and that's understating it. So wait a sec. So if Bishop takes B3, pawn takes B3, knight takes, pawn takes, and queen.
Maybe just Rook takes B3. I don't know.
But Rook takes B3, then there's Rook A2, I think, and just.
Oh, it doesn't like Rook takes B3.
Yeah, it's because
I
I stopped your checkmate and threatened one of my own.
Probably Bishop C4 might be good there too, threatening the mate on D8.
Oh, yeah.
And the Rook is coming A2 to defend. So this is good for Black. We need to find the right move.
Oh, did a game just finish there?
Maybe it is Queen A. Maybe it is Queen A5. Yeah, maybe you were right.
A game has just concluded, and is that card?
The kings are in the middle. That looks like it's a draw.
Yes, it's Karyakin and Artemian, and also Ivic and Andreikin. They drew their game. So the youngster Velimir Ivic still performing extremely well, and look at Magnus just staring.
I think Queen A5 is good here. I think so.
Oh,
it says it's not good. Maybe I'm also looking at Queen A7, so I can go to D4.
Yeah, that's probably the move.
I don't know. Whenever I make a move, it says I'm the worst.
Rook A2, Queen C3 check. That was your idea.
You could play Rook B2, and then you have King, and then you have King B1. Yeah.
Oh, and there's back rank mate, so you don't even have Rook takes B3.
Right. Yeah.
So with the Queen on D4, this is a very important nuance here. Is that if here Queen D4 check?
Yeah. Now there's no back rank mate.
You have rook takes b3 because the queen stops and check.
Yep.
That's cool.
And the thing is, if black doesn't play crazy like that, I think he's in trouble. He's like forced to play crazy.
I see a move has just been played, and it was not crazy. It was f6.
Never play f6.
Never, ever. Don't do it. So queen takes f6. Bishop takes b3 is probably the idea, I'd imagine. Wait, but how does this? How does white save this?
You could play one of Robert's infamous queen sacks. Queen takes c6.
No, I don't think that's going to hold here. But you know what might? Queen g7 check.
Wow.
It's like my piece is under attack. Your piece is under attack. This bishop, this bishop.
Yeah, I need an adult here.
At least one. Bishop takes a2.
Yeah, but the engine doesn't like f6 because, it thought black could sacrifice and get a big attack there.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't say black's lost here, but it just thought it gave away black's advantage.
Yeah. And there might even be defensive moves that white can try, not just.
You play bishop takes b3, you better have it calculated at the end.
It's true. And speaking of calculation, I mean, we have the cameras on Carlsen and Wojtaszek, and Wojtaszek's trying to figure this out. I think that Magnus is the happier of the two.
Oh, yeah. No, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, Wojtaszek really doesn't seem thrilled. And where to go to from here? So we can leave them on camera, but we can also just bop around. How's our buddy Sindarov doing? We haven't gotten to see hit. Okay, really? They're move 22, but it looks like no action has taken place, and all these other positions are crazy.
Yeah, I think this is just better for white, though.
Right.
Yeah, not winning, but yeah, it's just better for white. Two center pawns, a file's open. Black played f6. So
and
throw that in there.
Kasper Piorun is a multi-time puzzle-solving champion. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he's a brilliant tactician and calculator. So he's just not getting the type of position that he would thrive at. This is a very solid position for white. No tactical exploits to be had. So looks great.
Yeah, 2 or 3 days ago, Danya said that Casper's not being friendly. And I was like, I like that pun. Casper the friendly ghost.
I got you.
But yeah, he's being friendly this game.
He is indeed. Just it
looks like white's doing pretty well.
Yeah, the a7 pawn is such a weakness, and it can't go anywhere because the b4 pawn stops an a5 push, and the knight is stuck on b5, which is kind of awkward. Yeah, I much prefer Sindarov's position here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, and we don't want to overstate how well he's doing, but I seriously thought before this match he's the favorite, just based on the way they're playing this tournament.
Right. I mean, Sindarov. This is the point that Grishuk said when he came out for an interview. He's like, some 2550s are 2700, and he believes that Sindarov is one of those because he's 15 years old. He's playing like a monster against Alireza Firouzja. He drew both Classical games from, I think, a position of strength in both. And then in the tiebreaks, he didn't look like the worst player. He looked like the better player, and he won the tiebreaks. And I'm not
always
saying
bet on the younger player. Yeah,
yeah, I'm not saying that he's better.
Firouzja likes that. He's like, he's like, my opponent's younger than me. That's never happened.
And well, it didn't pay off for Alireza in this field. So, see, I don't like that move though.
That is a what's the word I want to say? Not bad. It's a he's not slowly pressing his advantage. It looks like he's, he thinks it's really good, because if he didn't think it was really good, you just wouldn't play it. Right. And it doesn't look really good. It just looks like it's going to peter out to a draw.
Yeah,
it looks like they're going to trade everything now.
Right. I mean, there are multiple moves here. Knight d4 is possible, because if you take on a7, black can probably just take on b3 and get into this position.
Yeah, probably white thought this was good because he's maybe winning a pawn or two. Maybe he thought that. Maybe he can't take on d3 because originally maybe this is what he has to do. If he takes on d3, I can take and play knight c1, right?
At the very least, yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice find. The knight's under attack, and so is the rook.
Yeah, so c4 sort of immediately gets the rook to a7, so he couldn't help himself. He had to do it. I don't really blame him either. I mean, once the rook gets to a7, it's a 2-result game. So
yeah,
all right.
that is true.
Yeah, he's either going to win or draw. So.
Knight d6, though. If you take on a7, you lose either c or e4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, but you're not attacking, my d pawn anymore, so I can move my queen and pretend that I'm much better. Pretending's fun.
Yeah, I mean, knight c8's a bit passive, so I don't.
Yeah,
really like
d4 confusing the audience after knight c8.
4 in a row, connect 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, weird position.
Well, I like white now.
Yeah, but it's weird, strange pawn structure.
Yeah, so
but maybe, I'll take white. Yeah.
Maybe it was a bit harsh, but it just seems like it creates such a clear problem in the position that you could have sat on the position and just shuffled around, improved your chances down the line. And I think a more experienced player would have waited to play.
Yeah, c4 is a real young player's move. Yeah, calculate c4, and old guys like me are just like, I have a better pawn structure. Black doesn't have counterplay. I'm going to slowly improve. And those guys just calculate and play based on their calculation. And their calculation is really good. So
certainly is. So let's keep on going around here. It looks like there
are
many developments in Fedoseev against Kovalev. So let's get this position up. And well, that bar is very high.
And that c pawn looks good. Rook d8, knight d7 looks good. Looks good.
Yeah. What's the material? It's even material somehow.
Yeah, but I'm threatening c6, c7, c8, and rook d8, knight d7. I mean, well, this doesn't look good for black.
No, it looks completely winning for white.
Yeah, this is terrible. Yeah.
I mean, it's just lost.
Yeah, white spawns are queening and black spawns will never queen. So.
No. And well, we were around here when we last left off. So I just want to see how the breakthrough happened. G4.
Hey, Robert, let me give you something. Look at the clocks. Look at them. Are you kidding me?
Gosh.
Are you kidding?
Wow. Fedoseev too fast.
Wow, that's crazy.
I mean, he just played like a model game.
He plays really fast and really well.
Move his knight. And look at his pawns.
Yeah, he's just smushing them. Yeah.
And e5, that's a move that you never really want to play because d6 is just so terrible after that.
Yeah.
So it looks like he was able to just start.
I mean, white's position was just always good.
And knight d7 wins a piece and also protects c5 and just wins the game on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
And king g7, but okay, rook takes f8, just resigns.
I assume so, yeah.
So this will be the first decisive game of the round of 32 in the World Cup, and Fedoseev is looking unbeatable.
Fedoseev is a beast. I hope Adiban doesn't sue me, but yeah, Fedoseev is he can win a lot of games in a row against even people who are higher rated than him. He's a beast.
He really is. And I'm just looking at his results here in the World Cup. He beat Axel Bachmann both games, and then he went 1.5 out of 2 against Timur Gareev, and now he's winning the first game against Vladislav Kovalev. So the guy will about to be 4.5 out of 5 in his classical games here. Not bad.
Yeah, that was really nice how he beat Gareev with the black pieces. Yeah, I think he got he was getting a lot of queens. His pawns were really far advanced on the queen side.
Yeah. One queen wasn't enough. He just needed.
That's right. I got to get a lot of queens. Well, it might not be enough here either. You might want to get 2 queens. We'll get a resignation before that, but yeah.
Yeah, we will for sure. And wow, just to continue bopping around a bit, and rook takes f8 was played by Fedoseev. I guess Kovalev should play on, but he's completely busted.
He should? All right.
The game between Duda and Idani had the queen takes f6, and then after bishop takes b3, queen g7 check was in fact played. So this is the live position after all. And what a weird position it is.
Yeah, the engine thinks it's equal because it always thinks everything's equal.
What's the material count? Is white up a pawn right
White's
now?
up a pawn. White's threatening bishop takes e5, I assume.
Agreed.
So black has to, do something.
Maybe bishop takes c2.
Let's see. Do I believe that? Yes, I do.
And the bishop c2, rook
Right.
c2, king g7,
Yep.
and
Double up. Well, you could play knight takes d3.
That's funny. Yeah,
Yeah.
you get to escape, and
Uh-huh. Nope. Black's at least fine. Yeah. Black's king is better than white, so could be better for black.
Yeah. So what a game this could be for the young Iranian player. Not as young as some of the other participants, but still, I think he's in his early 20s, so would be nice for him. And well, Duda maybe not proving as much as he would like from this first game, but still plenty of game to be played after this whole sequence. So
yeah, there's no easy opponents. You don't get this far by being easy.
no. We'll see. But right now, I think we're going to take a break. I know I need to stretch my legs. Been sitting in this chair for so long. And we'll come back as the action heats up. We get near the time control, and we'll see if other players are like Fedoseev with humongous leads in the clock and dominating positions. But for now, it is break time. More from the FIDE World Cup and Women's World Cup when we return. New merch is available on the Chess.com store. Go to go.chess.com/merch and use the code World Cup, one word, to get 10% off on all Chess.com products. This code remains for the remainder of the World Cup, so do not miss your chance to get the cool merchandise you see on screen in front of you and many more options. But there's chess being played. We have many games still remaining. I just pulled up the game between Anna Muzichuk and Elizabeth Pates, and a lot has happened since we left off with the bishop pair for black and down a pawn. Black remains down a pawn, but there's only one bishop remaining on the board for black. So Ben, your gut instinct here, what's it telling you? Does white have chances here with the extra material, or is black just doing fine?
You know, we might see a repetition here if black wants it, with queen h1, knight g1, queen h5, because I think white just played knight f3 to stop queen takes rook mate.
Right.
Yeah, and king e2 is probably.
Oh, you can't take on g2.
Risky. Yeah, if you take rook g1, is that amazing? Is that true? It is true. Wow. Although I guess after king e2, I could just move my queen back to h5 and why's your king on e2, but you are a pawn up.
Right.
So.
Like, can I play a4? You don't have a check on e8. My queen on d7.
Yeah, king on e2 is solid. Yeah.
Although rook b8, rook b2 looks
pretty scary.
Good.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, black just has great compensation for a pawn, so I'm not even sure which side I want.
Me neither. So
yeah, and it's like exactly a pawn's compensation. Yeah, black wins a pawn back somehow, which I don't see how, then I'll take black. But if somehow white consolidates and stops black's initiative, then white's doing really well. I don't know. Somehow I like black. I'm afraid to have white here.
I just don't see how.
I'm afraid of nothing, but I'm still afraid.
Yeah, I just don't see how black makes progress necessarily, because the queen h1, as you just pointed out, you can just make a repetition. So in that regard, I sort of want white, but I agree with you there.
All right, I guess we'll have to play. You're white and I'm black.
We'll agree to disagree, huh?
I mean, rook a8 is possible, or am I blundering a piece with queen c6? Probably. C6. That's how I do it. The engine's not impressed. It just says, it's equal.
Yeah, I guess you have queen a5, maybe.
Aha.
I'm just getting defensive.
Yeah.
Nothing smart about it.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, maybe black is just doing fine here. And let's keep on going in this Women's World Cup. Only 16 players remain. So let's check out some of the other matches. Where is Goryachkina? Here is her game, where she's playing against Antoaneta Stefanova. And material count, extra pawn for white. This pawn on c5 may not be that much longer for this game. However, taking it immediately will backfire because you're walking into a pin, and you see the eval bar skyrocket. Rook c1, I believe, just gets the piece.
Yeah, that's too early to take it. This is another position where black's down a pawn, but I mean, instead of taking on c5, and has excellent compensation.
Although you probably need to be accurate to maintain that compensation, because bishop f1 is already a threat.
Always play bishop f1.
Always. And here especially. So what is black's move actually to keep the momentum?
Well, I could either move my queen or my knight, I guess, to make bishop f1 less aggressive. I'm not sure if I should play knight e5 or queen b4. Got to do something. Otherwise, as you said, bishop f1 is too strong.
Right. And the knight can then go to e5, hitting this pawn. The bishop comes to e2, then rook d2 is an option.
Wow.
Yeah. Black has plenty of compensation here and probably is doing just fine.
Yeah, these positions are so difficult. I keep saying it, but this is such a refreshing tournament compared to some things that we've seen in the past where it wasn't fighting like this.
Wait, she took on c5? That's not my analysis? No way. No way. She took on c5.
But nothing better than that.
Oh, because she probably thinks after b3,
right,
you're trying to exploit the pin, but
queen d4, yeah.
Queen d4 is not.
Or queen e5, yeah.
It says black is completely winning. Oh my goodness, rook d2. Oh, oh, that is just
Oh,
nasty.
wow. And queen c4, rook e1. Wow.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
awesome. Yeah.
That's just mate.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah.
So she's hoping for that. But the problem is after rook c1.
Rook c1 was played.
Oh my gosh, you don't have rook d2 because queen takes d2. And there's a pin down the c file now, and you just lose all your material.
Did she see rook c1 or she only saw b3 and was really happy about it?
No, there's no way she saw rook c1.
Yeah, because rook c1, if you see it, you're like, I guess I shouldn't take that. Because b3 is a little more obvious than rook c1. Then she sees rook d2 wins. Yeah, it's very risky to play queen c5. It's a risky move because you're pinning your knight.
Just a complete oversight by, an amazing player. Goryachkina has been on a crazy roll lately. She finished, I think, in third place in the Russian higher league championship. I forget the exact name, where she beat many strong players like Alexei Sarana and Andreev. And then she's been great in the World Cup, Women's World Cup thus far. But then she just had an oversight here, an outright blunder from a player who's been on an absolute tear.
Yeah, it's just a blunder. But she moved quickly, so I don't know what's going on. What did she do? I saw her move. What did she play? Rook e d3?
Yeah.
And she did it pretty quickly.
Okay, well. Oh, that's queen c4. There's rook d1 check. Okay, so this position, so she didn't just blunder in one move. That was...
Yeah, she saw this, and there's a winning move here for white we're not seeing.
What is that move?
Bishop f1, I play rook d2.
Yeah, you don't want to see rook d2 happen.
No.
Oh, I think I got it, Ben. I think it's
Well, don't give it to me.
I think it's b4.
I'm over all my sicknesses. Yeah.
Because you're trying to distract the queen away from this pin. One of the important things to note is that if a queen takes c4, there's rook d1 check. And after rook takes d1, check again, and your queen is lost because there's nothing you can do. You have to play queen f1 and lose your queen there. So b4 distracts the queen. So after queen takes b4, queen takes c4, rook d1 check.
Yeah, just bishop f1 or
bishop f1 or rook f1, and you just save the day.
Yep. Wow, b4 that's what she missed. She saw rook c1, rook d3, but she didn't see b4, which I'm not sure if I would see that. I'm not sure white's going to see it. That's such a strange move.
I didn't even see it until I see the eval bar still really high for white. And then okay, there's something here. So I need to distract this queen away from c5.
Is b4 the only good move? I think it is.
Let's see.
Rook d2 is a serious threat.
Yeah, maybe b4 is the only move.
Wow.
Honestly, I could see white losing this game in 2 moves.
Yeah, if she doesn't play b4, I think she's in trouble. And if she plays b4, then she's going to win.
Yeah.
Wow, this is an important moment.
And how much time? She has under 8 minutes remaining, if the clocks are correct here. So not much time.
And b4 is easy when somebody shows it to you.
Right.
And after but if you don't, then it's not easy.
And when you have the eval bar, you just see, there's a win for white somewhere. You find it. In her mind, she's like, oh shoot, rook e d3. There's rook d2 as a threat. Rook d1 check if I take on c4. I need to work that out and what to do here. But b4 is just such a nice shot that I admittedly did not see at first either. So it's a surprise. And
that's really hard to see. Yeah, and the idea is that rook d1 loses its strength when the queen's not on c5 attacking the rook on c1 via an x-ray. Man, that's hard to understand, but true.
Do you think that she'll find b4?
I think it's very close to 50-50, but the move is so crazy, I'm going to say it's less than 50-50. So I think it's a 2-to-1 shot. I don't think she's going to find it.
She looks a bit nervous. So,
I mean, that move is so hard to find.
yeah, it's really just out of nowhere.
Obviously, when the bar tells you, and you're okay, but if you're playing the game, wow, B4 is such a crazy winning move.
It's just 6 minutes. And
yeah, and the idea for those of you at home is, if I take on C4 and you play Rook D1 check, Bishop F1, the queen is defending on C1, so you play Rook takes C1. And obviously, if Black's queen is on B4, then that doesn't work. That's why B4 is so strong. But that's a tough move to see.
And now
I'll be really impressed if she plays B4. And I'm thinking that Black sees B4 now. That's what I think. And that she's just like, okay, don't play B4.
And people are asking, what about B4, Queen B6? And it's a great question. Queen takes C4, you have this check, but after Bishop to F1, which was Ben's point, that this queen on C5 is no longer there, hitting the rook on C1. So if you take on C1, the queen just takes right back.
If I'm Black, I'm getting up and leaving because I don't want to give away B4. I don't want if I see it. If I see B4, I'm leaving. I'm walking around looking confident.
Although, based on the time consumption right now, I wonder if Stefanova is just trying to find a move. And because her position looks really tough, if she does not play B4, then she might stumble into it based on that.
Yeah, she'll be a heroine if she plays. Oh, King H1.
King H1.
That was like the safe move that's not good. Yeah, she didn't find B4. It's just really hard.
But King H1 actually might still be a good move because Black is tangled up here.
King H1 is the move I was thinking of when I didn't see B4 because I was trying to get out of this pin.
And the eval bar has stayed at +3.
That's also good. I thought that. I mean, White's not even threatening Queen takes C4 anymore.
No. Oh, actually, yes. No. Are you? Because if Queen takes F2,
Queen takes D3.
Yeah.
Wow. I just thought White's threatening B3, which is good enough.
That is the threat here. But that's
King H1, Black should see. I understand Black not seeing B4. I saw King H1, but I thought Black would have a lot of moves here. But I guess Black doesn't have a lot of moves here.
No, and maybe in her mind when she was visualizing.
Yeah, I didn't see Queen takes D3. Yeah.
She probably thought, I'll play Queen D4, get out of the pin. The rook is under attack on F2, but after Queen C4.
Right. Yeah, if Queen takes D3 doesn't exist, Black has a lot of moves.
Yes.
But now Black doesn't have any of those moves because Queen takes D3 wins. Yeah. Wow. And it looks like just getting lift is too slow. Then probably B3 wins.
Right. So if you play H5 or H6, then.
Yeah. We stop Queen D3, but we're still pinned.
And the annoying thing for Black is you never have Rook D2 because you take and then take a second time.
Right.
You don't even take the knight on C4, which you can, but Queen takes D4 just ends the discussion.
Wow. Yeah, I thought after King H1, Black could just get out of this pin, but she can't.
No.
Yeah, Queen takes D3 is a cool tactic. Yeah.
So I think Stefanova is about to score a huge upset. Of course, she is a brilliant player, a former women's world champion.
Yeah.
She's won this World Cup event before until she became the world champion. And, a really, really tough opponent, but this is surprising, I must admit. I thought that Goryachkina was kind of unstoppable these days in these women's events, but right now, Stefanova is giving her all she can handle.
Yeah, I thought Black just had a lot of things to do here because I didn't see Queen takes D3. Now there's very little to do.
Yeah.
There's tricks, but they don't work.
No tricks.
The King H1's I didn't like it as much as B4 because my rook on F2 is not defended, but it's indirectly defended because the Queen takes D3.
Tactical defense, always the best way.
Yeah.
Well, let's leave this game for now. It looks like it's going to be a big upset, and Goryachkina is going to lose her first game of the event. Let's go to just one thing quickly here. Zagnidze and Shuvalova are playing, and I saw this knight on F6 and this pawn structure for White. I just, by the corner of my eye, assumed White was doing well, and then I just have noticed it's Black's turn, and you can take his pawn on H3.
Yeah, and also I guess in some positions we can take on e5, maybe knight d5 is a good response. But yeah, obviously the kingside counterplay is great.
Oh, this king on e7 could be checkmated at like any moment.
These things happen. Sometimes you get checkmated.
You play f4 here for white, rook h2, try to grab this pawn. Actually, how does black move here? Seems like a bind.
I'm forced to make a move. Yeah, terrible.
Not easy.
No.
Like the rook can't move c7 because there's rook d7 check. The rook on h8 can't go anywhere of note. Oh, who's playing in this game?
I'm thinking about knight b8 to d7 because I like retreating.
Always retreat. Then I can play rook d2 even and stop your knight from.
Yeah, but I could play h2 and knight d7 if I want to, but fair. I can.
Very fair point. White should still be better in these lines, but yeah, it's gonna be
no. I mean, it's tough for black. You gotta risk it.
Gotta risk it the business. Let's go to the game that we see on screen here between Abdul Sitarov and Durabeli. Whoa. Huh? What has happened in
so white's down an exchange still for a pawn still. But yeah, I mean that king on e7 looks good.
It does indeed.
Yeah, I mean black's just better, right?
Much better. The pawn is stuck.
Yeah. What's the time situation? Also good for black.
But they only have 4 moves to make till time control. So okay enough for white.
Yeah, it looks good for black.
Yeah, Durabeli trying to land a very important win because then they'll get the white pieces. Great opening prep. So let's go back to Magnus because his game looks kind of crazy as these two players still are making moves. Whoa.
We went on break like Votacek still hadn't moved. So finally he made a lot of moves.
So this is the live position.
And Magnus just made a move.
Did he play knight f3?
Yes, there's a knight on f3. Yeah.
Okay, so queen takes f3 is the only move because you get checkmated if you don't take it.
Yeah, getting checkmated is bad. Yeah, queen e1's mate. Yeah.
Right. So here.
Yeah.
Check here.
Yeah, and king g2 is the same, just queen h2 and queen g1. Yeah.
Very easy checkmate. So the queen sacrificed on f3.
Yeah, now, you already did it. Yep. And took on c8. This has been played.
What do you make of this, Ben?
So we have a rook and 2 bishops for a queen, but white's king is very suspicious, and the rook on a1's no good. Bishops on c8's not defended. Magnus doesn't have lift yet, so he has to watch out. So that's very scary for both sides. It looks like without analyzing, I would take black because I don't like white's king. Okay, rook f8, attacking the bishop and stopping the back rank mate.
Oh, and that went. Okay, rook f8. So the problem for white right now is where to put this bishop, actually.
I mean, I want to play safe and play like bishop b7 to g2. Although taking my b pawn is annoying, but maybe that's just the way it goes.
I think you have to do something like that. Because if you go bishop to d7 or something like this, then rook d8 is very annoying, just trying to take and give you a check. And if you play bishop e6, you're walking into queen f6.
Yeah, that's right. Ooh, coffee delivery. Thank you. Go, Karen. Man, that's hot.
Be careful.
I'll have to sue my own chess center. It's too hot. Wait, what happened here?
Grishuk and Korobov have finished their game.
They drew. I see the kings on e4 and e5.
Yeah, it wasn't the most exciting game.
I was predicting a long time ago that would be a draw. Yeah.
So
it looked like they were both happy with the draw.
I think Fedoseev is still the only person who has won a game in this round thus far. And
I mean, Votacek isn't necessarily lost, even though his king is suspicious and hasn't moved his queenside pieces this game. What's funny is if the engine says it's about equal, it's the kind of position where if black doesn't play well or misses anything, eventually, white's going to be winning. Eventually. If I can just cheat and play bishop g2, bishop d2, double rooks on the d file, start attacking g7. I mean, white's going to have an initiative against the black king with the bishop on b2 and the rooks coming in. So if Magnus goes too far trying to win, he could get in trouble. It's not something he usually does. So,
but it does happen, and I'm with you there, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, he likes to win, so
and
he has to make sure that white doesn't get untangled and then start attacking with his rooks and bishops.
Right, this bishop gets the b2 and g7's a problem. Yeah, white.
Yeah, I mean, black has to be careful at some point, just not right now.
We did see both Svidler and Vitsugov on screen briefly. I'm going to flash their board. They drew a game that didn't look the most exciting, although in this final position, white appears to be slightly better based on the pawn structure.
Yeah.
And they just agreed on a draw. Unless, maybe king e5 wasn't the move. And that's just them.
Right, they just put the kings in the middle. Like king e5 doesn't make a lot of sense.
King e5 makes no sense to me because you just give the rook.
Right, yeah.
direct line over to b5. But either way, game was a draw. So let's, right here. Hike Martirosyan with a passed b pawn. Ante Burkic trying to survive this one here with the black pieces. Will he be able to succeed?
Wow, this is again one of those positions where like I could see either side winning. If the b pawn doesn't queen and black takes white's king side, that's not good for white, but that b pawn looks awfully strong.
That's true.
Awfully strong.
And we have Duda on camera just walking around.
Duda's looking confident over there.
I'm not sure if he should, but I
walking around like a boss.
Yeah.
This game's easy. Let's look at other games. Yeah, that's what he's thinking.
King d8 played. So how's it stopping the b pawn?
I guess b6, bishop c8.
Ooh. And then
I mean, you asked me to stop the b pawn, but yeah.
I was just going to rook c7 and.
No comment.
You can come after the b pawn, but then you drop f7.
Oh yeah, that's right. You can't play b7 right now.
No.
Yeah.
But let's say I go rook f6. Knight takes d5 is. That's.
Yep. I mean, this. Can I? Oh, I can't do that. I was going to take on b6 and resign after rook c8. It's important to resign. Yeah. Yeah, this looks really good for white. Not blundering the piece. But this looks really good for white.
And Hike Martirosyan, that would be another excellent game from him, as he did knock out Shakir Mamedyarov, a top 10 player, and would like to see his World Cup adventure continue, as he's the last Armenian player remaining. So let's, by the way, Pragnananda and MVL did draw their game. So many draws this round.
Yeah, that's going to happen more and more draws because the players are getting to be about the same strength. So
let's see.
Is that Bakro? Looks like Bakro.
I was going to say, how is that Bakro game going? So let's what?
Yeah, that is Bakro, right? Then
how is this king on a3?
Yeah. Wait, what's happening here? Why is I'm so confused.
Okay, let's go back.
Wow, bishop g5. Yeah, what happened here?
Knight e4, queen takes b3, so he didn't play queen e1. Knight a5, queen a2.
So black's just giving everything away.
White is up 2 pawns.
Yeah.
And bishop d7. Wow. Okay.
That's an interesting move.
And not approved of by the...
Yeah, that's a strange move.
Rook f6 and then knight e5, giving up the queen because knight f7 check. Rook takes b2 because of course.
Wow.
This game is unbelievable.
Every move is amazing.
King takes b2. Oh.
Yeah, the idea is, I guess, queen b8 check. You don't have knight f7 check.
But the Eva bar starts swinging.
Right. But that's the idea. Yeah.
So king a3.
Yeah. The engine likes it.
Bishop takes queen b6 because
wow, I thought it was a typo, but yeah.
The pawn is pinned. Bishop f7, queen f6 because, of course, the queen wanted to go from b8 to f6.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop g5, and now
wow. And the engine doesn't like bishop g5.
No. And then knight takes g5, h takes g5, queen takes g5, but now it loves it.
Wait, so go back. Why didn't it like? Is it change its mind, or is bishop g5 a mistake?
I think there's bishop takes c5 check, and then take this knight on e5. Looks so scary.
Oh, I'm looking at king a2, but I'm too old for that.
King a2, knight c.
Right, but even I'm still confused.
Like king a.
No, always play king a1.
No, but king a1, there's knight b3 check. Like,
there's a bishop defending b3.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I got nothing for you. King a1.
Yeah, the engine says black's winning now. What?
But how?
I don't know.
I completely missed that the bishop can take.
Oh, can you play queen d6?
Oh, wait, oh my gosh, it likes knight b3. I blundered, but it loves it. What the heck? It likes my blunder because probably queen b6 now, hitting d4, hitting b3.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh my!
Yeah, I can see why black didn't play bishop c5 because nobody can see any of this.
No, this is just absurd.
Right. Okay, so instead he blundered. I mean, probably Bakro didn't see that either. He's like, I bishop c5. I don't care about that.
Right.
But yeah, the black king is looking bad. That's looking bad. This is an easy one, right? I can just take everything.
It looks like it should be an easy win.
Yeah, this is. Why can't I just take everything?
Like check here,
and then Rook check, and Rook takes g6 check.
Yeah, king h7.
Oh, can you play bishop d8 there instead of moving the king?
No.
Well, I mean, I'm trying.
No.
I mean, yeah, this looks absolutely absurd. Yeah. It's funny. King d4 looks good, but queen d2 check. It's funny.
He played king h7.
Oh, this is the actual game?
Yeah. So wait, bishop g6 check. Oh, it hates that move. Look at that.
Yeah.
It hated that move. It's a free pawn with check.
Doesn't like it.
Because queen d2 is happening and things like that. Chess is a ridiculous game. So let's see. So I played rook b8, king h7. Oh, not yet. Hasn't played yet. Just, how do you win this game?
I have a crazy idea, but give me a second.
Okay.
It's crazy, though. Yeah, my crazy idea doesn't work. Oh, my crazy idea really doesn't work. Okay, now I can never tell anybody because it's embarrassing. Yeah, what do I do here? I don't want him to play queen d2.
So then play rook d1.
I'm not good enough to play rook d1.
I was really saying it just to.
Yeah, I can't find a move like that. But maybe.
Yeah, maybe it's just the calm move that's required.
Maybe, yeah.
Humans are so bad at just making moves like this. And I'm just saying it to stop your opponent. It wasn't actually just half in jest, but now maybe it's the move.
I want to do something with white. I want to sack everything and mate him, but I don't see anything like that.
This is just an absolutely ridiculous game. I wonder if there's something better than rook b8 check, although that looks really strong. Wow. These two have been playing a fascinating battle. So I was trying to look at my attention was caught by other games, Ben. And I need you to explain something to me. So we're gonna go to the
hold on, before you say anything.
Go ahead.
Okay, now don't laugh at me.
Yes.
F4.
So you're giving up the G3 pawn with
yes,
check?
Yes. King B4.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, if you move your knight, I have rook H6, rook G6.
Oh.
Yeah.
So what if I go king G? No.
I'm going to take your knight.
You are?
Yeah, I'm going to play king A. I'll keep walking up. Yeah. Take that knight.
Wow. It's approved.
That was my idea.
Approved.
By the way, if I don't take the knight, probably Rook HG1 wins.
Yeah,
Maybe it doesn't.
This looks not very fun.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know, but I like my crazy idea.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, when I don't use the engine, I have crazy ideas. Otherwise, just play the best engine move. Maybe I should stop using the engine forever so I can play really badly.
I agree. Not with the badly part, but with the...
Yeah, but F4 is a really interesting move. I don't know if it's good, but it's interesting.
Well, he played for Rook B8 check.
He checked, yeah.
But I had a question on the Magnus game. So
okay.
I want to hop there real quick because...
Yeah, time trouble is coming, so the games are going to get all crazy now.
Like, what is this Rook on 8? These Rooks...
Solid.
It's almost as if you want to pass pawn, but you don't have one.
Mm-hmm.
So how did this happen? So knight F3 check. Rook here. Queen F6.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you have to play that move.
Why do you have to play it? What am I missing? Everything?
Well, if you can't go Rook B1 because Queen G6 check.
I agree.
You can't play Bishop B2 because Queen G5 check.
I agree. What if I play the other Rook to A2? Now what am I missing?
Queen E7 and Queen E1 hitting the
wow.
Bishop. Everything.
Wow.
So
you have to play that.
Yeah, I wonder if Magnus saw all this in his head and then stopped here. Like, this looks ridiculous for white.
Uh-huh. I mean, I would be scared to have black. I would think that if white consolidates, I'm losing. Like Bishop E3, double on the D file. I'm scared of that. I don't like 2 rooks and 2 bishops when I'm black.
No.
I don't like it. I'm not saying that white's doing well. I'd be afraid with black.
But maybe Wojtaszek has no fear.
Yeah. No, I mean, if I was Magnus, I'd be afraid here.
No, I'm completely with you. I think that Magnus is in real danger right now because these bishops.
Mm-hmm. The engine says it's okay, but I think it's hard to play black. I mean, white just activates his pieces.
You probably have to play perfectly for black just to be okay.
Yeah, because I can see white like getting a big attack here.
I wasn't watching too closely because it was a nerve-wracking moment, but in the Jumabayev Caruana game, didn't the engine say like it was equal? And then one move later, it was just waiting for...
That's happening in a lot of games this tournament.
Yeah, these are tricky positions. And
everything's fine. Oh, I resign. No.
So...
I guess a draw is the most likely result, but if I was playing somebody my level, I would take white. I just wouldn't want to have black here because I'd be afraid.
I'm in complete agreement. I think that white's position is to be preferred. And not only, okay, so Rook D8 played, I guess there's some kind of Rook D1 check that you have to think about.
Yeah, if black can trade rooks, it's less likely he'll get attacked and that his B pawn's probably stronger.
A Rook E2 here? What if I just start centralizing my pieces? Because Rook D1 does look pretty annoying.
Mm-hmm.
So like if I play Rook E2 and you play Rook D1 check, I can just... I was going to play Rook E1, but I'm not so sure about this. And the engine hates it, clearly. Yeah, this just looks like a position where I thought that would be good for white, but maybe just...
Yeah, you're defending E8 too.
Clutch.
Mm-hmm.
Although Bishop D4 still looks... I don't like it, facing the bishops and the rook.
No, I agree. I'm really scared if I'm black here, but the engine's not scared.
No emotions.
No.
So, how many more moves until time? There just played 35th move, Rook to D8. So Magnus with just over 2 minutes, Wojtaszek with 5 and counting down. Wow, this is a nerve-wracking moment for both.
These games all remind me of something funny. When I'm at a tournament, especially like at my chess center, often, especially in Swisses in rounds 1 and 2, I'm severely outrating my opponent. And when the game's over, people are like, was that easy? And I'm like, it's never easy. Mm-hmm. Like, I could be playing a 1200 player and it's not easy. Just nothing's easy. And so even if Magnus wins this game, it's not like, oh, Magnus is higher rated and he won. It's such a battle.
It is.
Every game is tough.
And that's the thing about chess, right? Any individual game, the lower rated player
all your energy in every game.
Yeah, and the lower rated player can win, but of course, if they played a 10-game match, then that's where you would see one side.
Right. Yeah, I could beat a 1200 and 10-game match. Yeah. Yeah. But each individual game, you know, a lot of club players are just like, well, that higher rated player won, that higher rated player won. What an easy first round. But man, some of those games aren't easy.
Well, speaking of not easy, we're just being informed in the chat that Ante Burkish made a bad blunder on the 40th move.
Man, the truth hurts.
I'm going to quickly pull up that game and then come right back here. But the 40th move, bishop to e6, apparently is a blunder. And I mean, the eval bar is skyrocketing. It means that something like knight b5, b7 is just, because there's no rook b2. You can't even attack my knight. So knight b5 should just do the trick.
Yeah, that seems to win right away, knight b5. Yeah. But what if he didn't play bishop e6? Was he okay?
Let's see. It says, what?
Well, we were looking at rook b6, but you thought knight d5 was great. That's probably why he played bishop e6. He was afraid of knight d5.
True. But black is, of course, worse no matter what. But it seems like bishop e6 is just the tragic 40th move blunder.
Yeah.
And, well, Hike has the time to figure it out. He doesn't have just 10 minutes. He gained 30 minutes of the clock, so he will be able
to
timing.
Yeah.
Work through this. And there could be other moves that are winning, but knight b5 just to play b7 looks good enough.
Right. Yeah.
All right, so let's check out. So let's go around the horn a bit just to check out some of these games. Vidit and Jeffrey Zhang. Oh, somehow Jeffrey has like the best position ever.
Yeah, I refuse to ever play Jeffrey again. I don't like it. What just happened? What game just ended? Magnus's game ended.
What?
How could it have ended? What happened? Did they agree to a draw? Nobody can resign here.
No, Magnus must have offered a draw.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess they agreed to a draw because that's the only result that makes any sense.
Well, and even that doesn't make too much sense.
It makes a little sense, but yeah, not too much.
This is one of those reasons where, you know, I don't blame either player. It's within the rules of chess, but ban the draw offer.
Right. Yeah. The spectators and the commentators want to see what's going to happen.
Yeah. Ban the draw offer.
And
it's a really smart psychological play by Carlsen, because if Wojtaszek plays on, he needs to prove something, right? Your opponent offered you a draw. You feel like, well, Magnus either must see something or just an iffy spot, but Magnus just wants the white pieces in game two and to use that to his advantage. But surprising. And now they're just chatting about the game that was.
Yeah, that game was too interesting. There's a lot to chat about.
Yeah, maybe can does anyone have the arbiter on speed dial? Can you?
Yeah, thanks, arbiter. Make sure we can't. Yeah.
They're just analyzing the game, going over stuff.
The arbiter's like, hey, that's interesting analysis. Let me hear.
Oh gosh. Well, I think for Magnus, it's a good result. You had a topsy-turvy game with the black pieces. You make a draw. Now with the white pieces tomorrow, you can play for win. But it did seem like Magnus had a big advantage at some point.
I like Magnus's position, yeah. But then, I mean, like here, both sides are risking a lot. I mean, you got to be careful with both sides here. And the engine says it's equal.
Right.
That's a pretty cool thing they put. Wojtaszek's rook never moved.
It's moved 35 and the rook is stayed on A1 the whole game. Although,
yeah, when I told Spassky that, and he said in his match with he and Fischer, they'll hold my beer. I think Fischer didn't move one of his rooks, and it was like a 70 move game.
Well, if we had ended the game just a move ago, before bishop e3, you could have said both these pieces hadn't moved.
That's right. The bishop on c1 hadn't moved until the very end. Yeah.
So finally, the bishop develops, and of course, the game must conclude.
Magnus is like, all right, if you're going to move your bishop, okay, fine. Yeah.
Well, they are.
I guess Zoidberg went up to the players and said, "Stop the game; it's too exciting." And they went, "All right."
Yeah, they're agreeable, folks. So let's see what's happening in some of these other games that are.
Go back to Jeffrey because Jeffrey was looking good.
Okay, I have Jeffrey.
We were both surprised because it looked like Vidit had no problem.
It did seem that way, and now it seems.
Yeah, that pawn on a6 is good. The back rank checkmate is good. This is tough to play black. Black has 20 seconds left. What move number is it?
It's 37.
So black better not blunder here. Okay, G6. Engine doesn't like it too much.
What other move was there besides G6?
What's the threat?
Rook b8 checkmate.
There's a rook on b4.
Oh, not rook b8. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yep. Yeah. Never mind. I'm just pretend like that moment didn't happen. Don't know what the threat is.
Yeah, one of the reasons White has a big advantage here isn't necessarily the checkmate, which is good, but the a6 pawn is a lot better than the a7 pawn.
That's right. That's right.
Because that pawn might queen. So
you can't take on b7 ever precisely because of that pawn.
Yeah, so this is tough for Black. It's not easy to play Black here. I guess he couldn't play queen e5 because his rook's hanging. Yeah, it's hard for Black to ever play queen e5.
Wait, can White play queen d2 now, hitting the rook and hitting the h6 pawn?
Hitting the rook and the h6 pawn. I'm trying to find a move for Black. I don't have one, but the engine doesn't say +8. But
no, it doesn't.
I don't see a move for Black there. That looks tough.
I don't know, and I'm not sure if Vidit knows either. And I'm not sure. If
I don't see any move, but wouldn't the engine thing go all the way to the top if that just won instantly?
So there's.
I don't see any move.
I have no idea, but we are.
Well, if he plays queen d2, we'll find out.
Oh, he did.
He did? Okay, good. Now we'll find out. Now we'll find the great move for Black that none of us see. Yeah, the engine says Black's fine.
Yeah, and the players are really.
I don't see. I don't know.
Rook somewhere. You have to move the rook off the b file, I assume. Yeah, 15 seconds left for Vidit. If this is right.
I don't know what to do. I guess he's going to show us.
Or he'll just lose on time.
I don't know. I wouldn't want to have Black here and have to move in seconds.
So rook c4 played. And if queen takes h6, there might be rook c1 check for like queen takes e5 check, something like that.
Uh-huh. That defends b8 too. So that's good. Yeah, and if you play rook b8 check now, king g7. Yeah.
So queen takes h6.
I can't play queen f4 because knight e2 check.
Actually, queen h6 might even run into knight e2 as well. There's some checkmates that Black is trying to make work. Oh, both players could lose this before the time control. It's move 39, about to be White's.
Oh man, he has less than a minute. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so what to do here?
Rook c4 might have been the only move.
And it looks scary.
No, I agree, because e5 is hanging.
You can't even defend e5.
Jeffrey must have moved because he's writing something down.
Okay, bishop takes g6.
I saw that move, but I didn't like it. I didn't think that worked.
So pawn g6, queen h6.
I thought he could just check and take on e5 with check, but maybe he plays f4 and I'm wrong.
Yeah, that might leave the rook.
Yeah, I think I'm just wrong. f4 and wins. Yeah.
So bishop g6. Oh, what? Oh, nope.
He took on g6.
I don't know what happened there, but the eval bar went all the way down in Black's favor for a second. Rook c1 check. King h2. No, I just saw a ghost.
Yeah, it's too hard for the engine. Yeah.
I was like, what did he miss? Okay, so
both players have made 40 or no?
No, that was move 39. This is the last move. The final move of time control. I think Jeffrey has to be relying on queen h6. But then rook c1 check. Wait, this looks bad for White. I would throw in rook b8 check just to make my last move, but Ben, this is not what you wanted if you were.
No. What happens on queen h6?
Rook c1?
Well, maybe not rook c1, maybe knight e2. But okay, rook c1, king h2.
I was going to knight f3 check, but I don't know.
Right, then I have to play king g3. He played queen h6.
Oh, this move.
Or I don't know if he played it. I think he did.
He did, and I think this move order is even better. What if I just take on e5?
I was going to play f4.
Then knight f3 check.
Can I play king G3 or I can't?
And then queen E1, and
Wow.
yeah, your king is not very happy.
Well, Vidit's going to win then. Wow. Both
Vidit?
sides getting checkmated.
It looks like Vid's can take this one with black.
So if I play,
Oh, look at that fate. Oh, that is.
if I
that's
play
not good.
king G4, there's knight H2 and rook C5. I don't
There's
know.
also 95. I mean, I can just probably mate you this way.
Knight E5.
Bully
King G5?
chess. you sound. Wow.
I'm good friends with Nigel. Yeah.
Wait. Oh my gosh. So if I go here, you just.
Yeah. Me and Nigel are like that.
Yeah, but can I just check you here and just
Mhm. I wanted to move my king up. Like I wanted king takes G6 and I mate you, but obviously every move wins for black. Yeah.
Yeah. And if you take here, I don't think you have a perpetual. The king will just run away.
Mm-hmm.
Probably. Presumably.
No, there's no perpetual here.
Oh my gosh. Well, this was or is still a wild.
So after
position.
king H2, Vida just walked away because I guess it's bathroom time.
It's bathroom time. Well, the players are going to take a break. We also will do the same as the players that approach time control. When we return, just more action from the FIDE World Cup and the FIDE Women's World Cup. These games are really something. We'll be right back, everybody. The Blitz Coin Invitational starts October 27th and will feature 16 elite American players under the age of 25. Everybody's favorite commentator, streamer, player, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky is taking part. The prize, you guessed it, it is 1 Bitcoin. So don't miss out on seeing Danya and others battle it out for the Blitz Coin Invitational, sponsored by the Charlotte Chess Center. And we do have games coming to their conclusion, near their conclusion. And we have Rinat Jumabayev on screen. So while Jeffrey Zhang, it looks like he's in a lost situation. We'll see how Jumabayev is doing over there against Sam Shanklin. And well, it looks very good for Jumabayev. Up a pawn.
Yeah, it's an extra pawn. Shanklin's blockading the pawn, but eventually if white plays knight c4 to d6, then I give up.
Yeah, giving up is maybe premature from a resignation standpoint, but it looks terrible.
Yeah, I mean, white's close to winning here, and it's going to take some time, I guess.
I'm trying to think what counterplay black can possibly drum up here, because you may have a timely rook b3, and just all these pieces for white are in weird squares, the knights and bishops next to each other like this.
They're having a conversation. They're talking to each other.
Yeah, what are they saying?
They're saying, yay, we have that C pawn. That's what they're saying. I agree. That guy looks good.
Very deep convo. And well, this was white's 41st move was bishop f2. So Shanklin will gain 30 minutes on the clock, and he'll need that time because right now his position
doesn't look good.
No, it doesn't. And one thing to note though, don't play knight c4 too quickly. Let's say I play, here knight c4, there's rook to b3.
And winning the bishop. Yeah.
You don't want to blunder that.
Yeah.
Right.
I have to prepare.
And well, this would be a huge win for Jumabayev, who knocked off.
Yeah, he's supposed to beat all the Americans. I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, and well, if Jeffrey loses and Rinat can win, then there's just no more Americans left in the field here. So that would not be ideal for fans of the United States players. But still, Jumabayev playing such excellent chess. And speaking of excellent chess, Ben, you were very impressed with Dura Bailey, who defeated Abdul Sitarov with the black pieces.
Yeah, he after the exchange sacrifice, he defended really well. And when you're down the exchange, when there's very few pieces on the board, then there's nothing left.
Yeah.
So here white doesn't have anything else to do.
And for Abdul Sitarov, he'll get the black pieces tomorrow. He'll need to win. And is Dura Bailey, his preparation clearly is quite good. So maybe Dura Bailey will prep something in particular to minimize the risk. But I've always thought that Vasif was quite an adventurous player, which is the type of player you want to play in a must-win scenario.
Yeah, he's not going to play for a draw.
No,
he likes to play the way he likes to play, that's the right thing to do, is to play your game. So far, his game looks good.
Yeah, excellent. And he's trying to make his way to the round of 16. So let's pull up some of the other games. We have Duda on screen. Let's just show his game, because you and I were talking about this during the break, Ben. It looks like a position that should just result in a pretty easy draw for.
Yeah, the engine says white has no winning chances. Obviously, I'll take white. I like being a pawn ahead. But yeah, I mean, the white king doesn't really have anywhere to hide, and black's king is pretty good. So yeah, it's just a draw.
Yeah, and they've been actually sort of doing a whole lot of nothing.
Just checking him, and white's nowhere to hide.
And if you go up the board, then rook e5 would just scoop up e4, and now white has to make the draw.
And now black's better, right?
Yeah.
Still a draw, but you'd rather have black.
So this game is about to conclude, and
Jeffrey's going to lose.
He is.
I mean, he's going to that line we were looking at. That line's winning for black. Yeah, finally, Vida came back, probably from the bathroom, played queen takes e5 check, and now he's very happy. I don't think he's played he did play f4, right? And I think knight f3 check, as you pointed out, just wins.
Only move, I think, because there's all these checkmates.
Right. I mean, otherwise you can get checkmated yourself. Yeah.
So
yeah, he's forced to win. He has to play knight f3 instead of lose.
So knight f3, if you take queen to e2, king g3, rook g1, king h4, and that's just mate. So you're running out of options for Jeffrey. So knight f3, I like your line that you were coming up with here. So king g4.
Yeah, this is actually the engine variation. And then 95, as you pointed out.
So knight h2, does that also work, or?
I don't know. I have one legal move, so I'll play it. Yeah.
Well, queen g3 might get you in trouble because king f6, and if queen c3 checks, king g5 back, I think it's, or I guess I could. No, this is a very confusing position. So rook c5 check is also possible to bring the rook in. Who's better? Feels like it's leading towards a mate, but I can't quite.
If I play king f6 and you play rook f5 and I take on, if I take on g6, you have queen g3. Uh-oh.
But it says that white is just winning, and I guess
is king e7 winning? Yeah, king e7 wins. Yeah.
There's no queen b4, and if rook f7 check, king touches down on e8.
Yeah, king e8. Yeah, the knight on h2 isn't very helpful there, Robert.
No, it's not. Oh my gosh, this is just so funny with the king.
Yeah, I mean, black can mess this up, but he probably won't.
No, Vidit is a great calculator, and knight f3 check, king g4 95, king here. Well, you have to be certain that after knight f7, rook takes f7 that you're winning.
Yeah,
because like this could seem like the king is in some pretty big.
I mean, if black does this, he's either going to win or draw. He's probably going to win, so it's not. There's no risk.
Right.
So, I think a funny draw, which makes no sense, is if black plays rook h1 check in the original position, and then queen e1 check, knight f3 check.
I just
and then queen f2, queen f1. Yeah.
Yep, that's a draw.
Yeah, it's ridiculous because black's winning, but still.
But maybe Vidit doesn't see that he's winning. It looks like Duda and Idani shook hands, getting up on the board, made a draw, and Vidit will just calculate this the rest of the way. He has 18 minutes, so he has time. Let us. Where else can we go? It looks like Martirosyan against Burkic. He didn't play knight b5, but he did play the move rook a7, which
is also winning.
Just winning for him anyway because he's starting to get rook a8 check and b7.
That's annoying.
We check the king up the board, played bishop c8 and b7. White is now up a piece for a pawn.
Yeah, this is just easy because the black king is so bad.
Yeah, this pawn e3 survives because rook g2, rook f7, rook g3. It's getting pretty close to taking all of white's pawns, but after knight takes...
Not close enough.
No. You're not even getting this pawn here. So rook takes g7. Wins. Yeah. And king b4 also just wins. It's easy.
Yeah.
Oh, and we might get all this in fact. So it looks like for Haik Martirosyan
is going to win. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just been awesome this tournament. For Burkic, well, his winning ways have been halted, at least for now. And what about Hari Krishna's game? We mentioned him as someone who is...
Yeah, it was looking bad for him, and it's still looking bad.
Oh. Yeah, it is looking very bad. So knight e1, knight c6 check is probably the idea. And take with a knight here?
I would assume that's winning.
Or is he going to put h4, h5, and just get away with it?
I assume that's winning. I mean, if I take the pawn on e5 and just ignore the h pawn, just queen my f pawn. Keep pushing my f pawn every move. Yeah,
looks pretty good.
I don't like that for black. Yeah, this has to be winning. Yeah,
it must be. It must be winning. So what happened in this game? Because earlier on, we thought that Hari Krishna was a couple moves away from stabilizing.
Yeah, yeah.
We left it a long while ago. Around these, even queen b8 was Hari Krishna's choice. Just he lost this position.
Yeah, the engine just thinks it's equal, and I agree. He just got outplayed the end game. Wow, doesn't sound like Hari Krishna.
I mean, this is just.
I wonder if he relaxed, like he thought it was too easy to draw. I don't know. I mean, white's better, but it should just be a draw.
Yeah, I'm just surprised the player.
I mean, he lost a queenside pawn. It's 1-0. So
Okay, well, this is now starting to get a bit scary. So
Yeah,
perhaps,
now he's probably taking on c5 was wrong. Why are you letting that knight get to b4?
not ideal. Oh, then here comes c6. Just knight takes e5 first.
Well, e5 is awesome.
That's probably what he missed, because
Mhm.
if knight takes a6, knight
Mhm.
d6, I'm threatening the fork. And if
Right.
you play king
And knight
d3,
b7. Yeah, right. Yeah, he didn't see e5. Yeah,
Oh, e5 is so nice.
definitely didn't see e5. Yeah.
Beautiful move, taking away
Mhm.
the square. And if you play knight a3, then it's king d4, king c5.
Right. Yep. Yeah, he didn't see e5. Yeah.
Beautiful move.
Mm-hmm.
And then in came white's king,
Yep.
up a
Yeah.
pawn, and this looks like it should be easily winning, but I guess
Yeah.
so. And then we're around here.
No, I think it is easily winning. Yeah, he didn't see e5. But he was still, he was still on the worst side of the draw there, much worse. So he was getting close to losing anyway.
But e5 is just one of those beautiful moves to flick in. And for Tabatabai, he's having a great event, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Under the radar, because he's not
right.
the 2,700 plus caliber, but he's having a really fantastic event where he's knocked out some great players. And he's trying to continue his tournament. He's not ready to go home. He beat Yu Yang Yi. He beat the Hungarian Grandmaster Burkish. And it's kind of crazy because in the opening round, I remember Tabatabai lost a game against with white pieces against IM. So he went from that start to this point here, really showing his might.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Vidit played knight f3 and queen e1 check, and Jeffrey played king g4, as we expected. This is what's happening.
Oh, that's not what happened. Sorry, let me refresh.
Yeah, I could see on the live board, and after king g4, Vidit's thinking again.
I think I'll play 95 check.
Mm-hmm. Is that the only move that wins?
Oh,
knight h2 might not win.
Yeah, it's just an awkward move because if you realize the knight can't be captured on e5, it just seems to make a ton of sense.
Mm-hmm.
But he'll continue thinking.
This position's a lot easier to play when you have engines helping you.
Yeah, it is.
When you're playing in the World Cup and you got to figure it out, and there's no bar telling you anything, you hope your calculation's super accurate.
That's right. And I'm looking at the players' composure here.
Yeah,
Vidit's, he knows he's better. Obviously,
this is much more exciting if you don't have an engine. If you're just watching at home and you're like, "Oh my God, what's happening?"
Agreed. And I tend to watch my chess without engines, and I'm just like, I would take white's chances here. The king on J looks mated, and then the engine laughs at me and says, "No, but it's actually just minus a million."
Right. Yeah.
Oh, look at Vidit though. He does look a little nervous.
I'd be nervous too, because if I don't win, I might lose.
That's true.
I mean, if you don't play the winning line and you don't have a check, you're going to lose. White's checkmating black also.
Yeah, he's been taking some glances at the clock.
The people who have the engines who are watching us, they're just like, what's the problem? The problem is they don't have engines, so they don't know that it's winning, and they might think they're losing. You got to calculate everything accurately.
Yeah,
now, he thought this was winning because he obviously saw rook h1 was a draw, so he thought this was winning. Right. Or he would have played rook h1 and drew.
And he was looking
just for the people at home. If he played king takes knight, he gets mated immediately. Rook to c3 and then queen g3 mate. Yeah, so he couldn't take the knight, so he had to play king g4. And Nigel's watching with bated breath. Will that king walk up the board? And
he can't have bated breath. He's commentating.
That's right.
And Vidit.
Here comes knight e5.
It looks like he's in that pose where you're dragging the knight back. Well, he hasn't made his decision yet. He's really concentrated. It's a huge moment for him. So Vidit still thinking, and
he's got a triple check.
There it is.
There's the check. King g5. Yep.
king went up to G5, and let's see
Wow.
how it continues here.
Even though we know black is winning, it's still exciting.
Yeah. Well, one of the questions I have, because we only have the number, we don't have the moves. Like,
Right.
is knight f7 check the only move here? Oh, he's grabbed.
Looks like he's playing it.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay, knight f7.
Yep.
Rook takes. And the fact that he's thinking here, Ben,
Mhm.
he might have an in-between move that's not king takes.
Yeah, he could play rook c5 check, or queen g3 check. Looks weird. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, he's just going to take.
Yeah, he must have calculated saying there's no.
I can't believe there's a perpetual. I don't believe it.
Nah.
Yeah.
The king can just run via e8 and start running to the queen side.
No, Vidit found the right way to play, and he's going to win.
Huge game. And for Vidit, actually, something of note for him is that he's actually lost some rating points in this tournament, just because he drew his first match against Alexander Fier, the very strong British grandmaster, Brazilian grandmaster, not British. And then he tied 1-1 with his compatriot Adiban, but Adiban's lower rated. So he's been losing some rating points here.
Right. And Jeffrey's going to have to, when he loses this game, has to get some advice from Adiban about how to win on demand with black.
Yeah. How to channel the beast.
How did you win with black on demand? I need to know.
It's just one of these moments, Ben, where, it's more than just the tournament. For Vidit, who's been around 27-20, 27-25 for a couple of years now, like if he can first regain the points he's lost and then win the second game with the white pieces against somebody who's playing, I have to win chess, which is now his objective, he can just launch himself into an even higher rating, and that could be monumental for his career.
Even more monumental is if he wins the World Cup.
Yeah, that would be something for sure. And I'm going to look at the tournament tree to see where he is. And you don't want to look ahead to the next matchup, but
you got to play the match you're playing. But we can look ahead.
Yeah, we are looking. I'm looking ahead. Vidit,
yeah, right. Yeah, we're not
Jeffrey,
playing.
The winner of this match plays the winner of Durabeli against Abdul Sitarov. So, Vidit's chances.
Vidit could win that match too. Yeah,
he would be the favorite against.
I think either one of these guys is the favorite.
Yes.
So yeah.
Wow.
Not that the favorites ever win, but
No. There's a reason Magnus has never won this event, and Fabiano was bounced early, and Geary and Almajarov.
Man, the truth hurts. Yeah. Chess is tough.
It certainly is. So we'll go away from this game. Let's go to the Women's World Cup games, because we haven't checked in on them for a while. Fewer left. It looks like Maria Muzichuk with the black pieces here against Alexander Kostenyuk, the former. Well, both of them are former women's world champions.
So black's up a pawn, but everything's on the same side.
Well, what is this rook on h4?
Well, the truth hurts. Yeah, sometimes your rook is on h4. Yeah.
Not something you see.
No, whose turn is it here? It's White's turn?
It's White's turn.
Yeah, White's fighting for a draw. Can she achieve it?
What move do you even have for White? Your pieces are stuffed.
Yeah, the engine doesn't have the bar all the way down, so there's some way for White to not just lose right away.
If you're rook h5, which actually just gets you pinned some more, I was wondering if black f5. Probably not. Like f5, if you take en passant, obviously your rook is.
No, your rook's hanging. Yeah, you can't do
that. F5's a cool move.
Yeah.
But that's a rook h5 is just an impossibly sad move.
Yeah, I don't want to have White here because I don't know what to do.
Yeah, you can't even pass, I don't think.
Can I let's see. I wanted to do something like check and then take on h6 and take on g7, but I don't know. Yeah, bishop take on g7. Very suspicious. Yeah.
King is
and queen f5 check probably wins too.
Oh, that's
okay. I'm trying.
No, but this definitely would give White some chances to hold this position.
Right. Yeah. But I'm trying to get a position where I'm not, so unhappy, but I think I can't have one. I think I'm just going to be unhappy.
I'm sorry that you're unhappy, Ben.
Yeah. No, I mean, if I'm white, then, I'm not white, so I'm not that unhappy now.
Okay.
But yeah, this just looks terrible for white.
It does. And King H7. Can you just play queen back to G4 and try to claim you can't make progress?
So if you take on G5, you're going to lose your e-pawn.
Right.
That'll be a draw. Yeah, probably.
Oh, although.
Probably. Maybe not.
No, there might be rook H5 here.
Wow. Wait a minute. Anywhere. How do these things work? Wow.
Like pin there, this. If you trade queens, you're also trading rooks. You probably lose the king pawn game.
Yeah. Well, I mean, white can move the queen, I guess, and try to draw this ending. But yeah, it's not fun. I don't know where, but yeah.
Yeah, maybe there actually are good chances to hold there.
Yeah, there's chances to draw here. Yeah.
Just
ridiculousness. But yeah, I mean, this is no fun for white. White has to play super precisely, and then she has a tough time drawing after that.
She did
exactly what you said.
She brought the queen back to G4. Mm-hmm. And the good news is these end games, like rook in 3 against rook in 2, will be a theoretical draw. So certain trades will favor Kostyaniuk's drawing chances. Most trades, actually. So let's by the way, Goryachkina hasn't lost yet.
What? I've never been so mad.
Oh, but she's completely losing.
Yeah, it looks like she lost.
Yeah.
They're just still playing.
Yeah, this is no fun.
Yeah.
A zillion threats.
Yeah, the game just ended. I think the arbiter's there. Yeah.
And the tricky thing about this, Ben, is in the Women's World Cup, 3 women's candidate spots are on the line. Goryachkina is already qualified for the women's candidates because she lost the World Championship match against Ju In-jun. So what all the players who won't play her potentially until the semifinal want is for Goryachkina to just beat everybody, because then if you make the final 4, you've already qualified for the women's candidates.
Now, here's my question. If Magnus, let's say, makes it to the final, I don't even care if he wins or loses, then the person who plays Magnus gets in. I mean, typically the other 2 wouldn't even play anymore, but I guess they have to see who gets to the candidates, right?
Right. They have to play because the prize money is different, but
third and fourth is different?
Yes.
Oh, so they're playing anyway.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That makes it easy if they're all okay.
Yeah, not exactly, the biggest incentive sometimes for these people, though.
But now there's an incentive, yeah.
Right. And wait, I have a different position here, I think, than the game. Rook C5 takes, check, king B3, check, and white's up a piece. But isn't it?
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. Being up a piece is good.
I can concur with that.
Yeah.
But this F4 pawn.
That's a minor upset. Oh, I guess when you're white, it's not really an upset.
Right. And Paulina Shuvalova, she's 20 years old. She also did really well in the Russian higher league, whereas Goryachkina went 6.5 out of 9 and tied for a third. Shuvalova, I think, got 6 out of 9. Her rating has crossed 2,500 FIDE. She's really been playing excellent chess as of late. And with the white pieces, a 2,500 player, no underdog.
Yeah. There's no underdogs anywhere. Who are these players? They're not even wearing masks.
Is it Dubov and Yesipenko, I think?
What? Those 2?
That's Dubov and Yesipenko.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I guess you're right. I just with their hands like this and the side view, I'm like, who are these guys? Usually with the masks, I don't know, but yeah, you're right.
It's 2 Russian stars. And
they both look unhappy. That's how you know they're good chess players.
Oh yeah, they look unhappy. We're going to leave them in their unhappiness because we're going to take another quick break. It's about move 48 in this game and other games also at a similar point in time. The players have enough time. So we're going to take a break, and when we return, we'll be here for the end of the round, it would seem. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back for more coverage of the FIDE World Cup and the FIDE Women's World Cup. And just another reminder that coming your way this November, the 2021 World Chess Championship between Jan Nepomniachtchi, Magnus Carlsen. Chess.com is your exclusive Twitch home for the video feeds for this year's World Championship. You will not want to miss that action, filled with great commentary and exciting play for the world title. Exclusive coverage with camera feeds can be found on this channel right here. But for now, we are very much excited for this game here. It's about to conclude. FIDE Gujrathi taking down American superstar Jeffrey Zhang. And well, Ben, this is maybe the end of Jeffrey's term. I don't want to count him out early. He's an amazing player, but losing with the white pieces, did it with white in game two. I know Adiban did it, but something doesn't seem like lightning's going to strike twice.
Yeah, he just resigned. Yep. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Vidit is a huge favorite to win the match. Yeah.
Got to feel for
Very,
Jeffrey.
very nice. You know, of all the players in the tournament, I think the best loser is Jeffrey Jean. When he loses, he's not doesn't seem angry.
Yeah, he's a really nice person.
He's just like, yeah, I lost. That's what happened.
Yeah, I've known him and his father for a while. Just loves chess, plays really hard.
Yeah,
is someone who is striving to reach even higher heights. But a 2,700 plus player, he's great. But unfortunately for him, Vidit Gujrathi just had the complications, a better handle of them.
In the time trouble, he did better. Yeah.
And there's the fan favorite, Vidit Gujrathi. Any Indian fans, and not just people from India, but all around the world are big supporters of his, and they're going to be thrilled. And they're not going to be happy with Hari Krishna's result today, but they're going to be happy with that. Well, let's go over to the Hari Krishna game just to see if that one is near its conclusion.
It's going to end soon. Yeah. Pragdananda drew against MVL, so that's a good result.
Yeah. This game here, does Black have any chance to survive this? Probably not much.
No, two pawns is two pawns, and the white king is better than the black king.
Yeah, I was going to try to play king d4, but I understand you want to play king f6 or something. I'll play king e3.
I was just going to play knight g4 so your king can't come in.
Oh, you're that kind of guy?
But you have knight h4 check. Yeah, I missed that. Yeah. All right, so you're right. When you're right, you're right.
I'll make king f5. I don't know. King f5 looks pretty good too. You're just trying to push the pawn and yeah, this is winning for sure. Maybe you could throw a check. King goes over. Knight has to go back. You cannot afford to get in the pawn ending. So here, now your knight g4 move. And
now knight g4. I finally, stopped knight h4. You did.
Although knight e1, still a little bit tricky. If f4, thank you for this. I guess this doesn't win the pawn. The knight protects it.
Yeah.
The king comes here. Some chances for black.
Yeah, right. It's not easy. Yeah.
But it should be winning.
Yeah.
So just some precision.
Esipenko looks like he's winning the end game.
All right, let's go over there.
And Tabatabe looks like he's winning. Yeah, the engine just says whites. I mean, you just have a pass D pawn. I assume rook f5 check. And,
I don't even think I need the engine. Just look at Dubov's face.
Yeah, he looks very unhappy. Yeah.
Wow.
Man, I saw Esipenko like a long time ago, and people get older. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people that I knew 3, 4, 5 years ago, and I haven't seen them because of the pandemic or whatnot. I'm like, who are these people? It's the same person, but when teenagers get older, then they just don't look the same.
Yeah, I mean, Esipenko game seems much taller every time I see
him. I was thinking that.
Yeah. And much stronger as a player, crossing 2,700, beating Magnus and Vaikenze, and here looking like he's taken down Daniil Dubov in the first game of their match. So probably rook f5 check, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and by the way, on the break, it looked like Sam Shanklin's position was improving because he was probably losing to Jumabayev, but maybe he can hold now. He's got chances anyway.
So let's go over.
I don't think Shanklin's lost any slow games yet.
He has not, but he just played the move bishop c6. And yeah, that's
he's got a really good blockade on that pawn. His rook is active, so it's not easy to win for white.
Yeah, the pawn can't push to c6. That's the one thing it wants to do here. What can you even do as white?
So yeah, Sam has chances.
And if the times are accurate, he could even see himself win this game because Jumabayev really doesn't have that much time. But with the position being the way it is, I think that, of course, white is to be preferred, especially if you take on e4 and this knight comes into f6 potentially. I still prefer white.
Well, yeah. Yeah, White's doing really well, but probably not as well as he was about 5 moves ago. It seems like Shanklin got his pieces to good squares.
But what do you think the players are thinking about in this position? Because yes, Shanklin's pieces are in better squares. He's blockaded the C pawn. Maybe by trading some minor pieces, there's some loose squares, some holes in the position that black can jump into. But it's so complicated. So many pieces remain. That do you think Sam is confident he's fully equalized here, or what would you say the mindset of these players is?
I never know what Sam's thinking, but I think Sam is probably happier than he was a few moves ago.
Yeah,
and I think White is still pleased that he's the one pressing. So I think both players are pretty happy now compared to, especially Sam from a position that didn't look very good. Now it looks like, as you said, he's he even could win because of the time situation if White goes crazy. But yeah, I thought White was going to win this game a few moves ago. And now I think the most likely result is a draw.
Yeah, that's probably the result we will see, although anything can happen in time scrambles and positions of this nature where Black's king at first glance looks a bit safer than White's king, even though Black doesn't have pieces attacking just yet. There's some potential there. Although the knight came to c3, very likely to replace the knight, the bishop on e4 rather. And
Dubov looks so sad. I want to give him a hug, except I can't because of COVID stuff. But
that's the only reason. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only reason he looks so sad. Yeah.
Well,
he's like, I'm barely in the top 10 in Russia. Come on.
I just did the whole flying from the US to Sochi thing. Not that easy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Did not miss travel.
How long have you been back in New York?
Let's see, a day and a half.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. My back.
Wow, I can't believe you're awake because the time change is crazy.
It's true, but powering.
How many flights from Sochi to New York? Just 2?
Just 2. Sochi to Moscow, Moscow to New York.
Yeah, Moscow, New York is not a short flight.
No.
Actually, I have no idea how far the flight is from Sochi to Moscow. It could be long too. I don't know.
It was like 2.5 hours.
Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah.
Nope. And we just saw trades on b5. The queen jumps out here, puts more pressure on the c5 pawn.
Yep.
And how to continue this?
It's hard for White to win when the bishop on f2 just has no, it's nothing, just sitting there. The bishop's not doing anything to help White win, and Black's pieces are all great. The bishop on f8 puts pressure. All of Black's pieces are like on good squares. Yeah, it's very hard for White to go forward, and if White goes too far forward, his king on g1 could get exposed because he pushed all the pawns in front of it. So you got to be a little bit careful. And you obviously don't want to acquiesce to a draw because your position is so good, but you can't think 2-3 minutes a move to improve your position. So it's not easy to improve even when you are winning in these positions when you just don't have time to do it.
And there's some issues in White's position. A timely h4 could make the f4 pawn a target. And the light squares, as you were pointing out, seem to be very weak. And I think that this position is becoming increasingly easy for Black to play and difficult for White to do so.
No, I agree. Black's pieces are all just great. They're just on the right squares, and White's pieces are basically just defending c5, the rook c1, the queen d4, the bishop on f2. And, White's just not as active as Black. So that's why I think the game is going to be a draw, because I don't think White can get through there.
Right.
Having twice as much time is also good for Black. There's no extra time at move 60. You can't go get an orange juice. Terrible.
No extra time. You're in the final time control and you have to.
That's why Magnus ends his games quickly. Doesn't want to make the orange juice blunder.
No, he does not. And
Bishop takes c6.
Okay, I would take with the knight, I think. Just to hit this queen. And I guess queen c4 is possible. Definitely do not want to trade on c4 if you're Black. You would like to avoid that. But that's queen b7, just always retreat, right?
Yeah, that's a nice diagonal.
So
the bishop on f2 is just terrible.
Yeah, it is really bad. It's really, really bad.
I want active pieces.
What's black's plan though? I don't know what white's plan is. I'm just trying to figure out. Let's say you go queen
Right.
b7. What's
Yeah.
black going to do here? Maybe
Well,
I'll
what
find
if I play rook b5 next move because I just want to take on c5.
I'll have to move my
Where's
knight
that
away.
knight going?
I haven't figured it out yet.
Somewhere bad.
Probably. Queen b7 just played, by the way. By Shanklin.
Yeah. Yeah, after rook b5, if it's black's move, I don't know what white does. Moves the knight somewhere terrible.
Where does my knight need to go? It's like e4.
I don't know, maybe
How-
c2 so I can go to I don't know.
Can I go knight f1 or do h4? I'm worried about h4.
Yeah, yeah.
Starting to get scary for white.
Mm-hmm.
h4 is a very legitimate threat. And if you play h4 for white, I mean, then you've kind of locked up this position, which is not the
Make
worst.
the
thing.
bishop worse. Yeah.
Yeah, the bishop is worse. And then, oh my gosh, maybe rook b4, knight d4, and yikes.
Uh-oh. Right. That's why we think, if white goes too far, you can lose. You shouldn't lose, but sometimes you go too far.
So maybe queen e4 just to stop these knight d4 threats.
Very reasonable. Because knight c4 to d6 looks okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't complain. My knight were able to get there.
We got a cheat to do, but we'll do it.
Win if you can, lose if you must, but always cheat. So they say.
Yeah, good. Well, if I play rook b5 now, that stops knight c4, I guess.
Right.
I think it does.
So knight d6. I guess you can just take an f2 and
Yeah.
rook check and all that stuff.
Yeah, because queen b6 check or rook b2 check. Yeah.
So queen e4 played. Yeah, if I'm Jumabayev, I probably just let the game peter out to a draw if I can force it. Or like
That doesn't sound like what he does.
No. You can see queen b5, queen c4, and if rook b5, well, maybe knight moves somewhere, knight f1 or knight d1, something. Should not be a problem for black. All right. Well, he's trying to figure this out. Shanklin confidently holding. Should we head on back to Dubov and Yasipenko? Some moves have been played here. He went rook e6 check rather than rook f5.
Yeah, he wants the knight to go to e5.
Wants knight to go to e5.
Yeah, the truth hurts. Wow.
Yeah. So maybe was king f7 a wrong move?
Well, I'm thinking he wants to play knight c3 and knight takes d5, so the rook is attacked.
Ah. Okay.
So
knight,
yeah. And then what happens on knight takes?
just rook takes h6.
Oh, we just no. We just attack the knight. Rook e5 or rook d6.
I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with this one either. I'll go there.
That,
next.
yeah, that's also your move's better. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I forgot the rook was trapped.
This is totally
Yeah,
true.
this is completely lost. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so he took on h3 after king f2, I think. I'm just looking at the live
Yeah,
board.
but now 95 and d6.
Yeah, he wanted to play 95. Yeah.
Oy. So what black really needs to do is trade off this h pawn for this g4 pawn.
I have a question.
I may have an answer.
No, my move doesn't win. Wait, he played my move? I thought he couldn't do that. Oh no, he didn't. Okay, good. I thought king g2, but then knight d5 is fine. Yeah. So knight e5. Yeah, this is not fun for black.
Not even a little bit.
Yeah.
So-
can he try to sack his knight for the pawn and try to get h5 in?
It's like king g.
Yeah, I don't know where.
7,
Yeah.
d6, check.
And
I have
then-
king g2.
Oh man, that makes it hard to sack my knight for the
Yeah, the rook is hanging.
darn.
And
Yeah, I guess that's why the thing's going all the way up. The d pawn's too good.
Can I throw in like a check here?
Mm-hmm.
No, just
Yeah, but when I play D7, I have rook E8 check and queen.
yeah,
so
this is just
I mean, even just king G1, right? And then rook D2, D7.
looks pretty good. Am I
I
pretty
mean,
good?
everything looks good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dubov looks like he's resigned to his fate. He went to G7 just so there's no rook E8 check and queen.
But D6 looks
Yeah.
pretty
No,
clean.
he looks really unhappy. Yeah. He knows the end is near.
Although Dubov is such a creative player that if anybody can win a game on demand with white, he's high among.
Yeah, this match is not over. Yeah.
Not at all.
No.
And we're getting word that Kasper Piorun against Sindarov, that Piorun is taking control of this game.
Yeah, that went from white having a big advantage to white being slightly better to equal, and now black's better.
Queen e4. So he gave up the h3 pawn after king g2. Oh, he missed rook h4. He just.
Oh yeah, I can see missing rook h4 and then some. Man, would I miss that move?
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I wouldn't see rook h4 either.
He just threw away the game.
Yeah, no, I understand missing that, but that's cute that the knight's pinned and.
But Ben, let's look at this position, right? Okay, black's up a pawn in the driver's seat, and let's go back to this position, right?
Yeah,
you know where I'm going, right here.
Things turned around.
I mean, white had the dreamiest of dreams.
Yeah, I mean, black can't do anything. Yeah,
nothing. I couldn't move. So
yeah, white was doing great, then equal, then losing maybe.
I think c4 is one of those moves you just regret immensely after the game, because it made the position very sharp rather than just a solid edge. And now we're in a spot where that didn't cause him to lose the game, of course, but now he's in big trouble.
And D6 was played by Estepenko.
Okay, I can switch back over to that one. Yesipenko pushes the pawn up.
Wow, rook h4
to D6. The knight came a check. The king scooted over. You said rook h4? No, in the other game. Sorry, I was looking at this Dubov position and rook h4.
Yeah.
Let's see. You can't stop
check. Rook h2 check is what he played with the knight on c3. Or wait a minute, what's going on? No, go back.
Yeah.
I don't think he played knight e4 check, did he? I mean, I'm looking at the live board. Yeah, I think he played rook h2 check here.
Got it.
That makes more sense. Knight e4, king g2 just resigns.
Yes. Rook h2 check.
Yeah, I was saying king g1, but that was with the king on f8, so I could get that rook e8 check in.
Right, but king g1.
And you were, so maybe king e3 is better. I don't know.
Yeah, here it looks. This would give black some chances, but
yeah,
overall it doesn't seem like black should get any chances. So rook h.
I think he played. I can't really see the board as well as I thought. So
no move yet, as far as I've
go back to the other game because all heck broke loose.
In the Sindarov game?
Yes.
Okay, let me go.
That's funny what happened.
We left and it just got crazy?
Yeah.
Where is the Piorun against Sindarov?
You can do it.
Whoa, what? Oh, 95?
Oh, man. Yeah, go back and show how that happened.
Okay, so we saw rook h4.
Wow. Yeah, he played rook c6, rook g4, king f3, and then queen takes rook. Wow.
Oh,
wow.
And that's a way to win the game.
Man.
Because if rook e4, rook g6, king g6, otherwise g7's hanging, you get this position where white has some chances because this b pawn is a decoy and trying to sack your
but after queen takes c6, he does not.
Yeah. queen takes d6 forces resignation, huh?
Yep. Wow. That's a nice finishing move. Man.
Well, he is the puzzle-solving world champion for a reason.
Mhm.
I don't know if he's the current champion, but he has won.
Yeah. Yeah. Queen c6 is really nice. Man.
Ouch.
Yeah. If queen c6, knight e5 check, the king has to move away from the rook. That's funny. Unless you have white, then it's not funny.
Not at all. But
Yeah.
amazing. Knights can be such great pieces. Just defending the hanging rook, check, and hitting the queen all at once. Beautiful stuff. So a win for Piorun, who, I mean, speaking of people going under the radar, this guy, I don't even know if he's been talked about in the entire event. And here he is just powering through the competition. Let me see who.
So that was a really nice finish. And Estepenko played king f3 after rook h2 check.
Okay. By the way, Ben, I just looked at Piorun's history in this tournament. He won his first match, 1.5. He then beat Marcus Rager, the Austrian, nearly 2,700, 1.5. He beat Jordan Van Forest, 1.5. And now he's up 1-0 on Sindarov. So he's winning all his matches in regulation. Mm-hmm.
He has no tie breaks. Wow.
None.
Wow.
He's just
that is flying under the radar because nobody's picking him to go far, but he's going far.
He really is. And when there are 3 Polish players remaining, and 2 of them are Duda and Wojtaszek, you don't really think that maybe one of the other players will go further. But Piorun, he's in the lead, and he can keep winning.
Yeah, Duda and Wojtaszek both drew. So
Wojtaszek is
he has a tough opponent.
Mildly tough opponent.
He has a tough opponent. Yeah.
So let's see. King f3, rook d2, d7. How do you not win this position for white?
That is a funny question. Yeah.
All right. So
I don't know the answer to it.
Rook d2, d7. Oh, this just looks completely winning.
Well, the engine doesn't like rook d2, but I mean, what? What else do you want to do?
I don't think it likes anything. Just lost.
Yeah, I mean, it's just winning.
Very simple plan.
Yep. What game just ended there? Did we already see the end of it? I can't tell which game that is.
Let's say knights and pawns, so it's probably
that's the Hare Krishna game.
Yeah, Amin Tabatabai wins with the white pieces over Pantala Hare Krishna.
Yeah.
And
so Prague drew, Hare Krishna lost, and Vidit won. Is that the 3 Indian players who were left, or am I missing somebody?
Those are the 3.
Yep. And Zhang lost, and Shankland is fighting back.
Yeah, I'll quickly pull up the Shankland game, and the knight went back to f1, and the eval is slipping in black's favor. So is h4 the move? It's tempting to me.
The engine actually prefers to have black here?
Yes. Slightly.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Wow, that's crazy.
Oh, but Shankland just played rook to b2.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't go h4, which looks difficult to meet, Ben, because white has 3 minutes. And
right, I was going to say, yeah, maybe Shankland's waiting for even to have bigger time advantage, or then play something crazy.
I think if I'm Jumabai, I'm just trying to play queen c4. I need to.
That's what he did. Yeah.
I did already.
Yeah, he played queen c4 as you said it. He heard you.
I hope not.
You know the famous story. Kasparov was playing Anand at the World Trade Center, their World Championship match. I guess it was 95, and they were in like an enclosed glass that technically was soundproof. And Yasser was doing commentary with somebody nearby. And when the game ended, Kasparov said to Vichy, Yasser suggested this. The players could hear the commentary.
That's not a good thing. Although, thankfully, back in that day, there were no engines that could really outclass the players. So Yasser was just doing his own thinking. And of course, Yasser is an amazing player and had beaten Gary. So it's not like that's an impossibility.
In Dubai 86,
it's a lot different when you commentate nowadays. You're like, well, the engine says that black.
Yeah, then you better not hear it. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, Sam looks pretty happy, and probably Sam's not even thinking of winning. He's just like, yeah, I didn't lose that position.
Right.
So it might be hard to change gears and try to win when his opponent's time trouble.
It's one of the most difficult things to do, right?
Yeah.
It's just
on the other hand, maybe White still wants to win because he's a pawn up.
So he still.
I'm not sure who wants to win more, if they're going to repeat or one of them wants to win.
Did he go rook c2?
He did play rook c2.
Yeah, I saw his hand move, but I didn't see it.
Yeah, no, he did. Yeah.
Like, what if black was rook b4 and pawn h4?
Mm-hmm.
The one really bad thing about black doing that is you give up like the g4 square for that white knight to jump into, and then f6 and things like that. But
yeah,
I don't know. Rook b4 and h4 seems very tempting.
I don't know, when you have a time advantage like that and things are turning around, it might be time to try to put your foot on the throat instead of just draw. I'm sure if you asked him 10 moves ago, he'd be like, yeah, I drew, but maybe now. He's like, true. Well, I'm not losing and I have a big time advantage. So I don't know. You don't get any more time either. So that you get 30 seconds, but there's no extra time in any move.
Nope. And I was just looking at the corner of my eye. It looks like Paulina Shuvalova in the Women's World Cup. She is completely winning in her game with the white pieces. So a great start for her in her match against Nana Zagnidze, very strong Georgian grandmaster.
No, it was a much needed rest day yesterday, so the players can rejuvenate and play some good chess. If we make them play 5 hours a day without a rest, they're gonna. then we might see some 30-move draws.
Yes,
but yeah,
we did see some of those today, but that's just because the players are pretty evenly matched and positions were level. But look at Jumabayev here. He's calculating the position. It's not his turn. Oh, looked like rook b4 played, and
maybe h4 is going to happen.
He moved with some oomph, right? With rook
b4. Yeah. It was like, I'm the man. Rook b4. He had that Hans Niemann energy.
Oh, yeah. So rook b4 played, and where does the queen even go? Because h4 is my pre-move for black.
Put it in h.
So queen e2.
I mean, I know it gives up the g4 square, but I still like h4.
I really like h4.
Yeah.
And
that h4, the engine says white's winning. What a blunder.
And you see Shanklin here. The cameras are all on him. And Sam trying to calculate through. You can see the eyes darting from side to side here. And Ben, you've played Sam a bunch of times, right?
I have.
He looks at you. He's the type of player who like will stare.
Yeah, a lot of guys do that.
Of course. But he's definitely has like a memorable like glance at you to see like how you're feeling.
That's right. Position. Yeah. Yeah, for reasons that don't make any sense, I have a good score against Sam. I think it's because I played him before he was Sam. You know, I played him when he was like an IM.
Mm-hmm.
But I played him in the US Championship twice, and I won once and drew once. Then there was this big tournament in Michigan with like 8-9 GMs, and I drew him there too. And that might be it. And then he beat me in like the US Chess League or something. But as long as we don't count that, everything's fine.
I won't count it if you don't. But you know, H4 has been played. So Sam Shanklin, he's
playing for the win. Yeah.
It's just a good move. You're undermining the defense of the F4 pawn. If F4 collapses, so does E5.
Yeah.
And Sam just ran away.
Right. But now his opponent's like, man, the guy's trying to beat me. The guy's not moving back and forth. He's actually trying to do something.
Jumabayev is an exceptional speed chess player, but I wouldn't want to be down 6+ minutes and be facing an attack in the near future. And also just the trajectory of the game. Jumabayev was confident. He was playing really well. He had a bind at the start where Shanklin couldn't really do anything. And now all of a sudden he's looking at his pawn structure falling apart. Where did he just go?
This is like reversed roles too. I would expect Shanklin outplays Jumabayev and then Jumabayev gets some tricky attack, but it's the other way around. He played queen f3.
Okay, queen f3.
Yeah.
And he just ran away.
That seems reasonable. Yeah.
So Sam is still.
Well, Sam definitely had to go to the bathroom the way he got up. He wasn't getting up. He wasn't getting up to take a stroll. Yeah, he got up with purpose.
So what's he going to do here, though? Because Black's position, according to the eval bar, Black is actually seizing the initiative and has an edge here. But you have to be precise, because just h6, g3, oh, you hurt White's pawn structure. Then the knight takes on g3, and then I guess to e4, and well, White's very happy to stick a knight on f or d6. So Sam is back.
All three results are possible still.
Just three?
Just three, yeah. There's a fourth result. We probably shouldn't talk about it. The arbiter says, I'm sorry, we have to stop the game, and you go.
Well, on that note, I'm going to stop talking. We are going to take our last short break. When we return, we'll come back with the conclusion of this game. It will be an exciting finish between Shanklin and Jumbayev, and there are also some other games going on. So our last quick break, we will be back shortly. And we are back with this coverage of the FIDE World Cup. It looks like Sam Shanklin and Renat Jumabayev have traded queens in a tactical fashion after the moves bishop h6, bishop e3 was played, and then finally the pawn was chopped and knight takes e5. A nice shot by Shanklin, exposing the queens to one another. And after the swap of queens, you can't really take on e5 because your bishop on e3 is hanging with check. So, Ben, at this point in time, Jumabayev using his remaining minutes here. He's a minute and a half left on the clock. You thought that this was turning in Sam's favor. Do you still think that he's in charge here, or should Jumabayev be able to hold?
Probably white can hold, pass pawn and even material, but I think I'd rather have black here because of the 3 isolated pawns. I'm not thinking that C pawn is going to queen, and obviously white has a time disadvantage as well. So
yeah, this knight just...
I'm not happy with what's happened for white the last 10, 15 moves, but I don't think he's losing. But I don't think he's pressing either.
It's just not very appealing to play this position as white in a blitz game, as you just pointed out. The healthy pawn structure for black, and the knight just blockade the pawn at c6, and these pawns are terrible for white all over the place.
Right.
So
it's hard to dislodge the knight on c6 and defend the c pawn and defend the f pawn. So yeah, I mean, the engine might say equal, but I think we're going to take black here. Rather have black.
And it looked like Jumabayev to go knight e2 or something. He did play knight e2.
Yeah, he's trying to get rid of that knight on c6.
Right, knight to d4. Pretty good strategy.
Trying. Although, yeah, I guess knight e4 is a pawn sacrifice. So
yeah, not an easy move to play then.
Yeah.
And Shanklin is
so
up
we got
top.
like 6.5 minutes for Shanklin and 1.5 minutes for Jumabayev.
That's right.
And again, all 3 results are possible, but it's looking like it's, Shanklin's out of trouble.
Oh, well, speaking of results, oh my goodness, I just called the corner. Look at the Dubov game with Yesipenko, because we thought that was just going to be an easy win for Yesipenko, but not so fast. Let me refresh to get to the current position. What's going on? I got to really refresh because doesn't want to go to the live boards.
Doesn't like the live position.
This is the live position where this is the best that black could have possibly hoped for. That,
let's see, d7.
Took h6, checked on h7. He got the knight on e5. So you get a queen because you probably have to. And how easy is this, or is it even winning for white? This would be in the table base.
It's funny because I would think this is an easy win, but that's what I think. I would think that. He checked first. That way you can't play knight d4 check or knight d6. Right. He checked on e8 first.
So now he has to get the queen.
Yeah, that way the knights, I mean, this should just be a win.
Just that simple?
I think so. I think it's simple. And then if the game is a draw, that shows you how wrong I am.
So we trade here. Yeah, you're probably right.
I don't see how black can hold this. This is great. Yeah.
This is not going to do it. The king, it's always going to be a check on the 6th rank. The king will be forced back. You're right.
No, I like the rook e8 check. That was nice. Yeah, making sure the knight can't go to d6 or d4.
So what if you play king e5 now? So I can bring my knight to those squares.
Yeah, I wanted to play rook f8 to f5, but all your knight moves stopped me. Yeah, that's not nice.
Never claimed to be a nice guy.
I guess I'd play king e3, and then if your knight comes in, I'll play rook g8, and then my king's going to walk in. Yeah, then rook g8, yeah.
Yeah, I guess your king gets to...
King d4, maybe.
He's like,
when my rook yet? Not yet.
Not yet. But now knight h6 is a threat.
You're so mean.
No, but even this rook e8, knight h6, rook e4, this... If you can hold this as black, just unbelievable.
Yeah, it just seems like you should eventually lose. King is walking in. But yeah, it might go for a while.
Yeah, it seemed like it was really over, and now it just seems like, oh, White's probably winning.
Right.
But the proof is required.
I would be shocked if he draws.
Oh, and people are saying it's a table-based draw.
Table-based draw this position?
This is a table-based draw.
Wow. That's hard to believe. Do I believe these people? Is the chat ever right?
Well, I'm trying to look also at the players' expressions because Dubov doesn't look distraught like he did earlier, but I wouldn't say he's looking like he knows for a fact this is a draw.
Easy table-based draw. Why are they even thinking? That's right.
Oh, gosh. So
this is the kind of table-based draw where I think White's going to win.
Well, in the candidates, right? Didn't Maxime have a draw for like a bit against Fabiano, but it was such a difficult position?
Yeah.
And Yesipenko is thinking, but he only has a minute and 25 seconds and counting down. So how to win this? I like King E3.
I mean, if it's a table-based draw, you can't win it.
Richie played.
Wow. I was surprised this is a draw. Very surprised.
There probably are many ways to go wrong for Black, though.
Yeah, I would expect victory here, and I would be shocked if it was a draw, like if I was playing. But now I wouldn't because the table base said so. The table base knows all, which is actually true.
And I mean, what a disappointing finish this would be for Yesipenko if he can't convert. Dubov. He was hovering. Looked like he was going to play knight d4.
He did, I think. I think the knight's on d4.
And I'm guessing knight d4 somehow loses. You know, that's how table base works. You have one way to draw. You make a normal looking move, and everyone's like, "Oh, you lost."
Now he'll play knight e6, I guess.
Oh, and I'm looking at the chat. Everyone's saying king f6 only move to draw. So this is now losing.
Oh, knight d4 lost and king f6 drew?
Yeah. So actually, knight e6, there's just rook a8 probably, and then rook a5 check. I think once you get your rook.
Actually, knight e6, does rook g6 win?
So what's your king d5?
Well, I guess you can play king d5.
Yeah.
Knight c2.
What?
Knight c2? What is he, Lasker over there? Trying to draw king and knight against rook and pawn? Damn.
Surprise me. What if I just go king d3?
Knight c2. Wow.
Yeah, where's that knight going?
I don't know. Yeah, you can't play knight d4. I guess you can because you have knight e6. Oh, the g pawns. Yeah. So yeah, maybe after king d3, he plays knight d4. And after it takes king f4, and he's trying to do a Lasker.
All right, so give me the exact move order here.
Yeah, king d3, knight d4.
Knight d4.
A D, yeah.
So rook.
Yeah, if you take, then king f4 is my idea. And then put the knight somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's Lasker all over again. Yeah.
That's a draw. That's a known draw. But I'm not going to take on g5 then.
But I assume that was his idea.
I'll play rook f8 and then.
You're so mean.
Never claim to be nice.
Yeah.
So let's go back to the live position.
I like rook f8. Yeah, I like that.
What a weird situation this game has seen.
Yeah, maybe he's just trying to check the king away from the king's side, give up his g pawn, and try to get the king and knights a blockade while the king's far away.
You know what's going to be interesting about this is if Yesipenko does win this game, and it seems like he should be winning now, I don't think Dubov is going to be upset about not drawing because he's probably going to be like, I was so lost that I shouldn't have had a chance to be.
And even if it's a table-based draw, nobody can do it. Yeah, it's harder to draw than win. You got to play accurately forever.
So what's the move here? King d3 looks right.
King d3 has to be played. I mean, it just looks so obvious. How do you not play king d3?
He's going to play king d3.
Well, let's go back to Shanklin. Is that Shanklin's game? It is Shanklin's game. Wow, Shanklin got his king over to c7.
Okay. So
I mean, that to me, that should be winning.
Should be winning?
It should be, to me it is, because the pawn's not dangerous. The engine says it's equal, but the pawn's not dangerous and white just has bad pawns.
Right, but let's say I trade knights, and even if I lose my c pawn, are you really going to win that position?
Why not? I like winning. By the way, 25 seconds for white.
Oh, well, that's making Shanklin's life.
You got to defend all 3 pawns. And no, but with the king on c7, white's got nothing. Before I was like slightly worried the c pawn would get dangerous. Now I'm not worried about that.
So what move did he just play?
This is very hard to hold for white, even if it is holdable, because no time
good.
on his clock and 3 isolated pawns. The black knight has f5. If the knight on c3 moves, knight has d5.
Okay,
The
but
bishop on e3 stuck defending all these pawns.
knight f5, bishop f2.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying this is just unpleasant for white.
It's my turn to sneeze on the truth.
Your turn to what?
Sneeze on the truth.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Bless you.
Thank you.
He played knight f5. Don't play my moves, Sam. No.
Knight
Play Robert's
f5?
moves. Play Robert's moves.
No, knight f5 looks very good.
Yeah. Sam seems super duper confident.
This is a great comment. Shanklin looks like he knows he wins, but doesn't know how just yet.
Yeah, it's amazing. Between moves 40 and 45, if you told Shanklin he could have this position with his opponent having less than a minute, he would be very pleased.
Absolutely. And what's Shumabayev going to do here? Is knight takes e3 really a threat? Probably. Bishop d2.
Yeah, I thought he played bishop d2. That surprised me.
You just want to keep f4 defended,
Yeah.
but rook b3, like pinning everything. Wait, oh my gosh, I blundered. I didn't see knight d5 check, but then I realized
That's the same blunder. That's the queen blunder.
Yeah, no, but it doesn't work.
Same...
No, knight d5 is bad because e takes d5.
Oh, because you have knight d4 check. Your blunders are always good. Your blunders always win.
I did not intend to make. I'm just trying to pin the knight, but it's just mine. I'm gonna refresh.
He did play rook b3. I can see it. Yeah, Sam's gonna win. You know it, and I know it.
Just Shumabayev doesn't know it. He might know it too. Actually,
he might know too. He's like, man, I got no time. This game's not going my way. My opponent looks too confident. What happened to my beautiful position?
Yeah,
it's psychologically, it's crushing because he knows he was in the driver's seat. Now he knows he's in trouble and has no time.
Right.
He probably thought when he played bishop d2 that he couldn't play rook b3. He probably didn't see the knight d4 when he played it.
Wait, quick question.
Yeah.
Is he still taking notation? Because he has to.
You have to 30-second increment. He is, yeah.
Okay.
No, I saw him like, whatever he was doing. Yeah, you see.
Oh, he's just a lefty.
He's a lefty, right? Yeah.
Got it.
Also, I think Grandelius is a lefty when he was playing Jeffrey.
Well, I saw this. What looks like a piece of paper there, right on the right side over the.
Oh, I don't know what that stuff is. There's a lot of stuff there.
Yeah. Also, I don't know why we have a close up of his hair. He's looking like he's been through a
hair
tough...
today, gone tomorrow. Yeah.
Been through a very
pulling
tough
out his hair. It's a tough game. What happened in the other game, the Yesipenko? Is that still table-based win or table-based draw? I demand answers. Only the chat knows.
It's true. They know very quickly.
The chat's like, oh, table-based. I got that.
They just know how to look it up. They're good at that. So I'll pull that game.
What are the table bases saying, guys?
All right, we have that game on the smaller board there.
It looks like a win to me with no analysis. That's the best I can do.
Yeah, it looks really good.
Somebody said 97 draws.
Oh,
and somebody else said it. It's a draw again. This is a draw.
It's what was played.
Then all the people on the internet, if you can call them people, they're going to say, why they play so bad in the ending? Draw, win, draw, win, draw, win. That's because you have table bases and they don't. In fact, probably 50 years ago, they probably would have thought everybody played great.
It's true.
And table bases are like, nope, you all play terrible.
And
I mean, the engine says that white can draw this position, the Shanklin game, but less than a minute, all the pawns are weak. I don't believe it.
Do you think that Shanklin will trade rooks here?
No.
So what, rook b2?
Rook b2, yeah.
Yeah. And king f3 maybe. How do you win? I see that you're better. I'm not going to deny that. But how does black actually play for a win?
Yeah, I want to play bishop f8 and take that pawn. Even if it loses, I still want to do it. I mean, I can gang up on it. Rook c2, bishop f8.
Right.
You might win my f pawn. You might play knight g5. I hate
That's
when
what,
that happens.
Yeah, that's what I would aim for. Okay, so we have Dubov and Yesipenko here. It looks like, let's go to that game real quick. And king d6, knight e5, probably only move. And after rook f8 check, there's knight f7, block and check. And then nice and go to h6. And the g4 pawn's gonna be in trouble.
That's right. We are slacking, not knowing the table base. Terrible.
We're just the worst, unequivocally.
Yeah. I talked to Ken Thompson at Google about 9 years ago. I was visiting a friend at Google, and it wasn't even Tal Shakit, although I did see him there. And he said he thinks the 8-piece table bases will be done in 20 years. And that was about 9-10 years ago. So maybe he's right.
Still got half a decade left then.
Yeah, we got time. Yeah.
So, I mean, this looks like black playing king g7, knight h6. And now I can see exactly why black's holding. Oh, Yesipenko is probably very, very frustrated. And that's why you never resign. You always fight to the very end because
never resign is a good idea. King d5. So yeah, king g7, knight h6. The rook has to defend the pawn.
And the king can't cross back on the fourth rank. That's the big problem as well. So black can just play knight h6, king f6, king g7, just hang out.
For the people in the chat, all the king and pawn endings are draws. So you could almost never win the king and pawn ending. You got to get black's king to e7, d7, c7. When it's on g7, you're not winning those king and pawn endings.
Nope.
Even if you take the g pawn, it's still a draw.
And here knight h6 takes care of everything because knight h6, rook a4 to defend the pawn, and then king f6. And you just can't make progress. Your king can't come back to defend the pawn, and otherwise black's king can just sort of stay in this box here. Wow. What a turn of events. So, by the way, Shanklin did trade rooks.
Wow.
And Yesipenko actually looks like he knows for a fact this is a draw. He is not. Oh, he's
choking on his own rage.
Yeah, he's really sad. Yeah. This is quite the opposite of how he looked when he beat Magnus, where he was like a kid in the candy store, so happy. He looks like, he recognizes what's happened here. He's
one of the things that separates the super GMs from barely a GM like me is the fighting when you're losing. And we saw that when Jeffrey lost to Grandelius in 100 moves. Jeffrey was like always playing the best move in this really tough position. And he really forced Niels to play perfectly. And actually, there was a position when it was queen 2 versus queen that it was a draw with queen e4 check instead of queen h5 check. I don't know. But that was at the beginning of the end game. But yeah, if you keep fighting and fighting and fighting, your opponent can make a mistake.
Hard to play perfect chess every single move. And we're seeing that here. And it looks like Jumabayev and Shanklin. Let's go there.
Yeah, let's have a look at that.
Okay, queens are off the board. I see queens, rooks, pardon me, are off the board. And
that's a nice king on d5.
What is 98?
When he played 98, it looked like the way he played it, it looked like he had no time left.
Also, it says 15 seconds, which must
so he had 5 seconds left when he played. It looked like he played it in a rush.
It's 30-second increments, so clearly
30-second increment. It's 15. Man, no wonder he played it so fast.
Relay issue. So knight e8,
this looks really bad. Knight g2 and the c pawn and the f pawn.
Well,
he took the c pawn.
Right. But why 98? I'm just confused about that. Couldn't they not have gone to f7, just attack a bishop? That looks way more natural to me than putting my knight on e8, which. Okay, well.
Yeah, he's suffering. Yeah. Sam looks too confident. Man, the guy's hair's going crazy. He's pulling his hair out.
Yeah, it's
It's
frustrating.
a bad hair day.
All right, so king takes c5. Has he moved?
White did move. I saw him physically move. I just don't know where he moved.
Knight c7.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that can't be good.
Yeah, I mean, probably Sam's winning with perfect play now.
Just e5 comes to mind. That pawn on. Oh wait, e5. There might be bishop a3. Check. So now it's then king c6.
Yeah, king c6 wins, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, this could be one of those positions where eventually you're able to sacrifice a piece for some stuff. So you have to.
I'm guessing Sam came in with bishop and knight. Yeah, he played e5.
Yeah, definitely. Good choice. Can make a bishop and knight. Yeah, pretty positive. He's more than capable of doing that.
Yeah, he's just playing on the increment now, and his position's bad from Mabayev.
He got no time, and his position is falling apart.
Yeah. Man, I've been there. It's the most fun you can have, except for one thing.
I'm not going to ask. I'm not going to ask.
Yeah, I always feel bad for the players when something bad happens and the whole game is destroyed. I don't like that. Like when Grandelius allowed bishop e5 and against Jeffrey, and he was so upset.
I think the problem in a way in our GM brains is that we then say, oh, that person didn't really quote unquote deserve to win, which isn't entirely fair to the player who wins. But I get that same sort of bias where if someone is just worse, like much, much worse, and then somehow wins way later in the game, I'm like, there's no way they should have won. Their position was terrible. But credit to Sam for
this is obviously winning because knight g2 is going to be really annoying.
Yes,
it's going to be really annoying.
Knight g2 looks like
it's there's good and there's not good. That's not good.
And
probably like e4 check and knight g2 wins too.
Do you think we're gonna get a fist pump from Shanklin?
No. You mean like shaking hands? You mean like yeah?
Yeah, like an enthusiastic, like yeah, I just won this game with black.
Nah, he's probably ashamed.
Yeah, yeah, knight g2 though is just.
Yeah, but I mean, if you defend well, you get rewarded.
Yeah,
as we're seeing in all the games.
I mean,
Sam was worse, and he blockaded. He didn't give up. He tried hard, and now he's going to win.
And who else did we see? Piorun had a tough position early on, but
yeah, and Esipenko's probably not going to win. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to win. Everybody's tough.
And wow, these two.
Yeah, Sam's too confident.
You see that? He looked at him. He looked at Jumabaya.
Yeah.
That look.
No, he know. Yeah, they both know what's up. The king and pawn ending is an easy win if it happens 2 against 1.
Right.
If they trade everything on f4, it's just an easy win. Unless white gets in king g5. No, even if he gets in king g5, he's losing. Oh, it depends. If he plays king g5 and h4 and then yeah. So some of them are drawn, but not the ones they're going to get.
Yeah, just take on f4, right? Bishop takes f4.
King d6 is a funny blunder because they take with check. And black might still win, but it's still funny.
Yeah, probably are still winning.
Yeah, this is like the game that Mamedyarov lost to Matrosian. Very similar.
And Sam has the time, so he might as well be accurate.
He did make a move.
He took on e3.
He took the bishop. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hard to argue with that.
He'll just go king d6. The pawn will be lost.
Yeah, if king takes king d6, resigns. Yeah.
Yeah, he hasn't won this game.
No, that's the best, 93. That's the simplest. Yep.
Wow. I'm waiting for the handshake and then the head shake of disbelief from Shanklin. Of like, how in the world did I win that?
Not the head shake from his opponent. How did I lose this?
Yeah, but I expected more from the side that won.
Man, I'd be really dejected if I was white, losing that position after move 40.
Right.
Wow.
And Jumabayev just sort of playing some moves, trying to probably shake off the upset. Just, he's going to be devastated. And he hits the black pieces against Shanklin. I mean, beating Shanklin with any color is hard, but good luck.
Yeah, Shanklin hasn't lost any games in the slow chess.
No,
I thought he was going to lose today until he won. It's always a good time to resign.
Saying it's not too early.
Well,
too early somewhere.
Yeah, it's not too early now.
And what's the thought right here?
I mean, he could resign.
What was the last move played by Sam?
Bishop G5. He's not resigning.
Oh, and there's...
He got his king back to F3, so his rook was free.
Okay.
In the Esipenko game.
Pull that up real quick.
Esipenko looks very unhappy.
Yeah, it's just a draw. The king is stuck, and you need two pieces to win this game. You need the rook and the king.
Sacrificing his pawn.
I like it.
He's going to win king and rook versus king and knight, except for one thing.
He won't win.
Right.
Knight takes G4, king F5, just knight back to H6 check. And easy draw for Tubov.
It's funny, when I was in Ann Arbor, I was at the chess club, and I was probably like 12 or 13. And one of the masters there was telling us how, like, even in the worst positions, king and knight can often draw against a rook. He set up the worst position you could imagine. He's like, this is a draw. Like the king and the knight in the back rank, and some of those are winning, but a lot of them are drawn.
Yeah, and well, this
it's hard to lose. It's like the easiest. You have like rook and knight against rook, rook and bishop against rook, rook against bishop, rook against knight. Like this is like the easiest. Rook against knight.
Right.
There's this, you just can't win.
Yeah, no, rook and bishop against rook is really difficult.
Oh yeah, and you might win. Yeah. Rook and knight against rook is a draw, but sometimes they win it. Sometimes people blunder, even at the top level. But rook against knight, nobody's ever won unless it was already winning. If it was, and they just, he didn't, he just took the knight.
Fed up. Oh gosh, you see that?
Oh man, look at him.
Oh
wow, that's pretty upset.
Yeah,
that's more upset than I think he should be.
Oh well, I mean, he just, his head just fell to the board.
Wow, yeah, that's not good.
I hope he's able to recover for tomorrow's game because he's got the black pieces, sure, against Dubov, who's great, but the match is still very much anyone's for the taking. But
the agony of drawing.
Yeah, new mantra there, new saying.
Yeah, I've had two grandmasters basically cry at the board against me, and it wasn't because I beat them or I played better than them. They both made really bad one-move blunders. I mean, really bad. And then when I responded, they couldn't believe. I mean, like really bad blunders.
Yeah,
that wasn't a really bad blunder. That was just, he didn't win.
He should have won.
Technique wasn't the best.
Yeah, he should have won for sure. And
it wasn't like one move and it was the worst move ever. But
and it looks like
I think Ferdinand Heller's quit chess because I beat him. He blundered a piece to some trick on move like 14 with white. He was white.
Yeah.
He put his head down and shook his head for a minute. And then we played on and eventually I won. He quit chess, eventually became an attorney. So yeah, he was really unhappy. You know who's really happy? Sam Shanklin.
Oh yeah.
This is the most fun you can have. That's why you resign, because it's too much fun for your opponent.
Oh gosh, and look at Juma.
Yeah, he's like, I can't believe I'm losing. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
How did this happen? He's like, how did I lose that position? Yeah.
He also
I know exactly how he feels.
He looked frozen.
And then some. Yeah.
Yeah. Poor guy.
One day you're beating Fabiano Caruana. The next day you're better or winning and you lose.
Yeah. And it's just like not complete 180, but against Fabiano at the opening, his position did not look very good, but he was able to do well on the tact, and there's the result.
All right, there's the handshake. Let's see who's more upset. I guess it's Jumabayev.
Yeah. Yeah, he's gone.
I'm getting out of here.
He can't believe
it. The arbiter's like, can't you do this paperwork? And Jumabayev's like, leave me alone.
Nobody ever wants to deal with that.
Let me get out of here.
And of course, in the shot of the camera as well. Yeah, wow, what a turnaround that game was, because Jumabayev was really in charge for the majority of the game, and then something sort of switched and he couldn't quite keep up the hold of the position. So a win for Sam Shanklin, a huge victory for the American player. And, you look at the final position, of course, he won. But, Ben, I mean, if we go to move, what was it? I
think anytime between 40 and 45.
Yeah, just like this position's clearly good for White.
Mm-hmm.
Just he won a pawn on A6.
Yeah.
To lose this position?
I could do it, but I didn't think Jumabayev could do it. But I could do it. I got no problem losing this position.
Wow. Yeah, and just good fight by Shanklin, making it so that Jumabayev's pieces couldn't coordinate the way he wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess from here it was all Shanklin. Just every move sort of improved his position to the point where it was right here.
When he played your H4 idea,
right there.
That worked out well for him.
For Jumabayev, I wonder, Ben, if he also didn't make the switch in his mind that maybe I shouldn't be playing for a win anymore, because H4 seems so natural for Black and just ruins White's pawn structure. And he was shuffling around and just allowed it to happen.
I just feel bad for him. I feel bad for all these guys when something really bad happens, because it's really hard to recover. It's a 2-game match.
Right.
And this is happening in a lot of matches where looks like you're winning, looks like you're drawing, and then you make a move when you're out of the tournament. It's very frustrating because it's rare. And I pointed this out yesterday. I think it was yesterday. If you play tennis, you always get knocked out if you lose. That's the way tennis is. In chess, you lose, then you get paired with me and you win. I mean, it's not, it's not like, Robert Hess is like, man, I'm having a bad turn. Oh, I'm playing Ben next round. Great. And this tournament, not good.
And I actually think it's very awkward from a social standpoint, because you're used to playing in Swiss tournaments, as you're saying, and you have the same people with you for all 9 or 11 rounds or however many it is. But in this knockout format, you're friends, maybe going home the next day, and then you're kind of on your own. And
it's also weird not knowing when you're leaving.
Right.
Because it's probably not weird in the sports where that happens. Like in golf, after the second day, either you're done or you're not. They know that. And in tennis, they know that they could get knocked out any round. But in chess, it's weird. You're like, well, I'm done. I have to go home. I mean, half the players go home after round 1. It's crazy.
It is crazy. This event has been crazy. But Ben, you and I are going to take a break. When we return, we may be joined by a guest for an interview. That would be awesome. But if not, we'll just wrap up the show.
No, we're not going to be
the round that was. Yeah, I mean, who wants to join us, right? But stay tuned, everybody, for the finish of this broadcast by Chess.com of the FIDE World Cup and the FIDE Women's World Cup. Well, we have special guest Grandmaster Sam Shankman from the U.S. joining us. Sam, congrats on what was a really hard-fought game.
Oh, yeah, thank you. First of all, Robert, it's great to see you. I didn't get to say hi while you were here. But yeah, thanks. I was very fortunate to win. I'm not supposed to win it, of course, but a big part of playing good chess is defending resourcefully. And when he overpressed, I took my chance.
Yeah, what was your mindset like during the game? Because at one point you were down a pawn, you were sort of trying to blockade. And at what moment did you sort of think, I can actually try to win this game rather than just hold?
Yeah, so when he took a6, my suspicion is I'm lost. But I think in the few moves before time control, he screwed it up. Once queen a3, queen b8 was on the board already here, I think I have enough counterplay to at least make a game out of it. During the game, I didn't even know if I was worse anymore. But basically, at some point, he started repeating with queen e4, queen c4, and I thought we were just making a draw there. And when he declined the draw, not only did he decline the draw, but he played knight f1 instead of knight d1. I was already starting to wonder. And then once I played h4, at this point, I mean, if I don't play h4, I think I'm fine. But once I played h4, I thought it's a 3-result game. And then very quickly, I managed to get a nice ending with him having the 3 isolated pawns. I still believe that should be a draw, but it's a difficult defense for white. He didn't have much time, and I managed to scoop him up.
Yeah, you're everything you said is like stuff we were saying during the game. I think you're spot on with what you thought and what the engines thought. And, you know, it's funny, we were looking at 2 games at once, your game and Estepenko's game. And
yeah,
we looked at your game, we went to Estepenko, and we came back, and your king was on c7 from like g8. And I was like, well, Sam's going to win now. I mean, yeah. White just has bad pawns. The engine didn't say you were winning. I said, no, he's going to win because white can't defend this with no time on his clock. So that was good running your king over. And it was really good that I knew when you played h4, you'd probably win because we were worried you would just play for a draw because, you know, you were losing earlier, but you had the right mindset to play for the win with h4. That was great.
Yeah, it reminds me a bit of this playoff match with Otarchenko where I was just totally outplayed in the second game. But when I saw my chance, I had a draw in hand and I just didn't take it. I thought I should keep fighting. And it's very easy to just have a miserable position, defend it while all of a sudden you see you can save it and just take your half point that you know you didn't deserve in the first place and you weren't expecting to get, but you should still be objective. And look, if I have chances to push here, I should push. And I'm glad I did that today.
Well, Sam, obviously you're a very strong player, but did that recent match against Otarchenko, do you think that helped you in a situation today where, as you're saying, your back was kind of against the wall, but you could then be objective because you just had this really hard-fought match that you know what it's like to be in these stressful positions?
It definitely gave me some confidence that just because my position was bad, I'm not necessarily going to lose it. I mean, the rapid game, sort of anything can happen when there's no time on the clock. But the second classical game with Otarchenko, I was really in bad shape in it. I was sort of expecting to go home that time, and saving that position gave me the confidence that it helped me feel like I'm on good form again. I mean, I played a very bad game up to that point, but I thought it was saying a lot that when I'm playing badly, I can still hang on against really strong guys. And so I was very happy that happened, and I think today it shows as well. I don't think I played a brilliant game. I think I played pretty badly. He outplayed me for much of the middle game, but I kept fighting, I guess.
Yeah, a lot of the players in this tournament, especially the really young ones, seem pretty underrated. And the way he played against Fabi and the way he played against you to build up to the winning position, it doesn't seem like his rating is correct, although the final result, but it just seems like everybody here is tough. And when we had on, I guess it was Grishuk, he said, well, Sindarov is 2550, but it actually should be 2700. So a lot of these people just seem underrated because you couldn't play FIDE rated chess for so long. Did you feel that during the game that, man, this guy's pretty good?
Well, yeah, I mean, I had played Shimabeo before, and I knew that there's some things he does extremely well. I mean, there's parts of the game and things where I don't believe I'm a better player than him, despite being much higher rated. And but the things I noticed with him is he can get into severe time pressure. This is the second time I've played him, second time with black, second time I beat him from a position I was supposed to lose because he got way low on time and lost some level of objectivity. He just strikes me as a guy who does some things very well, but also has some notable weaknesses. The things he does well, he's absolutely amazing. And when he's showing that, it really looks like he's, just right up there with any other 2,700 guy. As for Sindarov, I don't know. Another thing is, while I would never question the abilities of all these young kids who are just playing absurdly well and whatnot, I do think a big part of it isn't even so much that they're necessarily playing better. I just think everyone else is playing worse. I think they've been maintaining their normal training regimen, and even if they're just maintaining their strengths, if the 30-year-old guys who are all 2,700 plus are all just being lazy and sitting at home, and because they don't have tournaments to play, they don't have the motivation, they don't have the coaches to force them to work, they don't have the parents to force them to work, they can just get really, they can really drop a lot. And so I think there's multiple facets to it. But yeah, some of these guys, I mean, Nihal, I know he's gone, but geez, he's up like 60 points or something egregious like that. I mean, he's really gotten strong.
Well, Sam, last question, because I know it's getting late and preparation to do for tomorrow's match. But how about yourself? You just had a great showing before the World Cup even started. So you're one of those 30-year-olds who are above 2,700. So how did you keep in shape, and what were you up to? Because you had the first place finish in Prague, and now you're performing well here.
Well, I think part of it was just like, funnily enough, 2019 was just the worst year of my life by far. So many bad things happened. Both my parents got sick. My hand got slashed open. My heart got broken. I didn't get to play the FIDE Grand Prix. I played 40 consecutive games against lower players and watched my rating bleed away. It was just a really horrible year. And after that, like, being stuck at home just felt like a breeze. It was really nothing. I kept up my normal training. I got back into peak physical condition the way that you really can't if you're traveling like crazy. I was really exercising rigorously every day, got to the same kind of fit that I was when I was like 20 years old. And I think I just started playing the same as I sort of did in 2018. I think the big reason I dropped was that my life fell apart, and then I sort of put it back together, and now I'm just playing well again. And that's, so I'm just hopeful that I can keep it up. I think here I have more points than I deserve, but at the same time, you never know.
Yeah. Well, congratulations again on a nice hard-fought victory. We're going to, of course, cover your games tomorrow and forward. So have a good rest, and we'll see you back at it tomorrow, Sam.
Thanks much.
Thanks, Sam.
And you heard it from Sam. He is just ready to play. He's taking this very seriously, and he's just in shape, and both on the board and he's making sure that he's physically in shape. And he has another game tomorrow, July 23rd. You see the schedule in front of you. It's the fourth round of action. And, well, he doesn't want to go to tiebreak. He's up 1-0. He gets the white pieces. I have a hard time envisioning Jumabayev winning with black tomorrow, but crazier things have happened in this very World Cup.
Yeah, you remember, Robert, many World Cups ago when Sam beat Peter Lako in the first game, and Peter had to win with black in the second game, and he just got nothing. Sam shut him down.
Right.
So
Sam can do it. He's a tough opponent to play under any circumstances, but when you're no longer just focusing on the board, but also the result, it's becoming increasingly.
That was a very objective analysis of his game. I usually don't agree with Sam when he talks about his game. I agree with everything.
Yeah,
that sounded right.
I would say that, I don't think he was ever completely lost, but he clearly understood he was in a bad spot.
He didn't like his position.
He fought out of it, and I actually really like how kind of
very objective.
Yeah, and he's just very blunt about how he saw his chances. He's like,
I think that's probably why Sam got better. I think when Sam was a teenager in the early 20s, he wasn't that objective. But now I think he's super objective, and you got to be that way if you want to be 2,700.
Well, and he was 2,730-ish at his peak. He dropped a bunch of rating points in 2019. He expressed why that happened. Heartbreak, just all these games against low-rated players that he wasn't able to convert on, some family situation. But Sam Shanklin is back in tip-top shape. He leads heading into the second game of his fourth-round match. And Ben, what a day it was, though. Not just Sam. I mean, just so many interesting games. Kasper Piorun bouncing back and winning. So I just think that
the people who defended in these bad and or lost positions, a lot of them were rewarded today.
Yeah,
I mean, even Jeffrey had a really good position and lost, and Esipenko couldn't win this one position, and this game, and as you said, the Kasper, there was a lot of games that changed around move 40.
Yeah, and also that Tabatabai E5 move where he sacrificed the pawn and then just didn't capture a pawn.
That was great. Yeah.
That was a fantastic game by him. So he upset Pentala Hari Krishna. So many interesting games. We will have more in store for you tomorrow. But for now, Ben, I don't know. Any final thoughts before we head on out?
I hope tomorrow is as exciting as today, and it probably will be because people are going to be in the must-win situation. So that's going to be good. That's good for chess when you're in a must-win. And Magnus is going to have white tomorrow, so he's probably pretty happy. And Grishuk's going to have white tomorrow, so he's going to press against Korobov. So it's looking good for some people, and some people better win tomorrow. So,
and the Russian derby between 3 sets of 2,700 plus Russians, Karyak and Artemiev. Artemiev will get the white pieces. They drew
all the games were draws, yeah.
They're all draws. Sudler and Vitsugov. We didn't even look at that game, but it was drawn. And then, of course, Esipenko spoiling a chance against Dubov. So many great matches, but for now we are going to sign off. I want to thank everybody who's been tuning in and supporting the channel, just loving chess and watching these matches. It really makes it much more fun to do our jobs. Our producer behind the scene, making magic happen, making sure the show goes smoothly. Of course, the graphics team and everyone at Chess.com who's been so helpful. And Ben, thanks to you, buddy. I mean, we haven't commentated together for a long time, but it was really a joy. Yeah, it was great. I've commented with you before in St. Louis, and I want to most of all thank Danny for taking the day off. Thanks, Danny. I got to work with a real professional. Thank you. Well, on that note, we will say goodbye. So enjoy yourselves until tomorrow for more from the FIDE World Cup and the FIDE Women's World Cup.